Inbound goes over to Jalen Williams. Desperation three. Blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball down to Gordon. You get it across the timeline, and you dribble this puppy out. Westbrook has it on the high left side. 9 seconds left to go in Denver. Ball Arena crowd to its feet. There's the horn in Denver, and for the second time in this series, the Denver Nuggets take the lead. The Nuggets lead 2-1 in the best of 7. Final tonight from Denver, 113-104 in overtime.
It's not going to be easy, and we don't want it easy. We're a team that likes it gritty, and we can get it rough, and we can get it grimy, so that's what we're going to do.
Second free throw is up and in. 1 second left from Denver. Jokic from 75 feet is no good at the horn, and that'll do it in game number 4. The Nuggets score combined points of 26 in quarters number 1 and 4 and lose this thing at home 92-87. The best of 7 series is all square at 2 games apiece.
Can you lean on the confidence that you've been there, done that, you've won there? I mean,
it's best out of 3. It's not a funeral, guys. It's best out of 3. You lost the game. On to the next.
Was that Vic who asked that question, Nelly? Only supports my theory even more. I think he could ask any question to Jamal, and he's going to just respond that way. I get why Jamal would respond in kind about, hey, guys, it's just a best of 3. It's no big deal. I mean, it is and it isn't. I mean, I'll tell you what is a big deal. What is a big deal is you couldn't score. That's a big deal. That was certainly the worst offensive game that I think ever seen the Nuggets play. Maybe like anybody in a long time. I can't remember the last time that a team scored 8 points in the first quarter. I can't remember the last time a team, what were they to start the game? Was it 2 for, I stopped keeping track. It was like 2 for 24. Was it 2 for 28? Or 4 for 28 or something like that? But here's where I give the Thunder credit, because I'm going to give them credit, and then I'm going to go back to the Nuggets need to do this in this better. Big picture, Series 2-2, I would have taken that through 4 games against that team. So big picture, you're in decent shape. But the Thunder are doing a really good job at packing the paint as much as possible to force you into outside shots. Everybody is giving credit to the Oklahoma City Thunder for playing great defense. They are. What they aren't doing, they aren't playing good perimeter defense. You've been wide open for threes and just couldn't make them. So if you want to call that decent strategy, I'll take that for a team that doesn't shoot the ball very well. But you don't get to say they're playing good defense because you're missing wide open threes. Man, was that ungodly frustrating yesterday. I would accept it at least more had the Nuggets had a hand in their face and they were just missing shots. I mean, they shot 31.3% from the field, 25 of 80 from the field yesterday. Which brings me to concern number 2. I think this is the worst stretch of Jokic basketball that I've seen since he won his first MVP. Ever since he made the change into, I am maybe not all-time great, but I am one of the best in the world, I've seen him have bad games here and there. I have never seen an extended stretch like this. Guys, he is shooting 39% from the floor in this series. His game is built around efficiency. His game is built around, it doesn't matter what you do to me, the shot's going in the hoop. Now, they are playing very, very difficult defense on him. He is not getting the benefit of calls. But OKC is making his life miserable. Usually, Jokic finds a way to solve that. Thus far, he hasn't. I mean, he's shooting 39% from the field. And he was 15 of 29 for 42 points in game one. Like, I'm not getting caught up with his overall stats, that he's averaging 26.5 and 15 and 5. Great. We all know that's not Jokic's game, and we all know he's not playing well. Usually in what happens in games like yesterday, the rest of the team can't do much, but Jokic just finds a way, right? Finds a way to get it done, at least for him, to get some sort of offense on the board. They don't have that ability right now because their superstar, I think, is very obviously bothered by an elbow problem. His touch is absent around the rim, and that's what's freaking me out. If Jokic is within 5-6 feet, even if he's defended well, the ball goes up, it might rattle off the rim 6 times, but it goes in. And he's not doing that. And it is some credit to OKC, but it's mostly, I just think he's very obviously not right. So here's the problem. Whether I'm right or wrong, that issue's not going away. Let's say his elbow is bothering him. Okay, fine. Well, guess what? His elbow's going to bother him tomorrow when the game is played. Let's say it's not bothering him. Well, the efficiency stuff is still a giant concern. So that's freaky. Here's the other thing. You're playing OKC defensively really well. Do you know who also had a really bad offensive day yesterday? The Thunder. It's just that they were awful and you were atrociously bad. Again, I think the Nuggets are still in good shape. I think big picture, you tell me that it's a 2-2 series after 4 games against OKC. I think that's something you would have taken. I certainly would have. I don't want to go down this road too much, but I certainly think it's a factor. It was a major factor because both teams looked that way. What the NBA did to them in the scheduling of this series is insanity. They threw them out there as a sacrificial lamb for a TV window that they wanted. There's no other way around it. The Nuggets and the Thunder, but especially the Nuggets, who are coming off a 7-game series with a day rest in between Game 7 and Game 1 of the second round, then play a couple of really tough games, couple pushed into overtime, don't have the extra day off for travel, play a game on Friday at 8 o'clock at night, more like 8:15, and then Sunday at 1:30. Hey, NBA, if you want to see what a game looks like when you force teams to do that, especially in the postseason, it looks like one team shoots 31% from the field, the other shoots 35%. I think a giant portion of that is just straight scheduling. We've seen these teams play before. These are 2 of the better offenses in the NBA. They are the 2 most efficient offenses in the NBA. And they looked like an 8th grade basketball team shooting the ball yesterday. There's no question that the scheduling and tired legs were a huge part of it because a lot of shots were short from a lot of different guys. Texture. Here comes Brett's overreactions. The Nuggets are fine. They'll win on the road and close it out at home just like the Mavericks did last season. And then he said they clearly didn't have their legs yesterday after playing a game 35 hours prior. It sounds like you and me are saying the same thing. I'm not overreacting at all. I am overreacting to Jokic not being good in this series because it's kind of important, and I've kind of never seen that. I mean, you guys tell me. Give me the last stretch of games for Nikola Jokic where he looks like this. I've seen games, and Nelly, back me up here. We've seen games from Jokic in which he's refused to shoot. You know those games early in the season where he's just looking to distribute and get other people involved, and he's got like 5 shots at the end of the third quarter, and you're saying, what the hell happens? I've never seen him shoot and miss this much. That is terrifying.
And usually he has an off night, singular. But this is multiple. This is plural nights where he hasn't looked like himself. And I completely agree with you. Normally we have confidence that when he gets the ball in his hands, he's gonna fall on the deck and flop like a fish and somehow make a shot from 70 feet. And you believe that anywhere he's on the court, he's immortal. And now he's just missing shots he would make 10 times out of 10. It's weird.
Now, here's what's funny. It's whenever you have a game, like 2 games over a weekend, the one previous gets buried. Like, I thought the Nuggets were great in game 3. They were great to take a 2-1 series lead. Another huge moment from Aaron Gordon. A massive game as it's Jekyll and Hyde with Michael Porter Jr. He's either great or he's horrible. There's no in between with that shoulder. But he was great in game 3 and he was awful in game 4. I thought game 3 was awesome, but game 4 happened yesterday, so it's top of mind. But again, I think you're playing great defense against them. So just to kind of go through it, to kind of illustrate how good you've been defensively, we can get into this in more detail in a second. You have had multiple games now, everything outside of like game 2, where the Thunder just took it to you. You've been able to keep them at an arm's length, at least on the defensive side. OKC has shot 42% in game 1. They shot over 50 in game 2. But 38.5 in game 3 and 35.5 in game 4. A game that they won, by the way. You've done a great job defensively. Your offense, though, in OKC, this is what they do. They play really good defense. They're very tough. They're physical. They grab. They pull. They do a whole bunch of stuff and dare a ref to make a call because they have waves they can throw at you. But I can't imagine the Jokic problems are going to continue for the next 3 games. I think they'll get it figured out. And there is one, to me, giant point of encouragement moving forward in this series that we'll get to in just a second. Got a lot to talk about today. The Rockies finally make the move that they should have made a while ago. Miko continues to put up big numbers in the postseason for the Dallas Stars. And the NFL has made a big announcement this morning. So a bunch to get to this morning. Stick around. All right, where are we at here? What are people feeling? Again, I don't feel like I'm overreacting today. I think I'm acknowledging maybe some realities about what the series is. I've said it from the beginning. I'm not going to sit here and be upset over a 2-2 series and you look like you're having some trouble in some areas that you usually don't, because I said this from the very jump. OKC's better than you are. Like, they are a better overall team. You might have, if you're going to list who were the best players in this series, like, I don't know how that list would go. It's Joker, Shea, and then you pick from there. Is it Jamal? Is it Jalen Williams? Is it AG? Is it Chet? Is it Dort? Is it, I don't know. That's up to you. But overall, depth-wise, the Thunder have more they can throw at you. But I'm not super upset today. It was just a brutal watch. I'll tell you what's encouraging. You can play that badly. You can score 8 points to start a basketball game in the first quarter. Shoot that awfully from the field. Again, 31.3%. And have a shot late? I mean, sort of double-edged sword. It's crazy that you were even in it. And I kind of felt like you should have closed the game out. That's the first time in which it's been a close game in this series in which the Thunder have executed more late. But when you can't make a shot, it's difficult. I'm still concerned about things. I am very, very concerned about Joker. I have a thought on maybe how you can fix some of the problems. And I don't know if you guys have noticed the same thing that I have. I don't know why he's catching the ball at either the elbow or the top of the three-point line. It's been just far away from the hoop. And to me, it feels like if you got somebody smaller on you, which he does a lot, there's a lot of Jalen Williams or some of the other guys like Cason Wallace's and some other dudes that are guarding him when he's near the three-point line, sort of kind of high elbow area. I think if they do that, try and get post position and then make a quick move. Because the second that he puts the ball on the floor and he starts to back his way in, he's got the double team thrown at him, and then he's got to kick the ball out to somebody who yesterday was going to miss. They're forcing him into doing what his strength is, which is pass. But passing is only a strength if the guy that you pass to knocks down the shot. Now, if you guys missed it at the beginning of the show, this is Jamal after a question from Vic about this being a 2-2 series.
Can you lean on the confidence that you've been there, done that, you've won there? I mean,
It's best out of 3. It's not a funeral, guys. It's best out of 3. You lost the game. On to the next.
And you can take that back to a couple of weeks ago. It's a 2-2 series. Vic asking Jamal Murray about it.
You've been down in series before. People have doubted you before. You've gone through
It's
this. How
2-2.
much? I know, but I'm just saying, before that game, how much does that experience help you?
So it was 1-0.
When it was 2-1, though, you had to come back.
It was also 1-0.
I know, but how much does it help you knowing that you've been down this road?
It's 2-2. It's best out of 3, and I'm excited to play off basketball.
I get it. I understand it's 2-2. But there is a different feeling surrounding Oklahoma City because Oklahoma City was the best team in the league, number 1, A. B, when they are so good defensively and make it so hard for you to score. Like, if there's any major concern here, Jokic is shooting 39% from the field in this series. Jamal is shooting 40%. Those are your two biggest guns that you got. And they are having a whale of a time just trying to put the ball in the hoop. Again, I feel all right about where the Nuggets are at. But I do think you're going to have to see something that we have not seen for 4 straight games, which is Jokic and Murray becoming magically efficient. I almost said magically. It's like Lucky Charms. Magically delicious. Magically efficient.
I'd take magically delicious shooting from the Nuggets.
I would too.
Yesterday, the thing that killed me is, like you said, late in that game, despite everything we've been saying for the past half an hour, the Nuggets still had a genuine chance in the waning minutes of the fourth quarter. And it just seemed like every time they had the perfect opportunity to put the Thunder away, they looked like you and me playing basketball out there. And I mean, and it was perfect. Like the Thunder would have a chance to hit a dagger 3, they'd miss it, and then the Nuggets would bobble the rebound like they were clowns juggling at a 3-ring circus. Yeah. The Thunder would get the ball, and then they'd score it again. Then the Nuggets have a wide open 3 opportunity, and they'd airball it. I'm like, what? They had so many chances, so many layups, literal and figurative, that they couldn't put in late in the game. And it's just what we've been saying this whole time. They're horrible front runners.
Well, I was just going to mention that. It goes back to what we've kind of been talking about this entire postseason. Really the entire year. If the Nuggets don't have to win, they won't. That's it. The Nuggets playing anything with a lead, whether it's inside a game, whether it's inside a series, whatever. If they don't need it, they won't. When they need it, they rise to the occasion. Like, wouldn't be surprised at all if the Nuggets win Game 5. Now, there's one thing that's very clear about this series. What's very clear. The Nuggets are capable of winning. But if they're going to win, it's going to be close. OKC is very capable of winning. And they can win any way that they kind of want. They can win low-scoring game, high-scoring game, blowout fashion. Now with Game 4, close. I still think a close game really favors the Nuggets because it's not as if the Thunder were just executing to a T late in the game. You know, you hear some people nationally talk about watching the Nuggets, and they just go, it's crazy. If they're in the game late, the amount of times they execute to win is almost unbelievable. And you're almost surprised in a game like yesterday when it's close. You know, that was a 4-point game, 6-point game with 3 minutes left. You're almost surprised when they don't come back and win, right? If the game's close late and the Nuggets don't take it, you're like, well, what happened? But again, if you give me the situation in which it's a close game late, I would take the Nuggets to win that game 9 times out of 10. But when they don't have to, they won't. They are Brett Kane procrastinators, okay? You give me an essay to do and I got 2 weeks to do it, that thing is not getting done until the day beforehand. And I'm going to be stressed out about it. I'm going to hate myself for doing it. And you're going to say, well, why didn't you do it earlier? And my answer is going to be like, didn't feel like it. It's kind of how the Nuggets operate.
Honestly, if I'm trying to look into my crystal ball into the future, to follow the trajectory of this series, the most Nuggets thing ever would be to go to OKC in Game 5, win it, on the road against all odds to take a 3-2 lead, come back, blow game 6 at home, and then flip a coin for game 7.
Yeah.
I honestly think that's what's going to happen because all the pressure in the world is going to be on them in Tuesday. None of the pressure is going to be on them on Thursday, and then we'll see what the heck happens on Sunday.
I think this is a guaranteed 7-game series. Guaranteed. Nuggets win game 5. I bet they lose game 6. Nuggets lose game 5. I would guarantee a win in game 6. By the way, a lot of people in the text line talking about the refs. Not bothering with it. I don't want to talk about them at all, to be honest. Are they bad at times? Yeah, they're bad. So what? The refs have no bearing on you missing wide open threes. The amount of air balls they had in that game yesterday was unbelievable. In the first quarter alone, they had 3. 3 in the first quarter. It wasn't about refs. We can go through, check the till, be like, that's a terrible call, that's a bad one, that's a bad one. How are they not giving Jokic a foul here? Or are they giving Shea a foul here? We can do that all day long if you want to. It doesn't matter. Make a shot. That's the story. Don't care about refs. It's annoying. I agree. I watch it. I see these touch fouls on Shea, and it feels like he gets bailed out a lot. Don't care. I do not care. You held them to 92 points and 35% from the field. Make it 3. Game's over. Right? You lost by 5. You scored 8 points in the first. You lost by 5. You scored 18 in the fourth. Make a shot. Circumstances difficult. Schedule definitely played into it. Didn't have your legs. Jokic, I think, is obviously bothered by that elbow. Along with they're able to grab and pull and do a whole bunch of things to him that isn't allowed for others. Doesn't matter. He kicks it out to a wide open whoever on the outside for 3. Knock down the shot. I mean, it really is that simple. So hopefully, I mean, if I'm David Adelman, I think that this is just film day. No practice. Just sit there and get your legs back and watch what you did in game 4. Figure out the different things you have to do here. But be sure that you're physically ready to go. Like, again, I'll tell you. The way that this series has gone, OKC, despite being way better on paper, has not looked that. Now, this series has felt a lot like Dallas and Avs, Stars and Avs. The Avs have been better than the Stars, but the Stars are doing just a couple of little things that have really helped them. The Avs were capable of blowing out Dallas where it didn't feel like the opposite would happen. Like, everything about that series just feels like it's flipped here. The Nuggets are not better than the Thunder, but they can execute things that win them basketball games in a way that the Thunder can't. Now, last night felt like a golden opportunity to, again, play like ass and steal one. But you couldn't. And I'm telling you, I don't know what the fix is. Guys are tired. And they're going to be tired in Game 5. And Game 6. And the inevitable Game 7 that this is going to push to. There are no reinforcements coming for them. Could they wear down? Yeah, they could. You know, that's why the longer you go in this series, it doesn't matter if the Nuggets have a 20-point lead in the second half, there is no comfortable feeling. None. Aaron Gordon, by the way, about this series.
It's not going to be easy, and we don't want it easy. We're a team that likes it gritty, and we can get it rough, and we can get it grimy. So that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, no kidding. You don't like it easy. It's whatever I got to do to extend a series as long as possible. If they could push a series to 9 games, they would. If they could push it to 13, they would. But here's Aaron Gordon's thoughts. Why was the first quarter so bad?
How do you explain the first quarter and the lack of scoring for both teams? Is that a product of the quick turnaround, the quick schedule?
Absolutely. You have a 8:30 game that goes into overtime, and then you have a 1 p.m. game, and 36 hours turnaround, playing the highest level of basketball that you can possibly play. But it's part of it, That's something that we got to get through.
That is insane. Like, if there's anybody that should be the most ashamed of themselves for that product, it's the NBA. It's really unbelievable when you think about it. The Knicks and Celtics, they're like a 30-minute cab ride from each other, and they got an extra day of rest in between travel days. And I don't know that OKC isn't some 8-hour plane ride to each other. But again, it's simple. One game was played at 8:30 at night. You're going to put the next one at 1 o'clock? Insanity. So, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Well, the Rockies finally did it. But there's one other thing. Firing Bud Black is one thing. There's a scene, a TV show, that I think articulates what the Rockies are doing perfectly. We get to it next.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Brian.
We need a full season of KB.
What's the question?
Wait, was he the what's the question guy?
One of many, yes.
No idea. Here's a statement from the Rockies. The Colorado Rockies announced today that they, so this is yesterday at 3:30. They have relieved Bud Black of his duties as manager and Mike Redmond of his duties as bench coach. Current third base coach Warren Schaefer has been named the interim manager through the end of the season, and current hitting coach Clint Hurdle has been named interim bench coach. This statement from Dick Monfort. Our play so far this season, especially coming off the last two seasons, has been unacceptable. Our fans deserve better, and we are capable of better. While we all share responsibility in how the season has played out, these changes are necessary. We will use the remainder of the 2025 to improve where we can on the field and evaluate all areas of our operation so we can properly turn the page into the next chapter of Rockies baseball. I want to thank Bud Black and Mike Redmond for their contributions to the organization across 8 years here. I appreciate their hard work and dedication and wish them nothing but the best moving forward. Okay. Bud Black in this move had to happen. No other way around it. The Rockies are on pace to be the worst baseball team in the history of baseball, which I think started in 1647. Any sort of records or anything that you're being compared to that's like, this hasn't happened since Dizzy McGee of the 1842 Spokane Cardinals, whatever.
The Boston Bees.
Yeah, if you're starting to get those side by side, because what's the team that has the all-time worst record? The Cleveland Spiders or something in 1899? Like, when you start getting into this sounds fake territory, I've never heard of this territory, you have to make this move. It honestly should have happened way earlier than this, but whatever. There's a scene from Breaking Bad. The episode is called Half Measures. So Mike goes up to Walt, and they're talking about finishing something. And he says, Walt, no more half measures.
The moral of the story is I chose a half measure when I should have gone all the way. I'll never make that mistake again. No more half measures, Walter.
I'm amazed you had that at the ready. Nice job, Nelly.
See, this is what happens when you text me your thoughts
Yes.
before the show. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, no half measures.
This is a half measure. The full measure is to do everything. The Nuggets made a full measure before the season ended. Now, who knows if that's going to work out in the short term, but they're going to figure this out in the long term. The architect of the baseball team that you see on the field is still there. It's the GM. Now, maybe this is coming later, but I don't understand making this move to only make a half measure. Like, they need a full gutting. And the next move should be looking outside the organization for someone else to have a new input on this. Anyone who says, well, who would want to take the job? Somebody who wants one of 30 prestigious job titles that only exist in this country and in this league, which is an MLB GM and manager. People will want the gig. But there's got to be fresh ideas on how to fix it. Now, the Rockies won their 7th game of the season yesterday, 9-3. But, again, this feels like a half measure. Texture says, did Brett say baseball started in 1647? I was joking. It obviously started in 1442.
Actually, 1647 was the year that baseball started, and it's also the year that Columbus sailed the ocean blue. It was a big year.
Yes, it was a big year.
You know what I think the Montforts need to do? Like you said, they got to absolutely clean house, get the stench of the past 5-6 years off this organization. And have you heard of I think the term is a mailbox landlord?
A mailbox landlord. I've
That
not
means
heard of that.
just you're not involved with the upkeep of the property. You get checks in the mail. That's it.
Gotcha.
And you let someone else deal with the house.
Okay.
That's what Richie Rich Montfort needs to do. Get a bunch of people who are smarter than you about baseball, let them run the team, and then you just cash checks from McGregor Square and do nothing. That's it.
Ideally, that's what you want in an ownership group. They hire the people, they trust the people, and they stay out. I honestly don't know how involved Bill Schmidt is in decision-making within the organization. I don't think that he's going out there saying we need to sign this guy and this guy because they don't sign anybody. You know, he probably, if you're an owner, you have a thought or two on the team, but I don't think that he's especially involved in anything. I think his problem is he trusts people that shouldn't be trusted. That he goes the route of, instead of hiring somebody new, this guy's been within the organization. I know who he is. I know how he operates. I'd rather trust that. So that's a problem. So again, hopefully by the end of the year, it'll be a full gutting and they can really restart because I don't know where else you go from here. I think we've all kind of accepted the Rockies are not going to be a team that has sustained success over the course of like 4 or 5 years. There's a lot of teams that are like that, though. A lot. And I'll give you examples of them. You just kind of accept that's where you are as an organization within this MLB world that you swim in. But the Detroit Tigers don't have a ton of money either. They're number one in the Central. Is it going to be that way next year? Probably not. But they're number one this year. The Seattle Mariners, as opposed to the Angels, Rangers, and Astros. Who has more money? It ain't Seattle. But they're number one in the West this year. You can find teams that don't spend cash that still have success. The Kansas City Royals, once again, are doing that thing. They're 6 games above 500. You're never going to be able to sustain like 5 straight years of great baseball, but you can have a couple followed by a couple of stinkers and then just kind of vacillate between those. And that's the way that the Rockies have to operate. Like, go be the Royals. Be them. Because I'm telling you right now, the Royals have fun seasons. They were 86 and 76 last year. The year before that, they won 56 games. The year before that, it was 65. The year before that, it was 74. I'm telling you, that's the way you need to operate. Know that you're probably going to have 2 or 3 bad years, but you can follow that up with 2 good years, and then you'll probably go back. It's just how you're going to have to do it if you aren't spending the money that teams like the Dodgers are.
Right. And I mean, trash cans aside, the Astros did the same thing.
They did.
They committed to consecutive 100-loss seasons, but to offload expiring rich contracts to invest in the minor league system. And a bunch of those guys on that 2017 World Series team were homegrown.
Now, they did end up spending money once they got to the mountaintop. Like, once
right.
they built the core of the Bregman, Altuve, George Springer, all those different guys, right? McCullers, once they got all them together, they paid them, and then they would sign guys like Verlander to just round things out. But the point is, they lost with a purpose. I don't know how many times I can say that. Losing is fine as long as there's a purpose to it. And for too long, this team has lost without that. So hopefully, this is the start of something different that's coming a little bit later. So 303-504-0925. Also, the NFL. they have broken news this morning. Don't know if you guys have seen this yet. They've announced the opening game to the season. And the NFL, I'm telling you, they typically get this game right. The opening game of the season is usually a banger. This year, because it always features the team that played the Super Bowl, maybe not the champions, usually the champions, but at least the team that played. It's Eagles against, and they had a whole bunch of choices. Great teams playing against Philly. The Cowboys.
Here we go.
First time in a long time they've really messed that up. They're playing a game. The opener should feature two teams in which the point spread should be like 2 or 3 points.
What's your point? What's your point?
My point is, Jera, you guys are going to get dog walked the opening game of the season, and nobody's going to have fun watching it.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
This is a horrible decision. Again, the NFL gets this right almost every time. You don't put the Cowboys there. That's stupid. I mean, do you know who the Eagles have on their schedule coming up this year? They could have chosen a million different teams. So here's what they got, by the way. Here's the games they could have chosen outside of this stupid Cowboys opener. The opponents for the Eagles. They could have taken the Commanders if they wanted to go their own division. They could have taken Detroit. They could have taken a new-look Chicago team. The Broncos. The Rams. Anything. And they go with the Cowboys. Incredibly dumb.
Smiles and glory holes.
That's not going to be that game for you. You're going to lose by 30. You can always watch the show on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals in Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio on there and subscribe to the channel today. A lot to get to. 2-2 series. Nuggets against Thunder. Break more of that down. Game 4 with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Rebound goes over to Jalen Williams. Desperation three. Blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball down to Gordon. You get it across the timeline, and you dribble this puppy out. Westbrook has it on the high left side. 9 seconds left to go in Denver. Ball Arena crowd to its feet. There's the Horde in Denver, and for the second time in this series, the Denver Nuggets take the lead. The Nuggets lead 2-1 in the best of 7. Final tonight from Denver, 113-104 in overtime.
It's not going to be easy, and we don't want it easy. We're a team that likes it gritty, and we can get it rough, and we can get it grimy, so that's what we're going to do.
Second free throw is up and in. 1 second left from Denver. Jokic from 75 feet is no good at the horn, and that'll do it in game number 4. The Nuggets score combined points of 26 in quarters number 1 and 4 and lose this thing at home 92-87. The best of 7 series is all square at 2 games apiece.
Can you lean on the confidence that you've been there, done that, you've won there? I mean,
It's best out of 3. It's not a funeral, guys. It's best out of 3. You lost the game. On to the next.
I mean, I think you could start about 50 different places after that game last night, but I'll go back to something that we repeatedly say. If the Nuggets don't have to win, they won't.
yeah.
I mean, seriously. If
We've
they
talked
don't
about this.
have to win the game, they're just not gonna. Now, when they have to win, they probably will. But if they don't have to, they're not going to win.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Vic, I've got a...
They scored 8 points in the first quarter. Now, reasons for that we'll get to in just a little bit. But 8 points in the first quarter of a playoff game.
I find myself cursing during a Nuggets game. I curse. And nobody wanted to be around me yesterday because every possession in the second half was a yay or an F.
It was mostly Fs then.
Okay. And then I thought to myself, you know what? I curse more during a Nuggets game than I probably do during the course of an entire hockey season.
Well,
I live and die with every single possession, every shot, every air ball that rips my soul out. Air balls, dude, air balls.
There's 3 air balls in the first quarter alone. And now, Vic, I'm sure you have thoughts on this. You asked this to Aaron Gordon after the game. I hope the NBA got what it wanted, which is a nice little television window at the sacrifice of 2 good basketball teams looking like they were 8th grade teams shooting, because that's what they did to them.
I don't
Every
understand.
shot was short.
And I don't know, I don't know if 5 hours would have made a difference, but everything counts. I don't understand why the Denver Nuggets were not given the late slot rather than the early slot on Sunday, considering they played late Friday night. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, both coaches and both teams acknowledged it, not just the Nuggets. Listen, the Nuggets lost. It was fair. Both teams had to deal with it, but both teams said, what are they doing with the schedule? These are the playoffs. The physicality and intensity ratchet up 5 notches for the playoffs. You got to give them a little more time, man. And not to mention, the Nuggets are the only team to have now played 7 straight games, going back to the LAC series, 7 straight games with only 1 day's rest.
Yeah.
7 straight. No other team in the NBA playoffs has done that. And on top of that, they also are probably the thinnest roster left.
Right.
Not probably, they are.
Yeah. You're right. I'm not saying it was a Nuggets issue. The Thunder thought they shot 35% from the floor.
No. This wasn't a Nuggets issue. This was an entertainment issue. If you want your best basketball displayed to the country, allow them to display their best basketball. What you got in the first quarter were 2 teams that were still tired from Friday night. It was abundantly clear. There's a lot of factors why the Nuggets lost, but the product suffered because of the scheduling.
Well, Moj, the Thunder shot awfully in that game.
Terribly.
The Nuggets shot atrociously, and that was the difference.
Horrifically.
Yeah.
So whatever adjective you want to put out there with a Lee on the end, just put an LY on whatever, and it would be appropriate for this game. The pig mess that was that first quarter. We're talking about a pig mess.
What was the crowd like?
I don't know what I was
there,
watching.
Vic? What was the crowd in the first quarter? I mean,
they were simply amazed, like I was. By the way, I was sitting right next to the Nuggets bench. Between me and the bench were Sean Payton and George Payton. They were right to my left. And I was talking to them about the game. And Sean Payton, the football coach, mentioned to me, he said, it's a major disadvantage to the Nuggets, the older team and the thinner team, to have that 36 hours. And he said it right away.
Yeah.
He knew it right away. But that first quarter, from the crowd's perspective, was like, what is this? What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't even basketball. I don't think I've never seen anything like that. Let's see. What did I write down in that first quarter?
That they were 2 of 22 to start the game?
Yeah, 2 of, from the free throw line, from the three-point line, they were 0 of 14 in the first quarter. They were 2 of 22 overall. They shot 8.7% in the first quarter of play, and they scored 8 points. 8 points.
Yeah.
And yet, despite all that, they led by 8 early in the fourth.
I mean, it's so stupid. The one difference in that game, because Moj, I don't know if you were thinking the same thing that I was. I felt this way, and here's what sucks is I thought the Nuggets played this fantastic game on Friday night, but it gets buried because Game 4 was yesterday. I said during Game 3, late, if the game's close, the Nuggets win. The game was close in Game 4, and they didn't.
You had the lead going to the fourth quarter, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you had the game in hand. Everything was setting up correctly for the Denver Nuggets. When they got to overtime on Friday night, you know what I thought to myself? Well, Nuggets are going to win this. They know how to pull out these tight games, the close games. They have the advantage. Well, what the heck happened yesterday? They had the lead going to the fourth quarter, and they just let it all go away.
I think I have the answer.
They got tired?
No.
What?
That this is the worst stretch of basketball for Jokic since he won his MVP.
That is
his
correct.
First MVP. That's the major concern here. And we can say it's very obviously, I think, something to do with the elbow. But bottom line is this. If this is the best we're getting out of Jokic, you're going to have a lot of trouble, man. And that's the thing. You have a night, and we've seen this before, Nuggets can't make a shot. Well, then Jokic just takes over, and he starts to hit some bunnies, and he starts to get something going on offense. When you can't rely on him to bail you out when you're really struggling on offense, God, this is tough to watch.
That is correct. Vic, it's not just the long distance and the tough night he had the other night, and he was 2 of 8 yesterday. He's missing some of those short in ones and those little medium ones, like from the elbow in. He's missing those that he typically doesn't miss. And even around the bucket, he's missing some of those that he typically does not miss, or he makes more often than he has been. And I don't know what it is.
Can I make a couple comments regarding some of the narratives that are out there? All right. And let me just dismiss these narratives. The beauty of watching the game from down low, because I was doing some radio with Kaz and I was right on the floor. And you can see the game at just such a different level. It's remarkable to be there.
There was a close-up, I think, of Adelman and Vic. You had a headset on with your hands on your knees like you were about to, check into the game. Yeah, it was funny to watch.
By the way, you're not coaching, okay? And you're not playing. So stop with the headset, with the knees and the whole, put me in, coach, I can do this.
Hey, Jerky, I'm trying to listen in on the huddle. I have one ear out, and I'm trying to echo what's going on.
You wanted to check in the game because nobody's making a shot, and you thought Johnny Swish could get some.
Yeah,
that's what you thought.
He said Johnny Swish would get a handful now.
Let him go.
Okay. Let me tell you what's going on, all right? Because everybody says, well, just drive. Joker, just drive. Guys, there is zero space to drive.
Yep.
There's no room in the lane. They are collapsing everything. They're leaving bodies on him. They're grabbing him. They're pulling him. They're yanking him. They're doing everything. The physicality that I've witnessed in this series is more than anything I've seen in the NBA since the 80s. And I mean that with all sincerity. I have never seen so much grabbing and clutching and clawing both ways now. I'm not trying to just say it's one way. Both ways. It is intensely physical. So if your answer to the Nuggets fixing the problems is, well, tell Joker just put his shoulder down and go, it's not there. It's not there. The game plan for the Thunder is simple. They are going to foul and hurt, and they're going to do everything they can. They're going to force the referee to blow the whistle. They're going to try to get away with as much as they can until the referee blows the whistle. That's their game plan. The only way you're going to beat the OKC Thunder in this series is to start making jump shots.
Yeah.
Tough jump shots.
Yeah.
Tough jump shots. Not easy ones. Because even on the perimeter, the jump shots, they're tough to come by. The only way the Nuggets are going to win this series is if Jamal Murray starts making jumpers.
I agree with that.
And he doesn't have much room. He doesn't have much room.
He's being picked up immediately across. Hell, no, he's being picked up before half court. And as soon as he's across the midcourt line, he's picked up big time, and he is pressured all the way to.
Yep.
I mean, as far as you can pressure a guy, right?
I tell you
and
what,
I shouldn't say just Jamal. It's Jamal. It's Michael Porter Jr. It's anybody off the bench. If you look at the three-point shooting, if you look at it, and Michael and Russ, they struggled shooting the ball. And in the game they won, game 3, I mean, Michael Porter had 21 in that game. You know, he was, 5 of 6 from 3.
Yeah.
They're giving up shots. Oklahoma City's saying, listen, we got to send everybody a joker. Everybody. So what do you give up if you're sending everybody a joker? Shots.
They're
got to make them.
Here's what they're sacrificing. It's smart on behalf of OKC. OKC's a very smart, really great defensive team. But what Vic just said, they've decided 2 things are not going to happen. Jokic is getting nothing inside. They've decided that. Nothing. And if he even tries, he's going to take an elbow to the ribs, okay? And Jamal is not getting a clean look no matter where he's at. Whatever shot he's going to take will be contested. And they've decided
every other human
Christian
on the roster,
Brown,
do whatever you want.
Russell Westbrook,
yep.
Peyton Watson, if any of you guys are open on the outside, we do not care. I dare you to take the shot.
The crazy thing about this
that's what they've decided.
Yes. The crazy thing about it is they are, if Joker's making his threes in this series, the Nuggets are up 3-1.
Yeah.
He's not making his threes. And he had his best 3-point shooting percentage of his career this year. He's just not making his threes. I'm going to read straight from Tony Jones of The Athletic. In this series, over the last 3 games, Joker is shooting 30% from the field, guys. He's made 4 of his last 22 threes. 30% for Joker, who is the most efficient scorer, one of, in the history of the game.
Well, so that's what I wanted to mention, Vic. Like what I was going to point out, Moj. What's the number one asset that you give to Nikola Jokic? You could say his IQ. It's his efficiency. It's that if the ball leaves his hand, it might rattle around the rim 4 times, but it's going to find its way at the bottom of the net. He's shooting, you said 30% the last 3 games, even with a 42-point performance in game 1 where he's 15 and 29 from the field. 39% overall in this series.
Here's the backbreaker. In this entire series, in all 4 games, he's averaging 6 turnovers a game and 5 assists. He's got more turnovers than assists.
Which is very unlike him.
When he gets locked up, right, he's making his move, he's putting the ball on the ground, he's getting locked up because they're bringing bodies at him. And at that point, they are so fast and they rotate so quickly, balls are being deflective. Mm-hmm. And I told you, they're taking liberties with it. They're fouling before asking for permission, right? They're like, yeah, screw it, let's go. And make the referee make the decision.
Vic, the question, though, is what do you do from this point on? How do you uncork him the best you possibly can?
You got to make shots. You got to make shots.
Understood, but it feels like we've got this contagion going on.
If your answer is...
I don't care who misses the first shot of the game. Yeah. All the other guys are like, crap, I ain't making any either. I mean, it feels like it's feeding through the entire roster.
It's down to a 3-game series. If you're sitting out there and you're banging your head against the wall, and I keep getting these tweets and texts, tell Joker to go to the hole. What are you guys watching?
Yeah.
He can't. Yep. There's nowhere to go. There's no room.
So, Vic, hang on to this.
You got to make shots.
Hang on to this for a second. We'll get back to it. 303-504-0925. We're broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. So, the Rockies make a move to let go of Bud Black yesterday. We'll get to that in a little bit. Mikko Rantanen continues to score goals and points and all that for Dallas. So a lot to get to, but sticking with this. There is a silver lining, I think, to the game yesterday that we'll get to in a second. Stick around. I like looking at this after each game. It's those series prices. So the Nuggets, now that it's a 2-2 series tie, it's a best of 3 on the Circa Sportsbook, plus 455. If you think the Nuggets win this series, you throw down $100, you get $455 in return. So jump on that if you like it. There's a whole bunch more Circa Sports has to offer, including the middle of golf season. You can throw something down on that. The NHL, NBA postseasons, middle of the MLB. Download the app right now and check it all out for yourself. The best odds in the game. Type moneyline splits in, excellent customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This could be the entire series, these next 60 seconds. Murray gets a good pick from Christian Brown. He's on the high left side. Here comes Jokic with another pick. Murray goes to the left hand, guarded by Hartenstein. This has Caruso guarding Jokic. Murray gets down to the wing, throws in the paint to Porter. Fade away, rims out. Michael Porter Jr. 1 for 7. Back the other way comes Alexander. And Denver had to score on that possession there, folks.
I think there's a silver lining to all this.
Sure would love to hear it, Brett.
It's the worst.
Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep in mind this series is tied at 2. All right,
No, I'm just
it's
saying.
not 3-1 OKC.
No, but 2 games in OKC. OKC, I think, is very clearly the overall deeper, better team. But
it just feels like one got away.
Yes, yeah.
Sure it does.
But you know what's funny?
They feel like game 1 got away from them.
Hold on, silver lining though. Silver lining.
Okay.
It's the worst stretch of basketball I've seen Joker play since he won his first MVP. Like, I've never seen, for this extended stretch of time, him look like he's struggling this much, especially what he does best, which is run in elite level offense. And you're tied. Never in my wildest imagination, if I told you Joker through 4 games of a series will shoot 39% from the floor,
But
you'd
Brett,
think
the
it's
way
a sweep.
The way you're selling this is simply him not playing well. You have to acknowledge the way he's being guarded. No teams are selling out like OKC sold out to guard him.
We're
To
acknowledging
me, it
that.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not saying.
No, but it does matter. It does matter.
Ultimately.
Oh no! I'm going to stop you right there. It does matter. If I took 3 Nuggets and put them on SGA, he would not score. They're taking 3 players every time he touches the ball. Every time he touches the ball and puts it on the ground, 3 players are on him.
But hang on, Vic. Hang on. If you're a football team where your entire offense is built around running the football and they stack the box with 9 guys and you can't run the football, it doesn't matter how you're not running it. The fact that you don't have that ability is going to make it very, very difficult. That's all I'm saying. I'm not blaming Joker for anything.
I understand, but
I'm just saying if you aren't getting anything out of Joker, if you aren't getting the usual Joker stuff that you're used to,
yes,
it makes life exponentially more difficult for a team that struggles to shoot.
I'm not worried about his lack of scoring. I'm more worried about the turnovers.
Yeah.
The turnovers are concerning because they're coming at him with 2-3 players. You got to get the ball out of your hands.
Vic, I think the main concern here, and maybe this is where your silver lining starts to take effect.
At some point, that's going to stop.
Yeah,
Joker's going to have a
okay,
game.
Well, he already had a game.
Stop.
He had game 1.
Vic, this is where I need a little guidance, perhaps, because we are all used to, and we have seen it every single time, when he gets in a little bit of a bad stretch, either he figures it out on his own and takes care of things, or B, the team figures out what's going on and they take care of things, and then he gets out of it and things are good to go. The question is Adelman and company, or are the players around him going to make on their jumpers, or are they not? The question is Joker going to be able to get himself out? Like, screw it, I'll do it myself type of situation. And I don't think, because you're so correct, I don't think he can when he's being literally picket fenced. They are fencing him in like a sheep.
Let me work in reverse order a little bit. All right. Let me reverse engineer this line of questioning. Who's the better team?
OKC.
I think it's pretty clear. Yeah.
Okay. Who's expected to win this series?
OKC.
By
right now.
In resounding fashion.
If you guys missed it during the break, the series price on Circa right now of a 2-2 series is plus 455. That's how big of dogs the Nuggets are right now.
So I want to be careful in where we go with our approach, because we deal with irrational human beings when the team loses. Irrationality takes over. Like yesterday, blow up the team. Oh my God, they didn't want it. They didn't want it as much as OKC. When I hear that, now game two, no questions asked. Game 2, let go of the rope. If your argument last night is that the Nuggets didn't want it, in quotation marks, you're a bona fide moron.
Yeah,
I'm going to stop right there.
There's a difference between not wanting it and didn't have it.
Yeah, you are. Listen to my words. All of you driving around, if your retort to the Nuggets losing that game is because they didn't want it, You are stupid.
No, use the word again, please.
A bona fide moron. That's what you are.
When I hear bona fide, you ever see "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou"? He's bona fide. He's a suitor. You remember that?
Now. So here's
great.
a series that's tied at 2-2 and a chance to go up 3-1. Did you let go of an opportunity to really take control of a series when you're up 8 points in the fourth, and does it hurt? Yes, of course it does. Of course. But did they do it because they didn't want to? They didn't want it more? They did it for a number of factors. The valve shut off in the shooting department. Early fourth quarter, Oklahoma City went on a 14-2 run. The Nuggets were up 8 in the fourth. They went on a 14-2 run. How did OKC do it? They're deeper. They did it with their bench. They did it with Case and Wallace hitting threes.
Yep.
They did it with Wiggins hitting threes. They did it with guys who were fresh off the bench. The Nuggets don't have that. And the guys they did use could not score. That's why they lost the game.
Why are you
Not
yelling
because
at
they
me?
didn't
Why are you
want
yelling at me? I feel like you're yelling specifically at me.
I'm just dealing with people that are irrational. You're irrational human beings. Just show a degree of rationality after a game. That's all I ask. The Nuggets are 2-2. If they were up 3-1, let me tell you something right now.
Here we go.
If they were up 3-1, I would be just as anxious as they are 2-2.
Yeah.
Just as anxious. Do you think the series is over if the Nuggets are up 3-1?
I think they have a very, very big advantage.
Sure, but do you think the series is over?
I don't think it's over. I think they're going to win the series.
Yeah.
Do you think the series is over if
Yeah.
they're up 3-1?
Yeah, I do.
I think they win the series,
So
but
do
it
I.
could still go 7.
Okay.
But yeah.
My anxiety level really doesn't change that much. This is who they are. This is who they are because this is what they are. They are not a deep team with a deep roster. Their starting five in this series, did you know that the starting five in this series outplayed the OKC starting five by 15 points last night? They've been a better starting five. If you played games just with starting fives, the Nuggets would win. But it's a team game with benches. And when the Nuggets bench plays well, they win.
See, you're throwing all these words and all these numbers at me. I'm going to take that as a sign of disrespect. Now watch your mouth and help me with the sale.
So hang on. Here's what.
Oh, I make myself
I guess
laugh.
what's the irrational part? You said a lot of things. What's the irrational part that people are arguing this morning?
The irrational part is that the Nuggets, A, didn't want it more, which is stupid.
Well, yeah, it's dumb.
They want, of course they want it.
B, here you're 2-2 with a team that just won 68 regular season games. You're 2-2. Oh, what a disappointment. Blow it up. Everything's a joke. Joker's a joke. It's 2-2.
No,
nobody expected the Nuggets. Some people didn't even expect the Nuggets to win 2 games in this series.
Didn't expect
It's
them to win
2-2.
2 games in the postseason.
Calm down.
Look, I think people are calm. It's just that was disappointing last night for a number of reasons. First of all, it just looked bad. It wasn't fun. Last night wasn't fun. Watching a team score 26 points combined in the first and fourth quarters is not fun.
All right.
Secondly, hang on. Secondly, you feel like I'm with Moj. I think if they win last night, I think they win the series. Now, I'm not saying it happens in like game 5.
Sure.
But I think they win the series, and it just feels like you let one go. What if the Nuggets have one advantage in this series? It's how to close out games, and they just didn't close very well yesterday.
No. That's the one takeaway for me. The biggest problem last night, the one thing that's going to hurt most and leave a mark is this. It's not that the Nuggets lost, it's how they lost. Because the claim was that OKC could not win a tight game. The claim was that these young Bucks, if they didn't blow you out, they tightened up. Well, last night, or yesterday I should say, they loosened up.
They did.
And they were the better team down the stretch because they hit shots. And they hit those shots thanks to fresh bodies off the bench. They had more fresh bodies.
They had Wallace.
Guys,
they had Wiggins. Yes.
If I could explain to you the intensity at which they're playing on this court, I was blown away. I was blown away at how physical and how crazy it is. I have not seen this level of physicality in years. I've watched so much NBA basketball, So much.
They finally,
it is insanity on the court.
Vic, they finally wised up. What I saw them do in that fourth quarter when they turned that tide, they slashed a lot, too, to the bucket. And you know why they did? Because they could. Because the Nuggets are tired. The Nuggets have been defending their butts off as well all game long. Here come these fresh legs. And these guys, and by the way, not one starter for OKC played over 35 minutes yesterday. Not one. They have these guys coming in, they're like, you know what? I see a seam, I'm going to go for it, and it's a layup, or it's a dunk, or it's whatever. I mean, they started attacking late, and when you attack tired legs, you're going to get the result you got, 29 points in the fourth quarter and a pull-away victory.
OKC is a deeper team.
So let's stop
Lou
that.
Dort was ineffective. They went to Case and Wallace. If Case and Wallace can't do it, they go to Caruso.
Correct.
He can't do it, they go to Wiggins. He can't do it, they go to Joe. They go to the other Jalen Williams. The Nuggets play 7 guys. 7. Strawther played a couple minutes just to spell Murray, but, a couple minutes. Played 7 guys. Last night, it caught up to him. Yesterday, I'm going to say the reason the Denver Nuggets lost is because their rotation wasn't deep enough to handle OKC's rotation.
Yeah.
That's why they lost Game 4. That's it.
Yeah.
Now, you go to Game 5, and guess what? Your rotation isn't going to expand. It's not going to change. But maybe a little more rest. Maybe Russell Westbrook plays a little better off the bench. Your bench got outscored 35-8.
The more you talk, you're right. The more you talk about this, though, and maybe I shouldn't be feeling this way, but with the best player on the planet having a tough stretch for 3 games in a row, and the lack of depth overall on the bench, I guess we're not ready to have this conversation about, man, they're fortunate to be where they are, or they're in pretty good shape. They're part of the final 8 of this entire league.
They are
right,
in decent shape. Like, if you gave me a 2-2 series through 4 games, I'd take it.
Yeah, let's have a little perspective here about the whole thing. Not only about that, but about this team going forward and the ability to mitigate in the future. Because it's going to be coming. I just don't know when.
They weren't supposed to win this series. They weren't supposed to be up in this series.
Yeah, but Vic, they could have been up 3-1.
They could have done a lot of things. Hey, the Avs could have been up 3-0.
They could have been. Maybe.
Okay, so
some would argue
could have.
should have been.
Okay, and you could say the Nuggets should have been. Here we are. I'm just telling you from early perspective. This is what they do. The Nuggets are not front runners. They got to make it hard. They got to make it hard. This is how they're built. Play the Jamal Murray stuff again. I love me a surly Jamal Murray. You know what? I have one gift in life. My gift is to make Jamal Murray surly every time I talk to him.
It's your face.
Can you
I don't know
the
what
confidence that you've been there, done that, you've won there?
It's best out of 3. It's not a funeral, guys. It's best out of 3. You lost the game. On to the next.
Okay. Great. I love that attitude.
Hey, you asked Jamal Murray a question when it was 2-2 in the LA series, too.
You've been down in series before. People have doubted you before. You've gone through
It's
this.
2-2.
I know, but I was just saying, before that game, how much does that experience help you?
So it was 1-0.
When it was 2-1, though, you had to come back.
It was also 1-0.
I know, but how much does it help you knowing that you've been down this road?
It's 2-2. It's best out of 3, and I'm excited to play playoff basketball.
Same exact point in the series, same exact line of questioning, same surly response from Jamal Murray. What did he do after that initial Q&A in the LA Clippers series? What did he do the very next game?
He went and had a great game.
He had 43.
Yeah.
All right, Jamal.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay, so
it's on you.
Are you going to OKC or not?
Yes, I'm on the plane today to OKC.
Okay, I need you there, and I need you to be all up inside him today.
I just
tomorrow.
did. I asked him a question. I said, hey, does it help knowing you've been here before? Does it help knowing, hey, you didn't even get the good stuff. Before that, I asked him, hey, after that first quarter, my God, and he got all mad. We were only down 6.
It was actually remarkable they were only down 6. Almost impossible to think they were only down 6. Now,
first of all, they weren't down 6. It was 17-8.
They were down 9.
So I didn't want to correct him. I didn't want to sit there.
Well,
and
you
get
should
into
have, because
war words with Jamal. But the point is, I like a surly Jamal, and if I'm going to be the guy to spark him, great. Now hit some shots.
Vic, when you're talking to Jamal before the game, I want you to have the largest wad of gum in your cheek. I want you to look like Ed, and Eddie with the Jawbreakers. I want you to look like a squirrel preparing for winter with how much gum you have in your mouth when you're talking to Jamal.
Who am I? Who am I? Come on now.
Moser is hunched over at the knees with one earphone off.
I need you, Vic. I don't need you. We need you tomorrow.
I just feel
we need you, Vic.
I feel like I'm in between all this. I'm not freaking out. It also was a missed opportunity, and I am very concerned. I'd like very. And again, I'm not blaming him for this at all, but it's the reality. Jokic, for what he does within this offense, is not looking right in this series. And it has to do with what OKC is doing to him. I think it also has to do with the elbow. Because Vic, it's not just OKC. Jokic is having shots in the paint when he does get a look that he's just not finishing, that he finishes at like 90%. When he's in the lane and he gets that clear look on a little bunny that's like 6 or 7 feet from the hoop, those don't miss. He's missing a lot of those.
That's where Vic. That's where let me agree.
That's
with Brett.
where I'm
That's
concerned.
where the concern comes for me too. I mentioned it last.
These
segment.
shots are the most contested shots I've seen. Listen, I say it in jest when I say Jamal hit some shots.
But some of them aren't.
They are the most contested shots I've seen in. I'm telling you, dudes. I don't know if it's the perspective I got yesterday from the floor. I cannot tell you how many arms are up in the air when they're attempting these shots. I haven't seen anything like it.
I'm not even saying most, but there are shots in which he does get a clean look that are not falling that almost always would. Now, maybe it's a buildup over all of the abuse he's taken throughout the course of this series. Maybe.
Yeah.
But they just aren't falling in the way that they should, and that is terrifying. Now, at the same time,
2 free throws late doesn't help.
Yes.
The 5-second violation with 4:16 to play, down by 3 after a timeout, that was, to me, I wrote it down on my notes. I said, ball game. 4:16 down. What was the score at that point? It was 81-78. 81-78. 5-second violation. SGA comes back, hits a jumper, ball game.
Now, there is something that a lot of people are talking about that I want to make a pact that we don't, at least today. At least today. We'll get to it next.
Second free throw is up and in. 1 second left from Denver. Jokic from 75 feet is no good at the horn. And that'll do it in game number 4. The Nuggets score combined points of 26 in quarters number 1 and 4 and lose this thing at home 92-87. The best of 7 series is all square at 2 games apiece.
All right, can we make a pact? Maybe, maybe not. I know a lot of people talk about the officiating in that game, and everybody hates Tony Brothers, and, hey, Shea gets these touch calls, and Jokic, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to talk about officiating today because you missed shots.
The only officiating question I have, it was physical on both ends. I didn't understand the and one that was awarded to SGA.
Me neither.
And seconds later, the same thing happened to Joker, and he was not given the and one.
It never
was
seen
absolute idiocy of inconsistency.
I've never seen the play that Jokic made. I've never seen that not be an and one. The ball was in the gather
because it
was
wasn't
going up for. Well, I know. I've just never seen them not call
because
that
he
before.
was in the gather, because he did pick the ball up, because he was in the shooting motion, and SGA, by the way, flopped badly. When you're down there, you could totally tell. You could totally tell flops more. Oh my God, did he throw his neck back on that one? If you go back and look at it from the perspective under the hoop, he knew exactly how to pull that one.
I don't think the officiating's been that bad. I mean, you're going to get annoyed with Shea because he does do that James Harden throw his head back thing whenever there's contact, and he gets away with it. But I think it's been mostly okay, fine. I mean, it's just a physical series. So I don't want to talk about that because you scored 8 points in a quarter.
I just think the physicality, because it takes a lot more effort and energy for physicality, I think that favors OKC. Where in years past, I would think of physicality of a series, especially with a big front court like Denver's, I think that would favor the Nuggets. In this particular series, because OKC runs so deep, the fouling, that favors them. It does.
Oh, sure it does.
So they made the switch after game 1, and they put a smaller player on Joker. Smaller guy.
Well, they put Hartenstein on him. They didn't do that. Hartenstein guards him, and then they bring a smaller guy over whenever he picks up his dribble.
Yesterday, he had a smaller guy on him from the top of the key, working his way in.
I see a lot of that. So there's a lot of smaller guys, at least initially on him.
Initially, at the top of the key, working their way in. Then they'll run Hartenstein over to him if he decides he wants to try to bully his way into the paint.
I got one question for you.
And by the way, hold on a second, too. One of my favorite things on the entire planet is watching Joker kick out of a double team. I mean, beautiful kickouts, cross-court kickout, skip pass to the corner, whatever it may be. And then to see, when I got picked to my foul mouth, I told you about the foul mouth, and everybody just vacated the premises.
Yeah.
My daughter was gone, the dogs were gone, Bear took off. Like, nobody wants to be around me, and I don't blame them. But when I see a beautiful kickout from a double team to a wide-open player who clangs or airballs, I want to lose my mind. So, Vic, I don't know how you implore other guys. I know what you said earlier. You got to make some shots. Well, yeah, but how? What? I mean, what can we do?
You just got to make, dude. They're wide open. They're wide open. Like, there's nothing else to say.
You got to make them. I mean, listen, every time I went back to the huddle in that first quarter, David Adelman was telling his guys, keep shooting those. Those are wide open.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like,
those are good shots.
You got to take the shot. You're wide open.
I mean, it comes down to making shots.
I have a question for you, though, Vic. This is something that I've noticed, especially the last couple of games, and maybe there's just, you were there, you saw it up close, maybe it's just hard to see on TV. Can Jokic get in the paint before receiving the basketball? Not in the paint, but deeper. Because he's catching a lot of things outside the three-point line or at the three-point line and then trying to back his way in, which allows enough time for somebody else to come in. But if he's already in deep, can he catch and just go before the double team comes?
They tried that a couple times. Here's the problem in that. That's a very, very astute point. Here's the problem. When he sets up on the block to gain an entry pass, all right, they drop somebody to make that entry pass very, very difficult to make. So he'll have Hartenstein on his back or whatnot, and then here comes SGA or here comes Jalen Williams. Someone is in the vicinity. And if you pop it into him, it's boom, right? I don't know what else they do to get him open on the block. The reason they start him out front is so that he could see the entire court in front of him.
Right.
When he's on the block, he can't see the court like he does up top.
Well, the only thing I was thinking was to try and combat, because they don't start a double team on him. It's just when he gets the basketball, somebody comes in. So if he's deeper in the paint, can he get just, because he knows where he's at on the floor, catch, turn, and throw one up in just a one-on-one situation? Sure. But I know it's difficult to get it in the paint.
You know, we're talking so much about making shots. Well, they did in Game 3. I mean,
I know that game gets buried, right, because of what happened yesterday.
Yeah, they did in Game 3. Michael Porter Jr. had 21. That was a game in which, they had 5 players scoring 20 or more in Game 3. It was, a great balanced scoring. And yet, it took everything to win that game.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Game 4. They shot like crap, and they were up by 8 in the fourth. So, different styles. If you're asking me what style is beneficial to the Nuggets, believe it or not, yesterday's game, if you gave me a mirror image of yesterday's chaos and construction zone type of basketball, give me that again tomorrow night and I'll take it, because I think that is their best brand to win, in my humble opinion.
I don't mind it.
I thought that game favored the Nuggets, actually.
Yeah, so did I.
I don't mind it being ugly and messy. I don't. This is, as Jamal said, the best out of 3. Just do it any way you possibly can.
See, here's an example. Let me answer this question. Haas on Twitch. There's never a situation that Russ should be shooting threes or 9 threes. They're wide open. They're wide open.
Yeah.
He airballed that one late. He was wide open. What do you expect them to do? Not shoot a wide open 3?
You have to.
If you pass up a wide open 3, that means you lack so much confidence in your ability to put the ball in the bucket.
You'd be pissed.
They're wide open for a reason.
That's exactly right.
They're wide open for a reason is the bounce back. Okay, what about the games in which he's hitting those threes? What about the Clippers series where he hit key threes to win that series? Make your shots, win the game. You don't pass up open shots in a series in which every shot is hotly contested. You don't. I don't care who's out there. You take the shot.
By the way, he was 2 of 9. So was Christian Brown. Jokic was 2 of 8.
Michael Porter Jr. is a great shooter. Give me his numbers.
He was terrible yesterday.
Okay, so enough with people saying he shouldn't be shooting threes. If you have an open 3, you shoot it in the NBA. The end.
Porter is... What a weird watch it's been this entire postseason for him. He has either been great or terrible and nothing in between. Like, Porter is either my shot's falling and I'm 5 of 6 from 3, or I can't buy one from anywhere. It's crazy.
The shoulder pad change.
Well, it's very obviously bothering him.
Yeah, it's
oh, yeah, it looks different every night. There's some times where it's just that black tape. Sometimes he's got the shoulder pad.
I don't know how, but there's got to be some sort of juice or gel you could put on the underside of that shoulder pad, and then, Vic, have it seep through the skin into the area, the problem, and do some stuff.
See, I'm kind of with you.
I'm losing it.
No, Vic,
I'm losing it with these people.
I'm kind of with you on this. A texter says he should get 4 threes a game, not 9.
I'm losing it with you.
Shooting 9 is idiotic.
I'm losing it today. I'm losing it.
Hang on. Are you suggesting that if an NBA player is wide open for 3, that he doesn't take the shot?
Especially a guard.
Because I've already taken my 4 threes, I guess, and now even though I'm open, I'm not allowed or something? Is that what you're saying? I just don't get it.
This is where I'm talking about the irrationality comes out of people. You're all irrational. You lose your sense of what the game is. It's about making shots. And yes, at the end of the day, maybe he goes back to the mean. Because in the LAC series, he made those shots. He made them. And you loved it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at Russ. You're going to win without Russ. Oh, my God. So now you're going to kill him? Pick a lane. Keep shooting, Russ. Keep shooting. Keep shooting. If you have a wide open corner 3, at which you shot close to 44% this year, shoot it again and again and again.
Here's the thing. I don't want to oversimplify this, but I think it's the easiest way I could convey this to people listening. Sometimes you shoot like ass. That's what happened yesterday. As a team, they were just terrible shooting. It didn't matter if it was Joker, if it was Westbrook, if it was Jamal, if it was AG, if it was Christian Brown, they all were terrible yesterday. That happens. You wish it didn't. Let's say you hit 2 more of those threes that you missed that were wide open. Probably win, right? Just a couple of more is all it would have taken. But I want to remind people of something. As much as we're harping on the Nuggets not being able to shoot yesterday, OKC shot 35.5% from the field. They couldn't either. You know what I mean? It's that this was just a full game's worth of nobody could make a bucket. No one.
10 missed free throws doesn't help by the Nuggets. 10 missed free throws, those 2 misses late by Joker. I mean, the free throws were of premium importance in a game like that. I just go back to the early fourth quarter. You're up by 8, and you give up a 14-2 run. OKC wins the fourth quarter 25-14. So you ask, how did Oklahoma City win the fourth quarter? Because their bench shot the ball better than your bench. That's why. That's why. That's the answer.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for an answer, the first few minutes of the fourth quarter, go back and look at it. Look who scored for them. Look who made their buckets. Wiggins, Wallace. Those guys scored big threes. Big threes. They scored. The end.
So when we come back, take a break from the Nuggets for a second. I want to talk about the Rockies. They make a move to let go of Bud Black yesterday. But it harkened back to a TV show that I watched that explained this perfectly. We'll get to it next.
played too much in the fact that we didn't see their starter. We haven't seen a lot of their pitchers. There's, that's baseball, right? But one ground ball away from going 6 innings and giving up only the 1 run. That ball deflected off him that Gonzalez hit. It's baseball, but that was.
All right, news comes down yesterday. The Rockies let go of Bud Black and Mike Redmond. Warren Schaefer has been named the interim manager, and Clint Hurdle has been named the interim bench coach. Here is the statement from Dick Monfort. Our play so far this season, especially coming off the last 2 seasons, has been unacceptable. Our fans deserve better. We are capable of better. While we all share responsibility in how the season has played out, these changes are necessary. We will use the remainder of 2025 to improve where we can on the field and evaluate all areas of our operation so we can properly turn the page into the next chapter of Rockies baseball. I want to thank Bud Black and Mike Redmond for their contributions to the organization across the 8 years here. I appreciate their hard work and dedication. Wish nothing but the best moving forward. Now, been saying this forever. This had to happen. I thought it happened too late. You're on pace. I was telling Nelly earlier, when you're having these graphics up where it says not since like Dizzy McGee of the 1842 Spokane Spider Monkeys, that's bad company to be in, okay? You're on pace for the worst season ever. Now, they did win yesterday for their 7th of the year, but it brings me back, after I saw this news, to an episode of Breaking Bad called Half Measures, where Mike says this to Walt.
The moral of the story is I chose a half measure when I should have gone all the way. I'll never make that mistake again. No more half measures, Walter.
This is a half measure because they need to gut this and clean house.
Hold on a second.
And that includes not just the manager, that includes the GM.
What includes probably a lot of things.
Yes.
But let's get real about this. And I want you fans out there to listen closely, because this is the way we operate. In typical seasons, we give a little lip service to the Rockies, but they're not playing good ball. And so we just sort of gloss over it on a weekly basis a couple of times, right? Brett will say, hey, give me my 90 seconds about the Rocks. And we say, okay, whatever. This year,
through gritted teeth,
I wasn't wanting to suffer fools at all with you and your Rockies talk. But they typically will, just because other things interest us and we know that they stink and blah, blah, blah.
Teams, we got teams in playoff runs.
There's nothing really to even talk about.
Yeah.
I fought myself on Saturday night so hard, Vic. I fought hard. And I've been a defender of the Rockies at times. The haves and have-nots, the way baseball has its inequities. Okay. And there's a lot of truth to that. But what I saw on Saturday night, I fought myself. I said, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to tweet. I just simply couldn't help. It got to be 11 o'clock at night. I said, I can't help myself anymore. I've got to say it. When you lose 21-0, out hit 24-5 in your own ballpark, where for God knows what reason it's packed, there can't be that many Padres fans in Denver, Colorado, but I digress. When you lose that way to get to 6-33, I'm telling you, since the turn of the last century, from 1899 to 1900, you haven't seen this level of pathetic play and embarrassing losses the way that you're seeing it out of this Colorado Rockies team. So something needs to be said. Something needs to be done.
Played golf with a friend of mine Saturday morning, and
it was a shocker.
I said to him, how'd you like that game last night? And I was referring to the Nuggets game.
Right.
His response was, yeah, it wasn't bad. It was a nice night out. I was like, huh? He went to the Rockies game Friday night.
What's up?
Yeah. He went to the Rockies game. And I go, so I'm just curious. Why did you go? To each his own. My friend had tickets. I like to go to a bunch of games. And that refrain, what I just described to you, is never going to change. No matter what the record is. If the Rockies were 33-7 right now instead of 7-33, those people are going to go to the ballpark to watch a baseball game. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. And frankly, when you're non-competitive, I find it almost ridiculous how much attention the Rockies are garnering. I think you earn attention. You earn that privilege. It's a privilege to be criticized. It's a privilege to be a topic on our show. to be written about. I don't understand why they get so much print in the Denver Post. I think they go overboard. Why? What have they done?
Really, nothing to deserve it, Vic.
Why?
Nothing to deserve it.
Well,
let me go to the Dave Roberts quote, and then we'll go from there. Okay. I don't think that Casey Stengel could change the outcome of that ball club, said LA Dodgers manager Dave Roberts, who was on Black's coaching staff at San Diego. It's not the manager's fault. Obviously, they felt they needed a change in voice or direction, but for me, that's not many people that are better than Buddy Black.
Okay.
It's very disappointing. It's not his fault. But check this out. When Bud Black took over as manager of this club, are you ready? 2017, they went to the playoffs. That team had Trevor Story, DJ LeMahieu, Mark Reynolds, Nolan Arenado, Cargo, and Blackman. Now, and no offense to the guys who are wearing Colorado Rockies uniforms today because they're in the big leagues. But when I say Story, LeMahieu, Reynolds, Arenado, Gonzalez, and Blackman, and then you put those names up against the guys who can fog a mirror hitting in the 7 spot.
Moj, I don't know half the roster. Moj, I don't know who plays for. I don't watch.
Hang on.
And I'm not afraid to say that. I'm not ashamed to say that. I don't watch the games. I don't watch.
Hang on. Okay. Dave Roberts is going to say that because Dave Roberts is a friend of Bud Black, and he's a manager in the league, and they're always going to defend their own, okay?
Ain't wrong.
They were 6-33, bro. There's no defending that. You've lost back-to-back 100-game seasons, and you were 6-33.
I'm not saying you don't make a change, Brett. I'm saying that nobody else could get anything.
But hang on.
He's defending the practice that the manager's always the scapegoat. It's obviously bigger than that. He's making the same argument you're making, Brett, just in a different way.
Yes, I understand. But going back to those rosters, by the way, Moj, the ones that you just mentioned that had Arenado and Story and Blackman and everybody else. First of all, that was 8 years ago. Second of all, if they had some postseason success, maybe that stays together longer. They didn't. They lost. They made the postseason and lost. You know, I think about this. Here's what the Rockies need to be. They need to be the Royals. You need to accept that you are not going to be built for long-term sustained success. You are not going to have 4 or 5 years of big runs in the postseason.
You're going to have peaks and valleys.
Look what the Royals are doing this year. They're 6 games above 500. Last year, they made the postseason. The year before that, they won 56 games.
Yeah.
Okay? You can do that, and I think that's the model you have to take. You aren't going to be built for 5-year runs. It's going to be 2 years, 3 bad ones, couple good ones. That's what you should be aiming for.
Kyle Freeland said it himself before he got emotional and almost burst into tears.
Yeah.
Kevin Freeland, he said it himself. He looks and compares this club to other clubs. They're not doing it the right way.
Right.
He came as close to criticizing management as you can get.
This is, to me, a giant fork in the road for them. They're going to have to fire Bill Schmidt at some point. Maybe it's the end of the year, whatever. But you need to start over. And the next thing, Dick Monfort, please, I'm begging you. The next thing that you do in this iteration of this franchise cannot be what happened last time when you fired Bridich. You fired Bridich to hire the guy that was under Bridich. That's not change. That's more of the same. You need to clean house and look in every nook and cranny across the league to try and find somebody else with a different way of thinking. Because this way of thinking, what's the problem? What?
Those are more of a root question. And the question is, does Dick Monfort truly want somebody that is going to come in with their own free mind and the ability to do things?
If he did that, he would have done it already.
Or does he want a yes man underneath him? Because that's exactly what he did when he got rid of Bridich.
Is it a yes man or is it comfortability? I mean, I think those are two different things. Like, maybe he went to Bill Schmidt and he was like, you know what? I know him, so I'm comfortable with him.
I think we waste too much of our breath on this. I mean, they're 7-33. There's nothing a 26-game win streak can't help. You're back in it in late June. We're wasting our breath on this topic. The way I look at sports is really easy. You have to earn your place. When the Broncos went 8 years without a playoff run, when the Broncos were just mired in this quarterback shuffle and coach, you know what? They didn't get as much play as they did in years past. They earned that.
Okay, I understand, Vic, but they just fired their manager, though.
I know,
so it's
great. I understand that's the news of the day. That's the news of the day. But to every day drum up the same story about what's it going to take, what's it going to take. I tell you what, let them worry about what it's going to take, and then we'll address it when they get here.
Do you feel like we talk about the Rockies a lot on
No,
this show?
no.
Okay.
I'm just talking about the local, the look at this team. It's as if we can help them. That's not how sports works. They have to help themselves.
Well, this is what I'm trying to get at is this is the fork in the road for me. You are as bad as anybody has been, I think, in the history of the league for a 3-year stretch, what this season's going to end up being. If that ain't a wake-up call to you just need to try something wildly different. And I don't even have the answer to what that is, okay? I don't think anybody does. But it can't be the same. Like, if they get to the end of this and they say, here's what's going to happen. We're going to promote Clint Hurdle to manager, and we're going to take the next guy underneath Bill Schmidt, and he's going to be the GM. That's not change. You weren't doing anything different. And that's part of I think, the problem. Like, I don't know what the Nuggets are going to do this offseason, Vic, and it kind of depends, I think, on how this series ends. Because you would imagine if the Nuggets find a way to win the next 2 or 3 games, Adelman's probably the coach next year. But the GM is going to be something entirely different from what Calvin Booth was. So that's all I'm getting at. Like, they are so historically bad, you would be a fool to try anything similar to what you've been doing.
You just compared. I want you guys to think about something. The Denver Nuggets fired a GM and a coach who both recently won NBA championships with 3 games to play on the way to a 50-win season, on the way to another successful playoff spot. They fired the top 2 people in their organizational chart. Now compare that to the moves the Rockies have made.
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding me?
Kidding me with what?
The difference?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course. The difference is ridiculous, Vic. But
in action? In like...
standards, really.
But here, what is the number one driving force behind the firing of Michael Malone and Calvin Booth from the ownership standpoint?
The team was not achieving where they thought it could achieve.
What's the ultimate goal?
To win an NBA championship.
I'm telling you right now, Vic, I don't think even in their wildest dreams anybody associated with the Colorado Rockies dreams of winning. I mean, you can dream about winning a World Series, but there is absolutely zero effort going to be put in to actually accomplish that.
Well, that's
because
why...
because number one, it seems completely unfeasible because you just can't compete money-wise with the big dollar teams when they've got 600 or they've got whatever it is, 1.7 deferred billion in LA. You can't be that. So what is the real goal of the ownership group? What do you really want to have? A team that spikes and wins, 87 games one year? And, I think that's
it.
Because that's about as good as it's going to get.
No, I think that's it.
Let's not kid ourselves about that.
You have a spike year, and you have a nice run in the postseason. You get lucky. Like, I think that has to be kind of what you're aiming for. Because you can't... You weren't doing the Dodgers thing. Now, just quickly going back to the Nuggets, that's why I said this to people who are arguing, like, it's disrespectful to fire Mike Malone at this point. And I guess I understand where they were coming from, but what they didn't understand was this wasn't just about next season and years after that. It was about now. Yeah. It was about winning this year, right now. They were like, I'm not done with this season yet.
Yes, and it was a message to the players on this roster. No one's safe.
Sure it was.
And they're still not safe. No one's safe. I was outside Ball Arena yesterday handing out flowers to mothers for Mother's Day.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, community service.
That's lame.
Did somebody buy them for you from Safeway again?
I mean, it's a nice gesture, but coming from you, there's an ulterior motive.
Yeah,
well, I had a lot of people that wanted those flowers.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And so I'm handing out these flowers, and I'm looking at I said to our producer, Scott Bay, I said, can you imagine how much this outpour of Nuggets love? Can you imagine this 10, 20 years ago? Could you imagine what we're seeing right now? Look at the masses descend upon this place, all with their Nuggets gear. Look at this. Look at what this team. And then I remembered back to the World Series in 2007 when it was the same with the Rockies. Oh, my God, what they built. And then the Broncos all the time. And then the Avs. That's what you aspire to be. You aspire to be that team where they come in droves to get a sense of we have a chance. And when's the last time you could say that about the Rockies?
Yeah.
When's the last time we have a chance?
2019?
A chance at what?
At anything.
I think 2019, right? Did they make the postseason that year?
Yeah,
Or 18?
18.
Yeah, that was it.
That's baseball, right?
There are just so many forces working against that possibility. Number one, baseball itself is broken, in my opinion. The Dodgers have the most wins in the bigs at 27. Shocker. Get the highest payroll and $1.5 billion deferred. It's just stupid. Number two, I don't know what the true motivation is. Did you see the crowds over the weekend?
I couldn't believe the amount of people. Not that were at the game on Saturday, that were at the game in like the 8th inning still.
Maybe it's just they can't leave the train wreck.
Yeah.
They're rubbernecking. Dude, it was 21-0. The Padres had 6 jacks. I don't know what else to say other than I think the ballpark is gorgeous. I love going to Coors Field. I love hanging out there. I do. I admit it. I do. It's fun. I love the game of baseball. I love looking. I mean, the best you can say is the field is perfect.
Mm-hmm. Can listen to us.
What else you want from me?
No, that's good.
Okay.
Can listen to us anywhere. Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Back to the Nuggets. Just a vibe check. How do we feel? Series tied 2-2. It's now a best of 3. What do you give as far as odds in your head for the Nuggets taking this series? Get to it next.
Westbrook has it on the high left side. 9 seconds left to go in Denver. Ball Arena crowd to its feet. There's the horn in Denver, and for the second time in this series, the Denver Nuggets take the lead. The Nuggets lead 2-1 in the best of 7. Final tonight from Denver, 113 to 104 in overtime.
It's not going to be easy, and we don't want it easy. We're a team that likes it gritty, and we can get it rough, and we can get it grimy. So that's what we're going to do.
Second free throw is up and in. 1 second left from Denver. Jokic from 75 feet is no good at the horn, and that'll do it in game number 4. The Nuggets score combined points of 26 in quarters number 1 and 4 and lose this thing at home 92-87. The best of 7 series is all square at 2 games apiece.
Just curious how we feel. I mean, I think if I was given a 2-2 series after 4 games against OKC, I would take it. But the fact that you had a real chance to take a 3-1 lead last night hurts. You can also look at it the other way, in which OKC has a real chance to also be up 3-1 in this series.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess or better, or have it be over. I mean,
I don't know. I think the OKC folks are looking at yesterday's game and saying it was a do-or-die game for them.
Oh, it had to be, yeah.
So, and my question about that game was, would the Nuggets show enough desperation and urgency to play hard? And they did. They did. Check that off the mark. They did. They played hard. They played with urgency. It's just that OKC did something that we normally don't see them do. They finished.
Yeah.
They finished. So now the urgency train goes back to the Nuggets. No team has won 2 in a row in this series. The season-long series is 4-4.
I'll say this again, by the way, because I really think it describes the Nuggets perfectly. If the Nuggets don't need to win, they won't. They just won't. They didn't need to win yesterday, and they didn't. And it's been that way for like every game throughout the playoffs this year. When they need one, they get one.
Yeah, but it looked different. Like game 2 in OKC where they didn't need to. They already took care. They got a split, and it was ugly. This one was ugly in a different way, but they were intent to win.
No, you're right about that, but it was ugly. Ugly. Like as ugly. This is, when like a big LeBron fan tries to make the argument for Jordan not being the best, they'll pull up a game from 1982 that looked a lot like yesterday and be like, see, these guys couldn't even make shots. That's what it looked like, though. Like, this game was kind of born. This series has been born out of like a 1980s slugfest, get nothing easy, pull, elbow, everything, right? It's as physical of a series that I've seen in the NBA in a long time.
It's like we saw 3 different games in one game yesterday. The first quarter was, I don't know what sport that was. I don't know what sport you call 17-8 in the first quarter. Whatever that was. All right, whatever that was in the first quarter.
Go down to your local middle school on the weekend when they have a basketball tournament. Go watch those games, and I think you'll figure it out. That's what that game was.
Then in the second quarter, okay, things opened up. Yeah, they went to the locker room. What was it? What was the score? It was 42-35. They were down. Oh, I'm sorry, 42-36. They were down at the half by 6. Third quarter, shots started to fall, man. Shots started to fall. AG 3, Jamal Murray 3. Threes all over the place. They were 4 of 6 at one point from 3, and they were up after 3, 69-63. I'm like, okay. Everybody watching was like, they got this, right? They smell blood. They got this. And then the fourth quarter was back to where they were. Just can't make a shot. Can't make a shot. The game went, bam, 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 and the arrow kept pointing up and down.
Yep.
What's my temperature? You want to take my temperature?
Yeah, what's your temp?
Want to take my temp?
What's your temp?
I feel...
Does anybody go under the tongue with the temp anymore, by the way, or do we all have the forehead?
Yeah, I don't trust the forehead thing, man.
I don't either.
Well, hold on.
You are or are not?
Yeah, I like the tongue.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the tongue is accurate.
No
It's a good
problem
one.
with the tongue, but I don't even know if I have one of those anymore. When the lady
Full
does
question at Brett Kane Radio. You a tongue guy with the temperature or not?
let's say you're at the doctor and a nurse gives you the brrrt, right, one of those guys.
Yeah.
I trust her. But when I try to do it to myself
Don't
at home,
trust myself. No.
I don't trust. I'm like, I feel hot. There's no way my temperature's
Do I
normal.
swipe? Do I just hold it in one spot? How do
Right.
I do this?
Do I put it in my armpit? Anyway.
Oh, the armpit. That's old school.
Anyway. This is not going to sound good, but I feel fine. What's my temperature, Vic, of this series? I'm fine. Fine. I would like to have held. I would like to have held on yesterday. Obviously, I think the Nuggets win the series. If they win yesterday, I'm fine. You won one in their building. They won one in your building. Okay. And again, we'll see OKC. They rose to the occasion in that fourth quarter, partly because the Nuggets couldn't make shots anymore. But do they have that closeout ability? That's the question. When it really, really matters for the young Thunder, do they have the ability to close out a series?
They gained a great degree of confidence by doing what they did.
I'm sure they did.
Because that question mark was going to remain, and it was going to linger for quite some time. But yesterday, they figured it out.
Watching the Nuggets not execute, I actually heard, I think Russillo said this on a podcast. He goes, the Nuggets are the best I've ever seen at executing in the clutch. And he goes, they don't always do it, but when they don't, you're shocked. And that's kind of how I felt yesterday. And I think a big part of that is because what's the bread and butter during crunch time? It's Jokic and Murray two-man game. Well, if Jokic is 21 of 60 in his last 60 shots, it kind of takes a little sting out of that two-man game because it's really, you pick your poison on who's going to beat you, right? Mm-hmm. But if Jokic isn't doing the high-end efficiency stuff, it does hurt. It hurts in those moments.
At the end of the day, our temperature doesn't matter. What matters is the temperature in the room. And I can tell you, Jamal Murray's fine. He's fine. He's been here before.
He says,
guys, it's not a funeral.
Can you lean on the confidence that you've been there, done that, you've won there? I mean,
It's best out of three. It's not a funeral, guys. It's best out of three. We lost the game. On to the next.
Have you ever asked Jamal just how are you? Just to see how he responds to that?
I don't know what to ask him anymore.
I think if you asked him, hey, how are you? He would turn it into, Vic is
Why do you care?
Vic is
Why do you care how I am?
Right. Yeah, one of those.
You don't really care. You don't really care, so why are you asking
You look great today.
That's
Are
a
you
statement.
patronizing me?
That's a statement.
That is
That's
also
not
a
even a
statement,
question.
Okay.
Hey,
and that's how we would say it. He did it to Ernie. He would say, I don't know if that was a question or not, but.
Meanwhile, Aaron Gordon, listen to Aaron Gordon. I mean, and AG has been phenomenal in these playoffs, but play the whole thing from AG because he talks a little bit about the state of mind, where their confidence level is, and what he thinks about the schedule the NBA's laid out for the Nuggets in this series.
It's not going to be easy, and we don't want it easy. We're a team that likes it gritty, and we can get it rough, and we can get it grimy. So that's what we're going to do.
how do you explain the first quarter and the lack of scoring for both teams? Is that a product of the quick turnaround, the quick schedule?
Absolutely. You have a 8:30 game that goes into overtime, and then you have a 1 p.m. game, and 36 hours turnaround, playing the highest level of basketball that you can possibly play. But it's part of it, That's something that we got to get through.
Vic, I want to go back to your key on Friday. Key for that particular game, or really any game. And I completely agreed with you. The interesting part is the Nuggets were out-rebounded by OKC 54-49 on Friday and still won the game in OT. Last night they were rebounded, or yesterday they were out-rebounded 55-49, and they lost that game. What are we looking at here for Game 5?
Their guards are rebounding really well. Their guards are really coming down. You know what that's a product of, too? The reason why they're getting more rebounds, they're getting some offensive boards. Every time somebody gets it on the post, namely Joker, they drop people, right? And they're already in the area. They're already there. I don't know what the Nuggets do any different besides going out of their way to hit the offensive glass, but Rebound was not the reason the Nuggets lost yesterday. It wasn't. That wasn't the reason.
By the way, real quick to your temperature thing,
Mm-hmm.
people are advising that there's a better way to get a more accurate read.
Bend over and I'll show you.
But here's what I'm telling you. Then be inaccurate.
Yeah.
I don't care. We're not going that direction. Just a lot of people have chimed in with that. And they're using the proper terminology.
Okay.
They're using medical terminology, and I'm not doing it. But
Going
thanks.
back to it, do you know what? I think I know why I have this. There's an uneasiness. It's not that I'm panicking or scared or anything. Again,
Well, Brett, it's
series
because
is fine.
we know that they're not the better team.
Well, yes. But I have entered Nuggets games for about the last 5-6 years, knowing that I'm going to get a couple things. And I'm not getting that now. Like, I always knew that Joker was going to be something, 9 of 15 from the floor, 26 points. Like, his numbers, he's averaging 26.5, 15, and 5 or something in this series. It's, first of all, the 5 is the thing that sticks out most, right? Through 4 games of a series, he's averaging 5 assists a game. That is not close to what his normal number is. But you're given, and this is why I've tried to remind myself throughout the course of this regular season and over the past couple of years, stop acting like what he's doing every night is a normal thing that you get all the time. Because the given is Jokic plays efficient basketball, and that's not a given right now in this series.
That's
because
our
OKC,
given, though, Brett. That's all we've known for a long time.
But
that's our normal.
To OKC's credit, they are taking that one thing that we've always had away. Where it's not that he's playing poorly, but they're really forcing the issue for the, quote, others on the team. And some nights, like Friday, others step up. You get, was it 5 guys that scored at least 20 points in that game on Friday? Like, that was great. But then you can have a night like yesterday where you just aren't getting the help that you're used to seeing. I don't know. But it's just that the security blanket of Joker's going to be good. Who else is going to? Joker's still good, but they are selling out to make it as difficult as possible on him.
Here's the difference in the game yesterday. And again, I told you, it's early fourth quarter. It was that run they made. So the Nuggets are up by 8. They're up 8 at 11:15 left in the fourth quarter, left in the game. Peyton Watson just scored. Hartenstein cuts it with a dunk and an and one. Aaron Gordon comes back, makes the jumper. They're up 7. But here's where the game changed. 7-point lead now with 10:40 to play. What do these players all have in common as I read you this? Here's how OKC took the lead for good. Cason Wallace, 3. Aaron Wiggins, 3. Cason Wallace, 3. Now they're up by 2. Caruso, free throw.
It's easy to see.
Now they're up by 4.
Off the bench and the bench players that are fresh and active. Yes.
Fresh.
Yes.
Those players in that run, a 14-2 Oklahoma City run, and even Dagno said it himself after the game, that game was won because of their rotation, because they're deep. They are the deepest team in the NBA. There's a reason they won 68 games, and yesterday the depth proved worthy. That's the game.
Pretty much. It's not, look, it's something that we knew heading into the series, though. And a lot of people are saying that's why they're concerned, is it felt like the Nuggets are starting to wear down where OKC is not. They're just not going to, because they can do that. I would say it's a fair concern to have.
If the Nuggets lose the bench points 35-8, which they did yesterday, the starters have to be so good. And what's crazy, if you look at the Nuggets starters, overall, they outplayed the OKC starters. They did. They outscored them. They outplayed them. Yeah. But once they went to the bench, game over.
The pretty amazing thing is even like while missing shots, Porter's 1 of 7 from the floor, and he's a plus 15. Because when the starters were all together, they were keeping it at least within striking distance. I kept looking at the scoreboard. I was blown away. You guys had to be thinking the same thing as me. You score 8 points, and it's not even a double-digit deficit that you're at.
Yeah.
At halftime, with scoring 36 and shooting that poorly. I think they were 4 of 28, like midway through the second.
If you recall,
they're down 6 points at half.
But if you recall, to start out the second quarter, I think a free throw was made, and then Hartenstein with a big thunder dunk, Vic. Or maybe he's...
Yeah, that Hartenstein and Chet lob thing.
Yeah.
That got annoying.
It was the big old... By the way, how do you say Isaiah's last name, Vic? Just say it for me.
Stein.
Hartenstein.
Stein.
With a sh?
Very, very German.
With a sh.
Hartenstein.
Stein. Why can't we just go Stein?
Steinbrüller.
Why do we have to push this in here like this? I don't like this doing this right here. Stein. I don't like that. Okay, anyway.
You know who loves pronouncing that name?
Marlowe.
You know what I like watching in the NBA? That Hartenstein.
Okay. He's not doing it correctly. He's doing it because that's just the way he talks.
Correct.
But
How was the national broadcast, by the way? I didn't watch it, obviously.
Don't even get me. Don't even get me started, Vic, because I don't have anything good to say and I don't want to get into it. But here's the point. Once he dunked, I'm like, golly. Yeah. Once he dunked, I'm like, golly, this is going to get away quickly. But you know what? It didn't. It didn't. The Nuggets recovered. They recovered.
Well, they said something. It actually pissed me off. They said, really great defense from Caruso, and they show the replay going to break. And Caruso, Vic, is you ever done that dance where a guy keeps his hands behind his back, you put your arms through, and you kind of like pretend you got his arms, right? That was Caruso playing defense on Joker. He was just both hands underneath the pits, going like this. And they're like, what great defense. I go, I guess if they're allowing that defense to be played.
There should be fouls all over the place. He's basically physically, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for.
Assaulting,
yes. I was going to say something else, but yes. So what? I mean, if they allow it, then you got to play with it, and you got to go just beat it. That's it. That's it.
Can listen again.
And by the way, Vic, Caruso's head. It's really bothering me as this series goes on.
Big topic
his
with
head.
the people I was watching the game with yesterday. They didn't like Caruso's face.
I don't like his head
Big
or his
topic.
face. So you can praise him all you want. He's great off the bench, and I wish we had him. That's great. I don't like to look at his head or face.
For me, it's Dagno's face.
Dagno's bothersome.
Yeah, they don't show his
Really
face as much though.
Look, a lot more to get to here. We'll do it in a couple of minutes. Keep in mind, Ian Eagle is going to join us tomorrow, as he'll be back on the call. We all love Ian around here. So he'll join us tomorrow in the 8 o'clock hour. Stick around. Hey, I know he said this before, like we're over it and stuff like that, and then Miko just continues to score and stuff. Did you see Naz Kadri? What he said during the Dallas game?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Moj.
What are your thoughts
on
Naz Kadri piling on?
What do you say?
Got to keep the dogs. What he said.
Naz Kadri
is he
said,
including
you gotta keep the dogs.
Is he including himself in the dogness?
100%.
Yes.
Okay. That was a that was a boastful sort of like, should have kept me instead of
Val,
that other guy.
Right?
Mm-hmm. 100%.
You know what? Naz, with respect, you ain't done jack since you left here, okay? So how about you relax over there? How about you chill? Everybody wants to take their little, like...
So everybody chill.
Victory lap?
Yeah, and I don't get why. It's like, the Avs were good to you. You were good for the Avs. You wanted money, so you left.
Yeah, they made him money.
What's the deal here? The Avs, by the way, like refurbished your reputation, for the record. You were seen as like a choker when you were playing in Canada and a guy who's a dirty player. You came to the Avs and they changed the entire perspective of you as a player. So how about you chill?
The Avs gave Naz the biggest facelift I can remember.
Yeah.
Reputation lift. And, okay, if you want to play that way.
Remember the narrative, Moj? His first year here when he got suspended. And all those people in Canada said, told you. Guy chokes and he can't handle himself in the postseason. They changed his reputation
I recall
into being somebody who's a top-paid player at his position, and he's going to take shots now. It's like, shut up.
I followed Naz since the day he came into the league. I mean, always really good. In fact, he was one of Don Cherry's favorite players back in the day.
It doesn't seem to me, by the way, that the Avs have some sort of reputation of mistreating their players either.
No. And it's not necessarily even about the money that he got per year at $7 million per, and I don't blame him for seeking that. He got the term. He got 7 years. You almost have to be, it's almost a dereliction of duty to give a guy north of 30 7 years at 7 per.
Yeah.
Because in hockey, bodies break down, man. They break down. Now, some guys are special. I'll get to the Sidney Crosby situation momentarily. But it's about the term, not necessarily even the total bread per year. He sought $49 million. He got $49 million, and good for him. Congratulations, man. It was great to have you. Can't do that, but thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Got to keep the dogs. What, at $14 million a year, dog? Because ain't nobody in the league paying $14 million a year. And he found out real friggin' quick. Is he kicking ass? You bet he's kicking ass. Yeah. He's on a heater right now.
And good for him.
Good for him. Great. But you're not. I'm not going to rewrite history here in order to fit your narrative. I'm not going to do it.
You know what? That's it, though, Moj. That's it. You nailed it. It's like everybody wants to rewrite kind of how things went down, and I'm kind of tired of that. Go ahead, Vic. Sorry.
It would be like Bruce Brown tweeting, "You got to keep your dogs."
I was just going to say that. Like, why can't you just be Bruce? Bruce comes here, he wins the title, he loves Denver, he knew they couldn't pay him, he leaves to go get money, and he still loves Denver. Why can't it just be like that? You got what you wanted out of this.
Because Naz is taking it personally that they chose Val over him.
Well, you know what? Val was maybe the best player in the postseason when they won the championship.
What?
I still to this day,
and again, Naz was
this day think that Val should have won the Conn Smythe over McCarr.
Maybe Naz was broken, understood, and he couldn't play as much as Val did. Maybe he would have been a Conn Smythe contender as well. Nichushkin was that good, and we know what's happened subsequently. Okay, I understand, but at that time, that's the correct decision to make.
Hey, Moj, we haven't talked about this. Had the Avs struck a deal with Mikko, and let's say they met halfway and gotten the number that he eventually said he would have taken, how would this team look going forward with the up in salary cap? Where would they be? Who would they not be able to have on this roster?
It wouldn't look exactly like Toronto, but it'd be very top heavy. Let me explain. Nate makes 12.6. Okay? You have another guy who would be making 12.
Yep.
The best defenseman on planet Earth is going to be due another contract.
Yep.
Hey, Vic, let me throw it back to you, Vic. What is Cale Makar worth per year? What is he worth per season, and for how long? Everything forever?
Yeah.
I mean,
he wants $14 million. I give him $14 million.
Yeah, I'm just curious to know what the roster looks like.
That's 26. So that's 30. That's almost 40 mil for 3 guys. And your cap's going up. Don't get me wrong, but you start to see where that comes into play. That's all.
Well, then you got to have a second line center though, Moser. Then you got to pay.
Well, then you couldn't. Yeah, then you.
Well, no. Then you got to pay Lehkonen, and then you got to pay Taves, and then you get no. You got to find a goalie that's worth the money. You can't go to the bargain bin. It's like people don't think about this stuff.
Look, I'm not going to rewrite history. What's done is done. Dallas is playing well. What he's doing right now is an ultimate heater. He's kicking major butt. Good for him. Good for him.
I'm just I don't get it. Get what people are doing. Got to keep the dogs. Okay, no, it's cool. Where are the dogs that you got right now?
No, Calgary ain't got no dogs.
That's my point. Is he a dog?
They got a couple guys I really like.
Is he a dog?
I like Rasmus Anderson in the back end. Pretty dang good. I like that guy.
I don't get it. Like dunking on the Avs for what? They made your life better. They made you a champion, Christ's sake.
And put you in a position to get $49 million.
Yeah. Just sick of it. Anyway. Did want to mention this. The NFL does a really good job in this subject. They always crush it. The opening game of the season is always a really, really good matchup between two teams. So because Philly won the Super Bowl, they're opening up, right? And they had options. They could have chosen, the Commanders if they wanted to go in division for that first game. They could have gone Detroit. They got Detroit at home this year. They could have gone Chicago, who I think would have been really interesting. They had options. The NFL chose Eagles-Cowboys for the first game? Really? Eagles-Cowboys? Dallas is going to get dog-walked in that game.
This is...
You never know.
I don't know. The Cowboys, for God knows what reason, the Cowboys are still the biggest draw in football. They are.
But they aren't. I don't buy that.
Let me ask you this. Why?
No, I don't buy it. I don't think people care. I don't think people tune in and watch the Cowboys because of the Cowboys.
I think you're overrating that. See, I think you're speaking as if you're Stephen A. Smith and First Take and ESPN. I think most of the country has no interest in the Dallas Cowboys. What is there? What interest is there? What?
Which team sells the most merch? Which team has the fan base?
But that doesn't mean the same thing. That doesn't mean the same thing. I'm talking about if the game is on. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example right now. If there's a random Chargers, give me an opponent. Chargers-Bengals game or Cowboys-Philly game. Which one you watch?
I would rather watch the Chargers than the Eagles, yes. Okay. But I think that I don't want to call myself a more sophisticated fan, and I want to see the better football. I know what the Cowboys have been in recent memory. I know the story behind it.
Don't fall prey to what the national media wants you to think. That's, I think, what you're doing.
Then why are they on opening night? Because Jerry Jones and his team are going to bring a ton of eyeballs. Maybe anybody would. Hey, maybe the Carolina Panthers would bring a ton of eyeballs because it's the opening game of the season. Maybe. Looking at the star, that blue star and that silver helmet, it means something. It
Not
does.
to me.
Well, fine. I don't like the Dallas Cowboys. I couldn't give a rat's less.
I think if they made that. Look, I don't know if the ratings are going to change all that much because everybody's going to watch the opening game because it's the opening game. But you can't tell me if it was Eagles-Commanders, you wouldn't be way more in on it. Can't tell me. If it was Jaden Daniels in that opening game as opposed to Dak Prescott and the Cowboys.
Oh, I'd be all over it.
Yeah.
Because I love that kid.
Schedule release is Wednesday. I'll get that schedule Wednesday morning.
I was going to say, when do you got the scoops?
The Broncos.
How do you hold on a second? How do you have people to be able to get it ahead of time? How?
Barbershop.
Huh?
So the people at your barbershop, you're talking about Mark Stone.
Yeah, barbershop.
Mark Stone gets it.
The Broncos are rumored to be playing one of the London games. That is all but certain in October 12th.
Right.
Do they know, would that be a home or away game for them?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I doubt it'd be a home game. The Broncos are not going to be inclined to give up a home game.
Well, I don't think they have a choice, though.
Yeah, but if they had that choice, I don't think they would.
Weren't they just in London?
The Broncos?
No.
No, I guess they weren't. No, why do we have Lucy on?
My sweet Lucy.
No, my friend. Remember we had her on live from England? From London?
Why did we do that?
Who was playing there?
I don't know.
The Nuggets played the Pacers there.
No, it wasn't that.
Anyway.
I think the Broncos played in London during the Russell Wilson regime, and that was one of the few games they won that season. I remember they were.
That's right. Yeah. That was the Hackett year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was their only win of the season that wasn't on American soil or something. Like they hadn't won up to that point. It was something pretty bad.
So I was correct.
You were correct.
That was Halloween weekend.
I've forgotten everything about that season. It's the Broncos' fault.
Are the Broncos expected to have this game in London or Germany? Because Germany has a game or two.
Oh.
Do they have to pay a tariff for this?
Talk to your barber. I have no idea.
I thought this was part of the tariff agreements where they don't get NFL games.
Wait, no, they just worked it out.
You guys,
everything just got worked out over the weekend.
40% tariff and no NFL games.
Figure it out.
Oh, jeez.
High knees on the plane for Russ.
Yeah,
that's right.
Don't you remember?
That's what that game
I was right.
was.
Yes. I've tried to forget all of that as well.
Dude, I'm not kidding. That season has been memory hold. I don't remember anything.
Weren't they there just a couple years ago and you're like this? You're like, no, I don't recall. I'm like, why do we had Lucy on because the Broncos were coming to London, and was she excited? Were people excited in London and blah, blah, blah?
Think about how bad your season has to be to where you forget that they played a game in London, and this was a couple years ago.
And she said that my accent was what? I think she used the S word on air, I think. And she said yours was actually pretty good.
Yeah, of course it was.
Yeah, if you try to speak in an English accent to somebody in England,
dude, I cannot believe how many members of the Broncos organization were at that game yesterday. Coach Payton, George Payton, marketing folks. I saw several players there. It was outrageous how many people showed up to watch that game.
Well, then I blame them. Tell them to never come back because I want to have a shot.
I was talking to Payton a little bit, Sean Payton, because he was seated right there in the front next to the Nuggets bench, and I was right between the bench and him. And I said, we were talking about the schedule, and he said that's a major disadvantage to the Nuggets, the older team. They had a 7-game series. He's right on the money on that observation. I also said, which of these players would you love as a football player? And he pointed to Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
And I think I asked George, Lou Dort. Would Lou Dort where would you play Lou Dort on a football field?
Stocky, bro. Stocky.
Then again, if you kept falling, it wouldn't do you much good. You know what? You know what?
People give him grief for that.
Yeah.
He does exactly what KCP did.
Yeah, I know. You're exactly right.
You work through a screen. If you can't get around it, you fall and hope for an offensive foul.
Hey, tell me if this is sacrilege to say this. Tell me if this is hypocritical, dumb. Tell me if I'm dumb.
You're dumb.
Yes.
I think Jamal Murray should flop more.
He doesn't like to.
I'm going to repeat myself.
Okay, well, hang on to it. Hang on to it. You think Jamal Murray should flop more? We'll ask the people.
Not that I like it, but
by the way, maybe we'll get to it another time. What Coach Payton said about R.J. Harvey was also interesting.
Yes, we'll get to it a little bit later. But should Jamal Murray flop more? 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Went back to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic last week, had my blood drawn, everything came back good. Everything's right where it should be in terms of my low testosterone being boosted up. Maybe they could do that for you as well. Guys in their early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of the testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, oh, man, I don't feel the same. Do yourself a favor. Go to their website. It's real easy, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Figure out if maybe that's what you're dealing with if you're not feeling like you used to feel. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. It's only $99. Includes the consult and the PSA test if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day if you need it. The appointment is absolutely free, so what do you have to lose here? Get better gains in the gym, higher energy levels, sleeping better. You wake up feeling refreshed, more productive at work, no more brain fog. All of that can be great, and maybe even your sex drive gets elevated as well. You need that back. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men have gotten treatment, and they like it. There's no need to wait. So call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with a screaming solo. That's pretty rad. We're all good teammates, are we not?
Like to think so.
Am I a good teammate for you?
Most times.
Nelly? Yeah, I'm a good.
Cool, Carl.
Okay.
Who told you that?
So we got to pick up our teammate when he's struggling, and right now Vic is steady struggling. A couple things. Number one, Vic, you need to get better. Can you hear me? You need to get.
Did you just nod?
You need to get better sources because apparently Dov Kleiman an hour ago said the Broncos will be at the Jets at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on October 12th, right?
What are you talking about? I said they're going to be playing in London.
Yeah, I know,
That's what
but
said.
we've got the date. We've got the whole 9 yards. There's 3 games. Number 2, you were what time you take off today?
Noon.
Promise me you're going to go straight to the hotel and straight to bed.
Well, right after the show.
Because right now you started out like gangbusters, dude. You came out, you were punching and you're weaving and dodging and whatnot, and you were fired up, and now you're right now you're catatonic.
As soon as this show ends, I've already packed. I'm going straight to the dentist because I think I have a root canal issue in my back right molar, and I can't live another day with it.
You're kidding.
Oh,
those are
the
horrible.
pain is. It's pain.
You ever had a root canal, Brett?
No.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. It ain't fun, bro. One time I broke a tooth in half on a piece of frozen Snicker bar. Memorial Day weekend. Saturday night. I'm eating those little square Snickers that was in the freezer. Broke my molar in half. Horrific. So you got to find an emergency dentist on a Saturday night, Memorial Day weekend? And then he's probably unqualified, but he's drilling your face?
Mose, you
Not
know that
fun.
ache where all you could do, like I found myself yesterday just like putting my finger in between the teeth, just pushing as hard as I could, hoping to prop. I was trying to pull my tooth out.
Yeah, trying to prop it up so the pain goes away. Yeah,
I was trying to actually pull the tooth out with my hands.
Imagine being like in 1792, and like the dentist has he's got some leeches in a jar, and he's got a stick, and he's like, "All right, let's roll." Bam! Got a mallet. Imagine that.
Anyway,
is that pain worse than missing 2 or going 2 of 28 to start a basketball game?
It's about the same. When I make these comments, I make them in. I'm not trying to be glib, not trying to be facetious, not trying to be a jerk. I just wonder, because the way this game is being officiated and the way the postseason is so physical, and I really admire Jamal Murray for never being a flopper. He plays the game the right way, the ethical way. He does. He plays an ethical brand of basketball. But I wonder in this series where they're beating the hell out of him on the perimeter, Lou Dort is, in his sink the entire game. Caruso the entire game. I wonder if it pays to do one of those SGA moves every once in a while. Just to fall flat on your back.
But that's not him, dude.
I know it's not him. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Does SGA flop?
Of course.
Does Nikola Jokic flop?
Of course.
When Jamal Murray's coming around to pick in the corner and he's got somebody right in his shorts, would it be gratuitous or would it be a little wise for him to flop?
You mean to go flying across the floor? Don't you think officials in this league, no matter who
I don't know.
Don't you think they understand that Jamal Murray doesn't play that type of game?
There's a very simple thing, though.
If he starts skidding on the floor a lot, dude, I think they're going to think something's up.
Why do people flop?
Because they get the calls.
Because it works.
Yeah.
They flop because it works. Now, here's the thing, Vic. Would it help him? Yeah. But I'm with Moj. He's just not built that way. He's not gonna.
I understand, but when the extended defense does not allow you. So what the Nuggets are trying to do, they're trying to get picks set, and they're extending AG out there, they're extending Christian Brown out there, and what that does, because you have to bring your offense out there, it takes longer to get into your offense now. It just takes longer. I just think the Nuggets have to play fire with fire. Their guard flops all the time. Lou Dort flops, and he's a defender.
Well, if there's somebody, let's be honest, the people you want flopping are your guards, not your big men, because the guards will get that. The big men, it doesn't even work half the time. I mean, Jokic does it, but it doesn't work. I mean, it works sometimes. I don't know. It feels like it's just a useless exercise because Jamal Murray's never going to. No, I just don't think he's ever going to do it.
You mentioned KCP. KCP was a master of coming around to pick.
Yeah.
being real tight. And what would he do to get a call?
Dude, if he actually lost, if he couldn't get through it, he would fall.
He would fall. And
it
more
worked.
often than not, he got the whistle.
Why don't you ask him that tomorrow morning?
Sure, that'll go over well.
Well, it seems to be the MO to have him have a good game is for you to ask something stupid.
Actually, you know what? I will ask him that. That's not a bad question. That's actually, there should be, if I ask him that question, is that insulting?
No, I think it's more of a,
maybe
Vic,
phrase it
it's
this way.
not. It's actually a compliment, but he will take it as an insult because you are speaking to Jamal and he hates you.
He doesn't hate me.
Oh,
He
it's a
doesn't
running
like-
gag. It's the running gag, Vic.
He doesn't like you. Doesn't mean he hates you. No, Vic, put it this way. Paraphrase it or phrase it like this. You're not the kind of guy who would try to game the system at all. However, when you're seeing other guys, when you're seeing other guys, especially in the other team, other guards game
Does it make you wanna?
game the system, do you think about changing your style a little bit?
Here's exactly how I'm going to ask it. I'm going to ask this question. That's actually, hey, your Canadian comrade, SGA, has a knack of pulling his neck back, flopping at times. Do you think you should be able to do some of that as well?
I hate you. Goodbye.
Or would you be willing to do some of that?
I think it's a
I think
reasonable
it's a decent question. Yeah.
What do you think his answer would be?
His answer is going to be no. I don't play that game.
Yeah, I think he's going to say that.
I don't need to fake things in order to be successful and win.
The fact that we're having this conversation, what does that say about NBA officiating and what the NBA product is? When I have to lean on theater to win a game. Think about what we just talked about for the last 5 minutes. Make believe. We just talked about wrestling for the last 5 minutes. Make believe.
Can I ask you
And
guys-
it actually has a huge role in the outcome of a game. Think about that.
Well, especially when you're struggling to make shots. And we said this at the beginning. It's it's not simple, but the idea of it is simple. What OKC has done, because they are an elite defensive team. Vic, you give me the last defensive team that's built like OKC. What's the last one you remember? Because they
Detroit
are just
Pistons?
but it's a while ago, right?
Yeah.
They're really good. And they've decided two things. Joker is getting nothing. Like absolutely zero. If he does get a shot off, it's going to hurt. And they've decided that Jamal Murray is not getting a clean look. Everybody else is kind of open. Like, whatever you guys want to do, you do. But these two are not going to get a clean look all game.
I just find it really intriguing that there are 3 Canadians on the court at the same time. Jamal, Lou Dort, and SGA. The Oklahoma Canadians flop. And they do it openly and willingly. I got to get our Canadian to start flopping.
Yep. Represent your country, for crying out loud.
Flop like that Maple Leaf flag of yours.
Oh, jeez. All right. If you, I don't think it's going to happen, Vic, but if you would like to try to encourage it, I'm all for it. You know, Brett, you raised a good point because specifically yesterday as I was in between my curse words, on every single possession, especially, I would say, midway through the third quarter, all the way through the end of the game. Every possession, I mean, everybody cleared out. They don't want to be around me. They don't want to see. Fine. But
Dude,
I specifically watched Vic. I
Moj.
specifically watched OKC D up on the perimeter, though.
Mm-hmm.
They are so
They're so
aggressive.
But I want you
and
to
they're
watch.
so good all the way.
I want you to watch the way Dort guards Jamal.
Yeah.
Just watch it. He slides, and as he's sliding, he's acting as if he's just like, he is physically pushing onto Jamal's body every single time. Every single time. That's going to wear you out, number one. Number two, I just think a good fall would take care of a lot of that.
When you feel the contact, help yourself.
A good fall. I'm the last person to promote flopping. I think it's the bane of sports, and it happens in every sport. By the way, before you NHL people say NBA's got too much flopping, look at your own sport, because we saw it in the Stars Ave series. That's number one. I am not promoting flopping. I am promoting eye for an eye. If they do it, you got to do it.
By the way, This was Jamal after the game.
Can you lean on the confidence that you've been there, done that, you've won there? I mean,
It's best out of 3. It's not a funeral, guys. It's best out of 3. You lost the game. On to the next.
This is one good thing about the Nuggets. They are so unbothered with losing a single game, right?
We're way more bothered than
Yes.
they are.
Way more bothered.
They're like, whatever. There's potentially 3 games left. We feel good.
I love that demeanor out of Jamal Murray. I watched Aaron Gordon speak yesterday, Vic, and he made me feel so much better. He made me feel ashamed for the foul language that I had during the course of that game. Now, maybe some of it was justified and warranted, but he made me at ease. He calmed me as to say, okay, hey, we like it this way.
Yeah.
We're all good. We're all good. The experience factor is a factor. And the knowledge that you've been in a lot of difficult situations as a unit, as a team, and your ability to play your way out of it also makes me feel better. I just know that OKC is good. And I watch them defend. They extend you, once you get it across midcourt, they extend you all the way to the line.
Well,
I mean, they're remarkably aggressive and they're remarkably resilient.
Just kind of like, go ahead, Vic.
Do you know the flopping call in the NBA, by the way? What it is? No,
I don't know.
It's this. It's this. One hand.
Elephant
It's
trunk.
this.
Like an elephant trunk.
Exactly.
Okay?
So I saw yesterday, I saw Alex Caruso do that when he alleged that Joker flopped. Do you remember where Caruso, when they went to the review and they gave Caruso the foul and Caruso started doing that?
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like saying, oh my God, of all the teams, the entire NBA with this flopping thing, what a complete joke this is. When's the last time we've seen that enforced?
I don't think I've seen that. I don't remember seeing it this
Maybe
entire
twice
season.
during the regular season.
I don't
during the
remember it.
Nuggets?
Yeah, I don't remember
Twice?
it. Yeah.
All right. So if they're not going to enforce this, do it. Teach it. Teach it. I'll teach it. I'll go to Nuggets practice tomorrow. I'll teach it.
Or shoot 34% as opposed to 31.
Or stay with me here.
No.
Stay with me.
Stop.
Stay with me. Make some wide open threes and don't airball them.
Yeah.
If you want more room between you and the basket, and they're too much in your kitchen sink, flop.
Or
SGA does it.
Hear me out. Or make an open three.
Was that
Make
foul?
some free throws.
When SGA went to the bucket and they called the foul, and he had the end one, the foul on Joker. You guys got an angle on national television. I saw it right in front of me. Was that a foul?
I didn't think it was a foul.
Which one again?
The one where he fell.
They
threw
gave,
the ball
but okay. I didn't think it was really a foul, Vic, with the and one.
Mm-hmm.
But if it is a foul, how in the hell was Joker's not an and one?
But I'm asking specifically
It
about
was
the
a call on the
SGA shot.
floor.
Was that a foul?
I don't think it was.
So did he sell it as a foul?
Yes.
How did he sell it as a foul?
By falling this way.
Okay.
By falling to his left.
Nuggets, start falling.
Is that
or
hear me out.
Just hear me out. This idea. Make a shot.
I like
Or
the
that.
falling's easier.
I disagree. Wide open. Make a shot. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Listen, real talk. I'm not even sure if AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric, I'm not sure if they do this, but the plumbing portion of that title, I think it applies. I turned on my sprinklers yesterday, like many people in Denver have done with the warm weather. And much to my chagrin, the worst case scenario unfolded. It started leaking everywhere from the main pipe. I don't know what you call that thing. Some pipe coming out of the damn house. A pipe, okay? I'm hoping I can call AAA service, and I'm confident that if I do call, they'll get here within hours, not days, because they have a guaranteed arrival window. No guessing, no waiting all day. If you've got an issue, whether it be HVAC, electrical, or plumbing, call them today. Schedule an appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
All right, here we move on. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. I almost wanted to get the keys for tomorrow night's game today, but I'll let Vic stew on that for a while, do the show from Oklahoma City tomorrow morning before the game. Now, I know where Vic is right now. He's probably doing some business. I wonder if they still stay in that haunted hotel. I'm not sure that they do. I don't think they do anymore.
You know what I'm curious about? The news coming out this morning from Shams that Giannis is like open to leaving Milwaukee now.
Kind of weird. What does he have left on his contract?
I don't know, but that's not going to matter for somebody.
I'm
They'll
not
figure
sure.
it out.
I'm not sure that that's weird. It's just that should it? I mean, you think he should stay?
Giannis, I can cut choo-choo.
I just don't.
I mean,
want
what
him,
does that mean?
I don't know. I just don't want him to go to a giant market and you ruin another small market by one of the best players on the planet leaving. That would stink.
Well, there was a report in that if he does leave, I remember one name to look out for was San Antonio.
You got to be kidding.
But
wait, Wemby and Giannis and Fox and all those guys? Come on, man.
But what's your guys' feelings towards this? Giannis, he's been with the Bucks since he was drafted. He's been there, I think, 12 years now. Is it 12? Has it been that long? Now that the team, look, if they keep Giannis, you can't rebuild, but you need to redo what that roster is. Because Dame's out next year because he's got the Achilles. I don't know what their fix is. And how do you feel about superstar? He's been there for 12 years, won him a championship, seems to be everything you want for a leader of an organization, and
his brother.
Nearing the end of his career, at least the end of his prime, he wants out. What do you think about that?
Well, let's see.
Is this like in the KD category? Is this in the Harden category? Is this something different? Like, what is it?
He's 30 years old. He's won a championship. He's been an MVP. I mean, what is the most important thing to him right now? It can't be money, because he'll get paid.
No, he wants to win.
Yeah, he'll get paid wherever he goes as much as he wants. The question is, how badly does he want to win? Because he's probably not going to do it there. Not with Kuzmas and guys like that around him. No offense to those guys, but I just don't think they have enough horsepower to get through the East.
I'm just saying, what category is he in?
See, the problem with Milwaukee is the same problem with most of these mid-market teams. They cannot rejuvenate themselves as quickly as, say, the Lakers can. Right?
Yeah.
You just can't.
Well, I mean, they did get Dame. That feels like a very Lakers thing to do, doesn't it?
They did. It's funny when people compare Joker to Giannis. Giannis has been spoiled with riches compared to Joker. I mean, Giannis has played with how many All-Stars?
Yeah.
Plenty.
How many All-Stars have been on his teammates?
Middleton's long gone, but yeah, he's had some there for sure.
So do not make that compare and contrast without it specifying. They went out of their way, and sometimes going out of your way doesn't work. That's the thing I'm getting to.
You need to reset, by the way. Reset. Thanks.
What?
Appreciate it. He's lagging behind.
I thought he was fine.
I'm perfectly fine. I'm right here. My mouth is moving, and I'm talking. Nothing's changing.
Okay.
The only thing lagging behind is your brain at this very moment.
I'm confused.
Shut him off. Shut me off. I just thought that Giannis was going to be in the same the category I know Joker's in. Kind of like Dirk. The Mavs were bad for a while. Dirk hung around and got a championship late in his career. At the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Just find that one odd.
Take a look at what I just tweeted, because my headline on the tweet was Nuggets guards need to flop more. I hate it, but it's woven into the fabric of the NBA. And this is what I'm talking about. One of the great guards in the game today, and the very reason why Indiana's up 3-1 over Cleveland. Talk about a choke job. Cleveland Cavaliers, best record in the East. Nice. You're down 3-1. And you got just roughhoused. Take a look at that. Tell me what you think of what Tyrese Halliburton did on that particular play. And tell me why every guard in the NBA shouldn't take a class in that.
Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, that's just. But it's so distasteful to watch guys do that, though.
Here's what you're asking, Vic.
It's not right. I mean, I don't want to advocate for that kind of play. I want to advocate for better officiating. I want to fix what's broken, not add to the brokenness of it.
I want to win.
You're going to have a hard time convincing me I need to be like a punk B.
Well, I want to win. I want to win. And if this is how you win, by acting,
I would.
Then take acting classes.
I don't think I'd do it.
I'll teach them.
I don't think I'd do it.
I would. If I'm on your team and it means winning the game, I'll act. I'll do it. No shame in winning. I'd rather act, flop, and win than do it ethically and lose.
But I don't think that they have to.
Well, what do you mean?
You don't have to do that to win. You need to make shots. That's all I'm saying. Make shots.
I think the reaction you're going to get, Vic, and I've been looking at some of the responses so far, I think the overall reaction that you're going to get is going to be one of, no, I don't like it. I don't want to. Nobody wants that in the game. Nobody wants to see it in the sport. And you're advocating for more of it only because the league simply won't stand up to their own values and won't do. They made it a point. How many years ago was it where they actually said, all right, enough flopping?
I don't care what you say. I don't care what
foul.
anybody says. I don't care. Until the NBA addresses it properly, I am all about acting school. If you're not going to fix it, I'll fix it. And I'll fix it by acting. I don't care. Oh, well, no, that's not honorable. The NBA should instruct its refs to call it. Well, they're not. Lou Dort is literally hanging on to Jamal Murray every time he turns a corner. Literally. Grabbing him with two arms. Literally. Fall down. Fall down.
I don't know what else to tell you. I disagree.
Okay.
I think there's much.
Or, hear me out.
I think the or is a better option.
I know you don't want to hear that. Hey, as we move on here, and again, we've hashed a lot of things today, mostly the Nuggets, a little bit of the Rockies, right? Mm-hmm. How do you guys feel about milestones? Do you like to recognize milestones and past things and that sort of thing? And
depending on what they are,
remember the greatness of it? You like that?
I feel like you're going to give me a milestone that I don't much care about right now.
Vic, imagine your life 20 years ago and where it is now, right?
Already checked out because I have a feeling this story.
Yeah, you're going to hate it. Brett's going to love it.
I don't know if I will.
Today, May the 12th, 2025 is the 20-year anniversary of one of the greatest known things of all time.
Okay.
I think it's a pretty good plan. We should be able to pull it off this time. What do you think, Abdul? Can you give me a number crunch real quick?
I'm coming up with 32.33, repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Oh, that's a lot better than we usually do.
All right, thumbs up.
Ready, guys?
Let's do this. Leroy Dragons!
Oh my God, he just ran in.
I do love the video.
I know.
I will turn this into something that we can use on the air now instead of just oddly being shoehorned into the show.
Thank you.
I wouldn't mind Jamal going Leroy Jenkins in Game 5. And I think it's going to be necessary.
That's why I brought it up.
Oh my God, he just ran in.
I would love to see that too. And again, he has these games in him. That's the point. That's what I'm getting at. He's got that sort of attack mentality. And his calmness with you, Vic, yesterday, even though he got a little bit surly, but his calmness, hey, it's 3 games, let's go. Hey, it's 3 games. That tells me that Jamal Murray is ready for a Leroy Jenkins moment.
Surly Jamal is my favorite Jamal. I don't care if he gets surly. I'm not out to be his best friend. I'm there to ask questions. If he doesn't like him and he gets mad and scores 43, great. Go do it. Surly Jamal's the best Jamal. But I would prefer he adds another element to his surliness, and that is acting. Flop a little bit.
Okay, we get it. Here's the thing, though. With Jamal, when he has these moments, I'll tell you what. I'm going to play these side by side if you guys missed it. So this was after the game. It's now a 2-2 series. Vic talking to Jamal.
Can you lean on the confidence that you've been there, done that, you've won there? I mean,
It's best out of 3. It's not a funeral, guys. It's best out of 3. You lost the game. On to the next.
If you just rewind the clock a couple of weeks ago, they were faced with the same situation. 2-2 series. Even heading into Game 5 against the Clippers. Vic asked him the question again.
You've been down in series before. People have doubted you before. You've gone through
It's
this.
2-2.
I know, but I'm just saying, before that game, how much has that experience helped you?
So it was 1-0.
When it was 2-1, though, you had to come back.
It was also 1-0.
I know, but how much has it helped you knowing that you've been down this road?
It's 2-2. It's best out of 3, and I'm excited to play off basketball.
So let's recap this here for a second.
The only difference is home court. That's it. But it's the same exact situation.
Yes. Home court's different. But Jamal, I think, is representative of the team in this sense. They've been down this road so many times. They've had these close series so many times. They are unfazed by this being 2-2. They're probably like, good. All right, so we just got to take 2 or 3? Fine. We can do that. Like, I think they're actually calm about this. They seem so unbothered by losing that game yesterday. Didn't affect them at all. Some teams, they can get a little bit panicky afterwards. God, I still remember, was it which finals did Cleveland win over the Warriors? Was it 18? 2018, I think?
Somewhere right around there, yeah.
And if you remember in that series, Draymond gets suspended. It's starting to like tilt over towards the Cavs' favor, right? And they're talking to Steph Curry, and they're like, hey, do you feel any sort of panic? And his answer, he literally went like this. He goes, no. It's like, well, that tone tells me you are a little bit panicked because I don't know what. Jamal is like, just stop. I don't care. It's best of 3 now. Get out of my face. We're fine. That attitude is something that I think the Nuggets are really, it's what they thrive in. They thrive in this sort of stuff.
I don't disagree. Got to win now.
Well,
you know what?
When the
What's
Nuggets,
funny is tomorrow's
when the
not even
Nuggets
a must
have
win.
to win.
Tomorrow's not even a must win. It's not.
Right.
It's not. In fact, I mean, if I told you, don't you fully expect this to go 7 the hard way?
So what? Yeah, the hard way.
Full 7.
Full 7 the hard way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I do. I said it. Dude, when this series, when the Nuggets were up 2-1, I was like, this got 7 written all over it.
So let me get this straight. You're preferring Brett Kane to go to Oklahoma City today, lose tomorrow.
Oh, I don't know if they will or not.
So that they can have their backs against the wall at home on Thursday.
That's not the intention here. Clearly, it's not the intention. But it's probability that that's exactly what happens.
I'll tell you this right now. If the Nuggets win tomorrow, I think they lose Game 6. And if the Nuggets lose tomorrow, I guarantee they win Game 6.
You're just echoing what I said at the very beginning of the show. Had the Nuggets won yesterday and they're up 3-1, yeah, a lot of people would be like, oh, I'd still be anxious.
No, I think that they win the series if they go up 3-1.
I'd still be anxious.
I didn't think they would go up 3-1 because they didn't have to.
If I had told you after dismissing the LA Clippers in 7 that the next series against OKC, you are guaranteed a 7th game, would you have taken it?
Of course.
Yeah.
Brett, would you have taken it? Nuggets fans, listening to me right now, you don't know what happened yesterday. If I guaranteed you a 7th game, would you have taken it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, let's go.
Here, let me go back.
That's where it's headed.
Let me go back for a second to my theory. First words that exited my mouth when this show started. If the Nuggets don't have to win, they don't. But if they have to, and let's look at the games in which they had to. The last 3 games of the regular season, they had to win those games, didn't they?
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean, to avoid a play-in, like you had to win.
Okay.
They're down 2-1 to the LA Clippers. Felt like you had to win that next game, right? Had to.
I think they thought they had to.
Now it's 2-2.
They thought they had to.
Then it was Game 6. Or I'm sorry, Game 7. It's a 3-3 series. Obviously, you have to win that game. They did. They win Game 1 against Oklahoma City. Game 2, didn't have to win that game.
Well, you got blown out. Yeah.
When they have to win games, they do it. If they don't, it's just like they're kind of like whatever. It's that attitude that Jamal had.
It's kind of interesting in the regards that, yeah, if it's in our own best interest to play hard and to win and really bear down, then we'll do it. Yeah, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's almost like if we feel we need it, we'll do it.
Right.
But if we don't feel we need it, we won't do it.
It's just there's a when intensities are matched, they just play really well. I don't know. And this doesn't apply, obviously, to last year. Last year, they had to win Game 7 against Minnesota, and they didn't. But Vic is still on the flopping thing.
I am. I'm just trying to think about, like, how would you... So you're coming around the pick, coming around... Just do more of that. Much more of that is necessary.
I don't even know who I'm talking to right now.
This is
a different human being.
I have no idea. I don't know what happened.
It's materialized in my brain. It's right there. I've got the model.
Do you still stay in that haunted hotel?
I have no idea what hotel we're in.
Okay. I'll
It's
ask
the
Cos.
Skirvin Hotel is the haunted one in OKC.
I know that all
don't
the teams
believe
used to stay
in-
there.
I don't believe in witchcraft and your zodiacs.
What is wrong? Something is up with you, though.
I know. I don't know what it is.
Something is up with you.
I got a tooth that needs to come out right now, yesterday.
Why didn't your tooth just flop?
There's a flop out of your mouth. Oh, God, here comes. Get like an everlasting gobstopper, throw it in there, see if it flops around then.
Oh!
All right.
Hey, Vic, look, I know you're in pain. I'm sorry to make fun of you, but you're just weird today.
You are.
You started out good. I mean, but you got super weird as your tooth started to ache more.
What's weird about what I said? I mean, I'm speaking fact.
What's weird is that it's not you.
What do you mean?
Because I could have a clone of Vic Lombardi sitting in my seat that would be arguing with Vic Lombardi about Vic Lombardi's point about flopping.
No, I've crossed to the other side. I've resigned. I used to be like you. I used to be like, no, play the proper way.
Hey,
let those other fools do it.
At
But the proper way.
6:30 this morning, he was like us.
Yeah, but the proper way isn't rewarded enough in the NBA. The proper way is not rewarded because they don't have the pieces in place to enforce it. Flopping is part of the game. It's a fabric of the game. And those who flop best, the best Hollywood actors in the game, benefit most. So if I'm coaching the Nuggets, I hire an acting coach on the side to sell it. You got to learn how to sell it. It's part of the game.
Reminder to you guys, Ian Eagle calling the game tomorrow will join us at 8:20, so stay tuned for that. I love Ian. The last time we talked to Ian Eagle, we infiltrated the broadcast, remember? He's coming back from break at the Broncos game. He said, American sports announcer, Ian Eagle talking to you.
Absolutely loved it.
So maybe we'll try that again tomorrow, too. 303-504-0925. Fast check your next.
Went back to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic last week. Had my blood drawn. Everything came back good. Everything's right where it should be in terms of my low testosterone being boosted up. Maybe they could do that for you as well. Guys in their early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of the testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, oh, man. I don't feel the same. Do yourself a favor. Go to their website. It's real easy, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low-T quiz, 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Figure out if maybe that's what you're dealing with if you're not feeling like you used to feel. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. It's only $99. Includes the consult and the PSA test if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day if you need it. The appointment is absolutely free, so what do you have to lose here? Get better gains in the gym, higher energy levels, sleeping better. You wake up feeling refreshed, more productive at work, no more brain fog. All of that can be great, and maybe even your sex drive gets elevated as well. You need that back. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men have gotten treatment, and they like it. There's no need to wait. So call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Jamal, bag it up.
Leroy.
Yeah, flop it up.
Jenkins.
I do love this song.
Hey, what I want to know is this. How is it that, like, a song comes out like this, right?
Yeah.
And then how does every girl at a wedding immediately know how to do the dance, and they all do it? And how does that happen?
I don't know.
Practice.
No, but it's like the song comes out, and the next day, the whole wedding, all the girls at the wedding.
Is it TikTok? Is it because TikTok things come out?
No, because that was before TikTok. People wobbled for years, dude. That was pre-TikTok. Wobbling's been going on for a couple of decades of that specific rendition.
How do people know this? Like, the cha-cha slide's easy. It tells you what to do in the song.
Right. It tells you.
Slide to the left. Crisscross. Like, it tells you all this stuff.
Hey, somebody on...
Come on, baby, do the twist.
Somebody on Twitch brought this up. How come SGA, how come they didn't review that possible flagrant when he cut out Christian Brown's legs on the way to the rim?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Good question. Don't know.
They said it was a basketball play.
Look, I'm not... Yeah, I know what they say it was. The last thing in the world I want to do is get involved in officiating discussion.
You have to.
I don't have the stomach for it, Vic. I'm sorry, man. I don't.
What's the term they use in hockey when somebody flops?
Embellishment.
Okay. True or false? Embellishment is woven into the NBA game.
True.
True or false? They haven't fixed it.
True.
True or false? Sometimes those who embellish more gain from that.
True.
So
and you know what, Vic? And it's an absolute shame is what it is.
Fine. You may not like it. We all think it's unethical. We all hate it. I agree. But I'm not too proud. See, you guys are being proud. I'm not. Do it. Let's go. Acting school. Let's go. Tonight. Tomorrow night. Let's go to work. Everybody. All 8 in the rotation.
Hey, do you want to just go get that tooth taken care of? I mean, why don't you just bail? All right.
Can I?
100%.
You guys might, seriously, I will shut down operations right now.
100%.
If that's going to stop you from telling me I think they should flop more again for the 80th time this hour, please.
Can I shut down all operations and get out of here? And go get my tooth removed.
Go ahead.
By the way, Brett and I are going to play a little golf today.
I don't care.
Okay.
You know what? Beat it. Get out of here, nerd.
All right, here's what I'm going to do.
Nerd.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out of this chair. I'm going to get my tooth fixed and then fly to Oklahoma City.
If you were in this studio right now, I could fix it for you right now. Just throw it right in your kisser.
100%.
And the next time you see me with I don't know what they're going to do to this sucker. Hopefully, I will be in a better mood. Is that fair?
Well, it can't get much worse.
Yeah, I hope.
Whatever you say.
And here's what I'm hoping for you two today if you're going to play golf. Where you guys playing?
Murphy.
Okay, here's what I'm hoping. You double the first 3 holes each. See you later. Bye.
All right, just shut him off. He's gone.
And what do you mean, no, we're not?
We're playing Heritage.
You swing, I know you swing.
We're playing Heritage. That's right, Heritage. That's right.
Anyway, he's gone. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
He listen.
By the way, here's how it's going to go tomorrow.
Right.
Tomorrow the show's going to open up. If Moser wins and he takes his crown again, because last time we played I beat him, you're going to know immediately. If Moser doesn't say anything when the show starts, because I'm not going to mention it because nobody cares, then you'll know I won. That's how it's going to go. So just a precursor for tomorrow morning when the show opens. Anyway.
Right. You're probably right about that. Yeah.
You know what I want to talk about here? Can I talk about how I think Jamal should flop more for a second? No.
I just find it distasteful. Sorry.
I want to take this back to the beginning, okay? Bleep happens. You had a really bad night. There's a multitude of factors. I think the scheduling didn't help. I think your lack of depth doesn't help. But bottom line is...
But isn't that But stop right there, Brett. I do not disagree with you. I find you very compelling in that argument that bleep happens. But is that not, and even though it's true, it's an absolute fact. Do you not find that to be the most unsatisfying explanation in all of sports?
Yeah, but look, if they aren't that bad of a shooting team, here's what I'd like to see.
Well, I said it after the Avs, hey, man, and Joe Sakic said it, hey, sometimes things just don't go your way. That is so unsatisfying to hear, but it's the absolute truth.
Yeah.
Because the unpredictable nature of sports forces that to be a truth.
You just feel like one got away from you.
Yes.
That's it. One got away, and it did. You had a chance to go up 3-1. Now, as I make that argument, I will also tell you OKC has the exact same argument the opposite way. This series is 2-2. They probably feel like it should be 3-1 or a sweep.
Sure.
That's how they feel. So, what the Nuggets have for an advantage is they have the ability to close games more often than not. They didn't close yesterday because they couldn't make a shot. What I hope to see heading into Game 5 is not going to be easy, but I would like Jokic to get the ball deeper. When they get the ball to him, have him already deeper in the paint, because here's what happens. He gets it near the three-point line. He then backs his way because it's usually a smaller guy that's on him.
It's usually a smaller dude will pick him up basically at the free throw line, or even above the free throw line.
He backs his way to the block, but by the time he gets there, there's already people converging on him. Then he has to kick out, and then you're looking for Christian, Russell Westbrook, AG, whoever, to knock down a shot. And they didn't. Now, here's what's funny. They employed the exact same strategy in Game 3, and you did knock down shots, and you did end up winning the game. So, I think the problem becomes this. You know early in the game, Moj, whether they're doing it or not. You know whether they're there to shoot or not, or they're going to make that
Sure.
night. If you get another game where you can't, you need Jamal, if nothing else, as difficult as it is with being guarded by Lou Dort, to just try and take over.
You're talking about the beginning of the game, and I could not agree more. First half of the first quarter, I feel like if the shots are going in, they're going to go in all game long.
Yep.
And if they're not, they're not going in at all, and you're going to have to change things. The great part about Joker in this series, you talk about the kickouts, they are smothering him so much when he gets into the paint.
Yeah.
That when he kicks it out, and watching Joker kick the ball out is one of my pure joys of life. When he kicks it out, that player that he kicks it to, it looks like he's in a different zip code.
Yeah.
Because there's literally no Thunder around him. And by the way, typically, no Thunder player runs out to that guy.
Yeah.
So you don't have to swing it around the perimeter. They're like, we got everybody down here in the hole, and you just do whatever you want to do. And if you make those, you drill them. If you don't, you make it exponentially more difficult on yourself.
Right. Just a quick reminder to you guys, if you missed it yesterday, the Rockies relieved Bud Black as a manager of the team. They also relieved Mike Redmond as bench coach. So they have promoted Clint Hurdle to the interim bench coach,
Correct.
and they have promoted Warren Schaefer as the interim manager.
Correct.
They're terrible.
How much
That's
difference?
baseball, right?
They had to do this.
How much difference will it make?
None. That's not about this year moving forward. At least I would pray to God it's not. Because they need something more than that. I was just surprised if they were going to go that route, then why not just go that route and do a total house cleaning? And so maybe that's coming later with the GM, Bill Schmidt. I don't know. But it would be very hard for you to convince me that Bud Black is, in your eyes, solely responsible for what's going on the field and not the architect of the actual roster. Very hard to convince me of that. Now, Rockies won yesterday, their 7th win of the year. So good for them. But I still think there's probably more to come, and maybe it's at the end of the season. But this had to happen. I thought it should happen a lot earlier, but here we are.
Well, again, if you want to get on Buddy Black, that's fine. To me, it's a sacrificial lamb situation only because the team is just not that good.
It's in between, though. Look, it's not.
It's not an 80-win ball club, but it's
not.
But
you're 6-33, man.
Sorry. It shouldn't be a 40-win ball club, but it's also not an 80-win ball club.
Yeah,
it should be somewhere. What was the over/under before the season began?
59.5.
It would be a miracle to get there right now. An absolute miracle.
That's what I'm talking about, though. I'm not saying Bud Black should have taken this team to the postseason. But back-to-back 100-loss seasons, along with a 6-33 start, deserves somebody losing their job.
Agreed.
That's all I'm getting at. And again, not even his fault. It's just, you're the man sitting in the chair when all the bad stuff's happening. What do you do? So, look, a lot more to break down with Game 5 tomorrow, as it's another day off with a game back on for the Nuggets. We got Ian Eagle join the show at 8:20 tomorrow morning, but a fact checker, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We've seen the news, the rumors swirling on Twitter that the Broncos will head to London to play the New York Football Jets on October 12th. That'll be week 6 of the season. And the last time that the Broncos played in London, it was a game that we had all wiped from our memory.
Yeah.
Sunday, October 30th, 2022, the infamous Russell Wilson high knees on the plane game. They beat the Jacksonville Jaguars 21-17. And get this, if you remember, they started that year 2-1 coming out of September. They lost 4 games in October. Then they won that game in London. Then they didn't win again until December 18th.
That's right.
So basically, between October 2nd and December 11th, they didn't win a single game on American soil.
Memories like the corners of my mind. By the way, the man who made fun of Russell Wilson for the high knees, who was that, Moj? Remember? Who made fun of Russell Wilson for high
Ravens
knees?
flock, let's fly.
Justin Tucker.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Does not have a job right now,
No.
and Russell Wilson still does. So, find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find them. Search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. You guys have a wonderful Tuesday.
Do you know how many people volunteered?
I'm sorry, Monday.
How many people volunteered to pull Vic's tooth for him?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah. There's one way you can do it.
And he deserves it.
Have a great Monday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Holmgren goes to the left hand. Dotted line jumper. No good. Rebound comes down to Porter. A bucket here. You will win this basketball game. Jokic has it across the timeline. He's got it out there by Hartenstein. Ball arena crowd to its feet. Jokic gets to the paint. Down low to Gordon. Jumper. Yes! That ought to do it. Denver leads it by 9 with 1 minute to go in game number 3. Aaron Gordon. Second free throw is up and in. 1 second left from Denver. Jokic from 75 feet is no good at the horn. And that'll do it in game number 4. The Nuggets score combined points of 26 in quarters number 1 and 4 and lose this thing at home 92-87. The best of 7 series is all square at 2 games apiece.
Did someone kick your dog this weekend? Did someone rain on your parade? Was it 47 degrees and sideways sleet coming at your face the whole weekend? Or did the Nuggets have a beautiful overtime win on Friday and then split with a 68-win regular season team on Sunday just because, well, you had a really bad shooting afternoon? Was it not a really positive weekend for Nuggets fans, Coach?
I feel very, very bad for the pets of our morning show and the pets of some of our friends here in the Denver metro area. They got kicked this morning. You should be petting. Good boy. That's a good boy. We had a great win on Friday night. That's a good boy. The series is 2-2. That's a good boy. Instead, we're abusing the animals. I agree, man. You would have begged to be in this position before this series started. Exactly a week ago, Raj, if you would have been 2-2 with a split at OKC and a split at home, would you have taken it?
Of course I take this. What did I say?
You thought this was going to be a sweep series.
What did I say during round 1 when both Denver and OKC were in? OKC was on the way to a 4-game sweep over Memphis, and Denver was battling their you-know-what's off in a 7-game series.
You said, wait till you see what gauntlet awaits the Nuggets if they can survive this Clipper series. And oh, by the way, I'm going to give all of you negative Nancys and negative Nellies. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Steve Nelson, negative Nelly. All of you.
Is it just because his name is Nelly?
I'm going to give you
He's
guys
like the most positive guy I know.
I'm going to give you all something to chew on this morning. You know what OKC has not been through in this series is a 3-game series.
A game 5.
They haven't been through
it's
a game 5.
Their first game 5.
There's going to be a game 6, hell or high water. And guess where it's going to be, buddy? It's going to be at Ball Arena. They haven't been through a game 6 either. And what do we keep saying? Within a game, take them into deep waters.
And this is
in
the
a
first
series
time,
too.
And this is the first time that OKC they've tread water.
You ready for my?
They finally did it.
You ready for my analysis of why OKC finally won in a game-ending situation? I think the Nuggets had too big of a lead in the fourth. They were up by 7, and I was watching. I was like, I don't like this lead right now. You either got to get this thing completely evaporated, or you got to be trailing and make them choke it, which is where you keep this game close.
You were trailing with 3 minutes to go, and
I'm talking about the entire.
I don't know why you would. I don't know why you would want to lead by fewer points. That's insane.
I'm saying, but the way that this series has gone, the Nuggets, when back is against the wall and they still got a shot, they play their best basketball, and the entire fourth quarter was bad. Raj, there's a football slogan that I use about how to appropriately win games. And the beautiful thing about pro basketball and college football is that you have 4 quarters. And so I always talk about this. There's 3 different aspects to winning a football game or winning a basketball game in the case of the Nuggets. Number 1, start fast. Did the Nuggets start fast in this contest?
It took them 4 minutes to have their first field goal, which was a dunk from Christian Brown, right? That was the first one.
So the answer is no. Did not start fast.
Sean Payton, you were standing for far too long at the beginning of that game. I
sorry,
apologize,
Sean.
Coach.
Sorry if your menisci were barking at you.
I have 2 middle fingers.
So you lost 17-8. So your start fast was 8 points. Not good. First quarter, not good. Now, the second part, some people call this the middle 8. the 4 minutes before halftime and also combined with the 4 minutes following halftime. But I would say that the second and third quarter, it's about accelerating in the middle. You accelerate in the middle. Denver Nuggets, check. Sure as heck did that. Second and third quarter ultimately end up winning both the second and third quarter by a combined 15 points. 15 points, you won the second and the third quarter. And then the third part of a game, to win it, finish strong. Didn't do that. You lost the fourth quarter 29-18.
You think it's because you got cushy, you got comfy?
I do.
I disagree.
This is a backs against the wall team, man.
I disagree with that.
This is a backs against the wall at all, like against all odds type of a basketball team.
The numbers are going to tell you something different. The numbers are going to tell you what we've always known about this team.
Now you're
games.
starting to act like the guy's kicking his dog.
No, I'm not being negative about this.
This is optimistic.
This is not negative. This is purely observational.
I only want the Nuggets to go into the fourth quarter and stay within a minus 12 differential. I want them to be trailing.
You want them to
I want them to be trailing.
It's insane that you want to be losing
I
a
only
basketball
like
game.
I only like when you're down by 12.
Listen to yourself.
Tell me it's not true. As you watch the game, you're like, I don't like this 7-point lead.
I'm trying to tell you why it's not true, and you're calling me negative when I'm just going to make an observation that we've all known. They lost the game because they don't have a bench. That is the reason why you lost in the fourth quarter.
Raj, nobody shot well. Nobody shot well. It wasn't just your bench. Your starting five didn't shoot well. And you know what? That's great news. Because we all know this. Is Nikola Jokic ever going to have this bad of a stretch of shooting and this bad of a stretch of being able to find the bottom of the net?
Oh, we'll get into him in a little bit. Hold on to that. We will get into Nikola Jokic.
Oh, that sounds like I was going to steal your
in just a little bit. So
stealing your thunder?
You're still throwing this away. The answer for the loss last night or last afternoon, and again, it was fine. Like, it feels bad because you wasted a really bad shooting night from OKC, right? That's the reason why this feels bad. So if I were to have split that 15-point differential in quarter 2 and quarter 3 that you just talked about, the one that you accelerate, if I split that quarter or that differential between the first quarter and the fourth quarter, and I give Denver 15 points in the first, and I give them 24 points in the fourth, rather than 28 and 33 in the second and the third. Do you feel better today? Because it's a little bit more consistent? Do you feel better because you didn't start cold and end cold? The reason why you lost the game is because the second half, and particularly the fourth quarter, OKC got contributions from their bench. Aaron Wiggins and Cason Wallace combined to go 3 for 3 from 3 in the fourth quarter. You got 25 points from your bench as OKC in the second half, and Denver got 5. Like, that's the difference.
Raj,
And
nobody scored in the fourth, though, dude. They were stuck at 73 points for 7 minutes in the fourth quarter because nobody was shooting.
But I'm also right. No one was shooting, but guess who was? The deeper team. The team that is the deepest in the entire NBA. That's the reason why Game 4 was lost. It's not because you got comfy. They couldn't shoot at the beginning of the game. Right? They had to come all the way. It's not because they got comfy.
They let their foot off the gas pedal at the end of the third quarter.
They were bad at the beginning of the game.
They let their foot off the
0-0.
gas pedal, man. They did.
You were trailing 17-8. It wasn't really helpful in the first quarter, man. The reason why you lost is not because you got up by 7. It's because you didn't get contributions, sure, from anyone, but you didn't get contributions from the fresh guys on what was essentially a back-to-back, right? This was a 2 games in 1.5 days. And yes, Oklahoma City has to deal with that.
And they looked like crap. They looked awful.
They did.
Their young athletes didn't look young and athletic.
But their bench.
Their first quarter was disgusting. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
You're overlooking
I hate Shai. I hate his game. I hate that guy's game.
Yeah,
I don't want to watch that guy play basketball anymore. Find a way to beat this team in 6. Get him. I don't want to see that guy on
that
my
little
TV
head
screen.
snap. You know what pissed me off was in the second quarter when Shai gets the and one on Joker and he snaps his head back and Joker barely touches him. Right? He gets a little bit low, throws his right shoulder into Joker's chest.
He's just running through the
and then throws it
lane. And the guy actually seeks out Joker's shoulder with his head.
And you can't really complain about the officiating.
I agree. I mean, you
have
didn't shoot
way
the basketball
more free
well
throw
enough.
attempts.
I agree. But I will say this,
OKC
man.
misses 6
but
from
when
the
you,
charity stripe and you miss 10.
But when you
can't
go
complain
back
about
to
the officiating.
But when you go back to back what should be called both and one plays,
right,
that's a problem.
That
and frankly, in a game that
Take
was
a tech,
decided
man.
it was decided by 5 points.
Take a tech.
Is that going to potentially have some form of a impact on the outcome of the basketball game? Maybe, because it's a momentum thing. But for them to call it and then the other come on, whichever brothers or sisters
Tony
or
brothers.
cousins, whatever their name is, I don't like this guy, and he comes in. No, that one over there, the Shea one. Yeah, that was an and one, but not this one. Not this one. Really? It was the perfect example of a continuation play.
I thought it was heady from Joker too to go, all right, let's see if I get this on the other side. Like he hunted out that play. I'm going to go see if I can go get the same exact call. But because he is way bigger than SGA is in terms of both height and his mass, he's not going to get the calls on the inside. We've seen it his entire career. We've seen it throughout the course of the series right now. I did think it was very heady for him to go, let's show you the discrepancy between what the guard is getting and what I'm getting as a 5. And hopefully the NBA goes and looks at that and goes, if we're going to give it to Shea, you have to give it to the other superstar. It's not like this is Zeke Naji complaining for this. This is a 3-time MVP. This is an NBA Finals MVP. Now, you're dealing with
who has
this.
lacerations all over his body.
He should get the calls. I say all of this, and I don't feel bad. My rewatch this morning, I rewatched it from like 8 a.m. on 2 times speed from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. this morning. I expected to be just as like let down this morning as I was yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening. After my rewatch, I was like, you were right there.
Yep.
You were right there until you have a possession with like a minute and a half to go that you get no points on. And it felt like OKC was hitting their threes at the end and you just simply weren't.
The ChatGPT summary of what
I'm
happened
okay
in
with
yesterday's basketball game is Nuggets, you make shots in the first and fourth quarter, you're up 3-1. Simple as that. And you had the opportunity to. Yes, is it disappointing? You bet it is. Because you would have loved to be up 3-1 in this series.
Right.
But
all losses feel like the end of the world, and all wins you're that much closer.
And
That's
you know what?
been
You're
my
right.
mantra all
You're
playoffs long.
exactly right. We even see it with our listeners after the Game 3 loss for the Nuggets. Oh, excuse me, Game 2 loss for the Nuggets. It felt like the world was coming to an end. Our show was like, I was like, God, texters are just, the season's over. Like, really? You split an OKC. Now, the one thing I will say, man, the Nuggets are really comfortable right now in this position. And you know what else was great about yesterday? As awful as they looked because their legs were heavy from playing 2 games in 1.5 days, guess what they got, Raj? They got an extra half day of rest after this contest. And they haven't gotten that for quite some time. An extra half day of rest. That's a beautiful thing for the Denver Nuggets going into Game 5.
I don't want to be silver lining guy, and I don't want to be like, hey, they've already won the postseason.
You know what? I do want to be silver lining guy. And if you're texting that you hate silver lining guy, you know what? Get some silver lining in your own life.
What I'm trying to say is I am not sitting here saying that this series has gone 5 games and will guarantee to go at least 6 back here in Denver. I'm not saying job well done. That's okay if you lose in 2 games. We'll see in the offseason.
You're splitting right now with the best team in the NBA, Raj.
Would you have taken this on Sunday, April 6th?
Yes.
Would you have taken this when on Monday during our show, the Nuggets canned their NBA championship head coach at the latest time in NBA history for a playoff-bound team? Would you have taken a 2-2 series split in round 2 against the 68-win Thunder? The answer is yes, and it's not for you, it's not for me, it's not for the fans. If I ask that question of the locker room in the organization, the overwhelming answer is yes. Now there's another question. Do the Denver Nuggets have a Cale Makar problem with Nikola Jokic? We'll get into it on the other side.
Nikola, obviously you're one of the most efficient players that we've seen play the game. What in your mind is kind of the root cause of your shooting struggles over these last few games, and what can you do to maybe generate better looks for yourself?
I mean, it's a little bit of everything. They're playing really good defense on me. They're really into my body, handsy, physical. And I think I missed like 2-3 open looks tonight. So it's a little bit of everything. They're shrinking the ball. They're shrinking the floor for me. They're having guy behind the defender. So it's a little bit of everything. So it's. I need to do a better job, of course, but it's part of the game.
Tell me that isn't Cale Makar. I know it's Nikola Jokic talking about a Game 4 loss at home, and again, it's all right. Positivity here on the morning sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emi. I am thrilled with where the Nuggets are right now. Absolutely thrilled. I don't think that the job is done. I think they can very much win this series. But tell me that isn't Cale Makar. And what we heard throughout the 7-game series against Dallas of they are physical, they're giving him no space. When he gets open looks, he just simply misses them or Ottinger makes the save. That's kind of what has happened with Nikola outside of game 1. And granted, Cale didn't have 42 and 20, right? Cale had the one game where he had an empty net goal that meant nothing and 2 assists, one of which came on another empty netter. He didn't have the one game performance because you have a game that the Joker won. Joker won you game 1. Cale never won a game in that series against Dallas, but it feels eerily similar. And I worry, because I said this before game 6 and game 7, Coach. If Cale doesn't show up and Cale doesn't score a goal in game 6 or game 7, you're going to lose this series. I feel the same way about Joker.
What is that benchmark for Nikola Jokic? Because it's not as simple as scoring a goal, obviously. Because if Nikola Jokic scored a goal, is what they used to call baskets or points. It was a goal. I made a goal. You ever talk to like a 90-year-old about basketball? How many goals did you have? What's the benchmark for you for Nikola Jokic to be able to at least touch in order to win, say, game 6?
This is statistically the worst 3-game stretch of his career. Coming off of, again, a wonderful performance in game 1. This stretch of 3 games with a minimum of 15 shot attempts per game. He has never shot below 40% from the floor in a 3-game stretch where he has shot more than 15 times in a game. He is at a 33% clip over the 3 games.
In games 3 and games 4, does it feel like Nikola Jokic has resigned himself to play perimeter, to not get really mucky near the rim?
Well, I don't know if he has the choice, right? Well, because of how OKC defends it.
And that's what I would say is feels different about the Nikola Jokic storyline than the Cale Makar storyline. I don't know if there was anything particularly schematically that Dallas was doing.
Oh, they picked him up high in the zone.
Okay.
There was, if Cale had the puck,
he still had space though, man.
Oh, I don't know if he had all that much space.
Maybe less than normal. Less than normal. If you're playing a Carolina Hurricane style of frenetic, speed skating hockey.
Now, it's not to say that like Cale didn't create space, and Joker is creating space.
He's not making his mid-range.
Right. And Cale was getting into spots where he was getting grade A scoring opportunities. He was just simply missing the net, or when he hit the net, Ottinger came up with a big-time save. Joker's finding his space. He's getting out there on the perimeter. He had a game where he went 0 of 10 from 3, and the other part
you won.
The other part, right? And you won. The other part of the conversation is we all thought Cale was hurt during the postseason run because of the tape that had always been on his wrist and hand. But we thought, is there a fracture there?
It also looked like there was some inflammation on those hands.
Not able to catch the puck a little bit. Right. I feel as though I am convinced that Joker is actually injured. Where Cale, and the organization told us this, Cale wasn't. Cale just simply had a horrible series. A bad series. Joker, I do think, is that dude's hurt.
You want to know
that elbow's a mess.
You want to know the really, really good news? If you're a Nuggets fan, as an Avs fan, you didn't have the secret weapon. As a Nuggets fan, you have the secret weapon for Nikola Jokic to be on the mend. It's pretty simple. It's his best friend, Jamal Murray.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
He's got him ready to go. Game 6, Game 7. The anti-inflammatory legacy series. Here we go.
If he doesn't turn it around and start shooting 45% from the floor, because again, he has to shoot more. He has to take more perimeter shots because of how OKC defends the Nuggets right now. And why would you change? There's no reason to change whatsoever if you're Dagno. Or how do you pronounce his Dagno?
Everybody calls him Dags.
Dags.
Yeah, Dagno.
Dagno. If you're Dagno, you change nothing right now with how you defend the paint. So, unfortunately, you are resigned to taking longer range mid shots and certainly more shots from the perimeter. And I just worry that I still think there was something going on with Kale's hand because he mishandled too many pucks. He missed too many nets where he just simply doesn't. He scored 30 goals in the regular season. He had 60 assists, and it just dried up. So I think there was maybe a little something there, but not enough for a hockey team, certainly Sakic or McFarland, to go, yeah, he was injured. I guess it's a little bit more of a hockey thing to like hide those injuries as much as possible. And I think in NBA circumstances with European players, they are more like hockey players where they go, I'm good. Like, I'll tell you at the end if I was injured, and if it was hard enough and painful enough, I will let you know what that injury was.
Raj, the smell test on this...
His shooting elbow's a mess.
The smell test on this Nikola Jokic 3-game stinker is very different than the smell test on Cale Makar in the Dallas Stars series. It never felt inevitable that Cale Makar was going to be back to being Cale Makar. I feel like
I did.
I didn't. There were no signs because really the tail end of the season was a little bit as such. It wasn't vintage Cale Makar down the stretch, and certainly in that series there weren't a lot of just flickers of hope where Nikola Jokic
had like 12 shot attempts in Game 5.
Nikola Jokic has already shown in this series with that same elbow condition that he is capable of scoring 42.
And right.
There is proof of concept.
I will always go back to that. Joker's already done it. Cale never did it. So I'll give you that. Do I agree that there were no signs of like Cale's eventually going to get there? No. I also believe that when you rely upon the greatest player at his position in the game, there is always that thought process of, oh, well, if he's in a slump, he's going to snap out of it the very next game. It's just a numbers game at that standpoint, right? That's kind of how I feel with Joker right now. That's how I felt with Cale during the middle of the series. I was like, well, he's had 4 or 5 bad games in a row. Eventually, he's going to break through. Eventually, the dam breaks. I do feel that way with Joker right now.
Does Nikola Jokic have a bit of an Isaiah Hartenstein problem? I think he's been pretty dang physical and pretty dang good. And I know they're playing drop coverage and giving Hartenstein help. And there's a lot of hands and swatting going on every time Nikola Jokic just fed the basketball in that high post and the elbow. It just seems like Isaiah Hartenstein has done he's the type of player you got to tip the cap to and how he's defended.
It feels as though this is a more effective version of what Minnesota tried to build around Gobert and Towns.
Twin Towers.
It's more effective. It's more athletic.
Use the bigger, more physical body. And then the rim protector is essentially so Karl Anthony Towns, like you're like, he can't defend Nikola Jokic straight up, but he is thick. He's got, a little bit more girthy.
He's Hartenstein.
Yeah. He's a bigger dude. And you just bring the rim protector off the help side.
Right. And he's a thinner version of Gobert, but he's also a way more dangerous running and ball handling and shooting version of Rudy Gobert.
Which is why it is so incredibly important in Game 6, because you can't allow Chet Holmgren to live in that rim protector space if you're hitting 3-point shots with either Aaron Gordon or Michael Porter Jr. If one of those two guys is hitting shots like you did in Game 3, where Michael Porter Jr. was 5 of 6, and this is not going to be talked about nearly enough today.
We do have to get into that because
Michael Porter Jr. was legendary.
He was
in the Game 3 performance. After you were ready to just S-can the guy and put him away, and we talked about it on Friday's show, Raj.
We did.
Give him 2 or 3 minutes before hey, we just got to move on. He's not going to be there for it. See what he does.
I was
wrong.
You
know what's even weird about game 4? You could look at he had a stinker of a game. Guy ends up having 3 points. He was 0 for 5 from behind 3, 1 for 7 total. And I keep going back to this really, really weird quirk. What was his net?
Wasn't he plus 15?
Plus 15. Jamal Murray's net was minus 12. in a 17-point performance. Nikola Jokic's net was +1. Michael Porter Jr. is doing things when he's on the floor that do help you. And if he can make 3 to 5 3-pointers in a game, you're winning the game because you're going to pull Chet Holmgren out. And we know that AG is going to continue to show up and do what he does. He's still 3 for 7 from behind the 3-point arc. Michael Porter Jr. is going to be the.
It looks a little bit better. It looks a little bit better because of the banked in 3 at the end for him.
I mean, it still counts, Raj.
Still counts.
I mean, did he call it? Are we going to debate whether he called it or not?
It was a garbage time 3. I know it brought you to within 1, but you wasted 10 seconds dribbling around the top of it. Like, I don't know. That felt like a touchdown down, 40 to 24.
He lost by 5. You got to keep playing basketball.
The game 3 performance, man, was awesome. Go back to that because I was wrong. You talked about how you wanted to see 6 players with 15 or more points, and you didn't quite get that, right? You did, however, get 4 players north of 20. I anticipated if you're going to win game 3, you have to get a big-time performance, a 30-point performance from either Jamal or Nikola Jokic. You didn't quite get there out of those guys, but it was a by-committee shooting night with Aaron Gordon going nuclear, hitting big-time shots.
4 dudes, 20 points or more.
MPJ, I just don't know what I'm getting from him from a scoring perspective game to game.
Yeah, we also don't know what apparatus is going to be draped over his shoulder either. But it's changed every single night.
And I can't sit here because I was wrong, obviously, going into game 3. I can't say, well, I can't expect him to put up an average of 12 or 15 in a game, right? Because every other game, it feels like he is red hot and then worthless and then red hot and then worthless.
But let's just be honest with ourselves. That's essentially the role that Michael Porter Jr. plays when he's healthy. And he's not even healthy. So there are going to be games like we have to be he is your 3rd max contract player. A lot of people argue that he shouldn't be there. I say that he's done things on this basketball team this year while being so banged up. Don't forget, it's not just the shoulder, which as a guy that's watched a lot of sports and mechanisms of injury, I hated the way that shoulder mechanism rolling over himself with the body on top of him looked against the Clippers, and now you're playing with that. Dude, it's the drop foot and having a bad drop foot replacement brace. That's been a problem throughout the course of the end of the season and into the postseason. And then he's also had back surgeries. This guy, frankly, shouldn't be on a basketball court. And what does he do in game 3? Man, he stood so tall that if you're a Denver Nuggets fan, you should be thinking right now, even after game 4's performance, that is a true Denver Nugget. And he did exactly what Mark Moser talks about when he left it all on the ice. That's what Michael Porter
all
Jr.
over the place.
It's Michael Porter Jr., man. The guy is playing through all kinds of stuff. And you know what? Basketball gods, karma, whatever you want to call it, it pays off when a guy like that lays it on the line for his team.
I can't complain
Pure
about
guts!
him. I can't. The fact that he is out there consistently playing with 20% of his left shoulder, I'm all about that guy. I am all about that player. I just don't know what I'm getting from him from a scoring perspective. So was I wrong going into game 3? 100%. Now, should I expect 15 points from game 6?
Yes.
Or sorry, game 5 rather?
Yeah. And he's going to get open shots. And you know what? Keep shooting him, Mike.
My other question.
Mike. Keep shooting, brother.
We have, and it's not just been us, but it's been all of our other shows. We brought up the point that Birdo made on Thursday.
Still waiting for it.
Are you still waiting for it?
Yep.
Are you sure game 3 wasn't it?
No, still waiting for it. The
Jamal Murray game.
The
Jamal Murray will win you a game every playoff series.
I think the team.
Are you certain?
The team won you game 3.
Are you certain that 27 points, 8 assists, 9 for 19 from the field, and being as clutch as possible in the 4th and overtime wasn't the Jamal Murray game that you were waiting for?
No. There's one out there that he himself single-handedly wins.
I think that's part of we are being a silver lining show today as compared to what felt like Kick Your Dog Monday with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Get off my lawn.
Those 2 silver linings.
Hey, clouds, you suck. Your clouds are ugly this morning.
Those 2 silver linings of Nikola Jokic has never gone through a 3-game stretch like this in his career, postseason or regular season, in terms of his efficiency, his percentage from the floor. He's never been this bad. Again, minimum 15 shot attempts, 3 straight games. He's shooting at 33%. He's never been below 40.
You know what?
Ever.
You want to know where he's at right now?
You
want to know where he's at?
What?
Rock bottom.
Could be rock bottom.
And when you're rock bottom, what do you need, Raj? You need help. And the good thing, man, I go back to it, is you got a pharmacist on your team that's going to help you out, man, with that elbow.
It's not just one thing that you're hoping for. And it did feel like when we were looking at the Avs in the Dallas series was, well, if Kale just figures it out, if Makar just figures it out, that's the one thing that can tip the series. The Nuggets have 2 things that can tip the series. You're waiting on Joker.
Kind of 3 with
what's the third?
MPJ. MPJ just guts on the line, and he has he's shown, even with this injury, he's got the ability to knock down 5 3-pointers.
I'll give you that. I think it's a distant third, but the 2 things that you can hold on to, the 2 ropes that you can grab onto as a Nugget fan right now is you're still waiting for the Jamal Murray
flurry.
This is mine.
35 to 45 points.
I dare you.
Yep.
And you're also waiting for Nikola Jokic to return to the form that he had in game 1.
To be him.
You have 2 ropes, whereas Avs fans had 1. And it didn't even feel like that thing was tethered to the boat.
Were you waiting a little bit for that Val Nichushkin postseason performance with the Avs?
Little bit.
That was one that I'd almost put the Val Nichushkin component as a Michael Porter Jr. 5 3-pointer night. Like, you're like, oh, yeah, that was pretty awesome. It's pretty good. Didn't expect that.
Oh, goodness. Listening to you guys talk about Makar is painful. He had a phenomenal series defensively. He did have a good defensive series, but I don't need defensemen to score 30 a year. I need him to stop hundreds.
It's not how the Avs are built, brother.
That's not how Cale Makar is built. Cale Makar's value is based both in being a phenomenal defender, which he is, statistically, analytically, an elite defender. But where his value comes from is being complete and being able to score between 20 and 30 a year.
Raj,
when he scores 0, man, you lose.
He is expected to give you a dynamic monster of a missile from right inside the blue line.
You know what
almost once every 2 nights.
You know what that feels like? That feels like I don't need my center to average 10, 11, 12 assists in a game. I don't need my center to be a guy who distributes on the basketball court. I need him to be a guy who scores big time in the paint and is really good defensively. If you remove the assist factor from Nikola Jokic's game, what is he? Is he a 3-time MVP? Is he the best player on planet Earth? The answer is very clearly no. So if you remove that from his game, something that makes him who he is.
The Magic Johnson of big humans.
The Nuggets aren't even here.
Right.
If you remove what makes Cale Makar, which is everything, but a very large piece of it is scoring goals. If you remove that, you lose. Complete players have to be complete. And I firmly believe that over the course of the next 3 games, Nikola Jokic will return to being a complete player. Chris Armas is next.
Hey, Colorado, spring is here, and you can feel those temperatures are going and getting nice and hot. So as the weather heats up, the sports action, it's heating up even more at Circus Sports Colorado. I opened up the Circus Sports Colorado app just now. The 2 NBA games tonight. The Celtics, who are trailing in the series 2-1, are 6.5-point road favorites, as are the T-Wolves, leading 2-1 in the series as road favorites, -5. Knicks, +205 in the money line, is home leaders of the series and Warriors trying to win to keep the series going plus 180. So open and download the Circa Sports Colorado app, because if you're looking for sports betting the way it should be, then you look no further than Circa Sports Colorado. With high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Make sure you download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. And a reminder, you must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Arango stays with the play, gets it back. Arango chips it over Stefan. The Rapids fall prey to the aggression from the San Jose Earthquakes. And Chicho Arango, who we mentioned 5 minutes ago, had been stymied, is stymied no more. And Chicho Arango back up to the top of the Golden Boot leaderboard, tied with Hugo Kuipers with 8.
Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas every single Monday here at 10:45 with the morning sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. Coach Armas, how are you this morning?
I'm good. Good, guys. Good to be on with you.
Tough loss against San Jose. It didn't really feel like you guys kind of ever had it in that game. I know Cole's not available to you, but it just felt like it wasn't the same performance that we're used to at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Well, yeah, listen, we're used to winning at home, but it's never a given. So when you don't bring your best stuff, it's always now becomes in the balance. You know, what's interesting in that game, it's 0-0. That team has been battering teams, 20 shots per game. We held them to 4 shots right before halftime. Like, so we're going to go into the locker room, 0-0, talk about a few things. Let's do a little more of this, a little bit less of that, and now push the game as we always do in the second half. And we gave up a goal right before halftime, which that one hurt. So it's you go into the locker room, you regroup, you do talk about a few things, and then we had a bit of a blunder on the second goal, which in this business, if you I always say what Coach Belichick always said, that most games are lost, not won. If you can't give away games against a Golden Boot leader, Chicho Arango. You can't just give away games, and I think that we let him off the hook that game.
So walk me through that halftime. You mentioned you were planning on going into halftime with positivity, and hey, you hold them to hardly any shot attempts. How did that change your approach with the team in the room? Was it still, hey, really good half, or was it good half that you guys just ruined in the last 2 minutes?
It didn't change, right? Like what the message, we had to add a little to the message. So imagine if it's 0-0, we're tweaking a few things and saying, because it wasn't a great first half. It was all right. We did a lot of the things we set out to do, but we had to kind of tighten the grips on a few things. But now managing a demoralized group. We've given up a bunch of goals before halftime. Even in DC a week ago, you score in the 43rd and you're down 2-1. You concede in the 46th and 48th. So now, instead of just a tactical adjustment, I'm now trying to control the energy and the mood and demoralized young team. So yeah, and then right before my assistant coach then talks a little bit about some of the attacking stuff, and then I'm like, oh guys, listen, 1 minute at a time, we're gonna blah blah blah, and it's go right back to a positive kind of optimism for the second half, because I know the group is a little bit down.
Coach, it's the game I was at last April 12th, and just actually right before that, the month of April, starting on April 5th. 6 opportunities to go out, and 1 win, 3 losses, and 2 draws, really from April 5th to May 10th. The start that this team was on, phenomenal. The good news is one more result now from being a top 5 team on the table. The last month and a half or so just hasn't looked like Rapids soccer as we know it. How do you turn the tides?
Well, look, I'm a realist. No one can tell me, not even you right now, to tell me that against Seattle 2 games ago at home, we're putting one of the better teams in our conference in a real game, and then we're 90 seconds away from beating Houston on the road. So for me, it's goals change games. Goals change games in our sport. It's not NBA where you can be down by 20 and then you're right back in it with a little bit of a run. In soccer, the hardest thing to do is score goals. And in all these games lately, we are, I think, hurting ourselves a bit, and we're experiencing how the effect of goals changing games. So for me, yeah, the performances have to be better, but more so defending our box a bit better, and scoring some more goals is going to change everything for us. So we have to stay the course. It's not going to be like this roller coaster. We experienced this highs and lows in this business, but we got to stick to the course. A lot of the stuff going on is actually all right. We just have to now take care of each box.
Moving on, Rocky Mountain Cup continues coming up on the 17th. Obviously, it's a big rivalry game against SLC, and you're wanting to get back into the win column. But there's other things that are happening both with your game and then directly after your game with the unified clubs. Can you walk us through what that day is about?
Well, it's amazing. A celebration of our club, our unified team, going for their third straight Rocky Mountain Cup. To do it back to back with us on the day it's just a special day to celebrate so much of what goes on with the Rapids and what we do. So yeah, Molly Underly is the head coach of our unified team. She's amazing. We have shared philosophies with soccer, of leadership. She does an amazing job with that group. They'll be there for us. We'll be there for them. Our fans will be there for both. It's just an amazing day. Lots of great energy in general, but then what's at stake is great too. Big competitive day for our club.
Just 2 days from the tilt at San Diego, expansion team, San Diego FC, and playing at Snapdragon Stadium. Have you played a game or coached a game there at Snapdragon? And what's the state of that pitch? Because anytime I watch a football game with San Diego State playing, it looks disturbingly bad.
I've not played there or coached there, so it'll be a first. They've been pretty good at home. They're a good team overall. We beat them in our building. It'll be a big task, but we're not going there to play it safe. We have the same mentality at home and on the road, but they're a good team. They're coming off another win that they won on the road recently in St. Louis. But they're a team that values possession, one of the best in the league. They score goals, and like we did at home, our plan is to use that against them.
Make sure you guys text the word unified into 303-504-0925. You guys can win a 4-pack of tickets to go and see the Rapids take on Salt Lake, the unified game right afterward. Like, you got to make sure that you find a way to get these tickets. Again, unified 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. Coach, just a couple of days looking to get back into the win column against San Diego. Best of luck, and we'll talk to you on Monday.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Coach.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas. Again, on Saturday, May 17th, the battle for the Rocky Mountain Cup gets even bigger. After the Rapids' first team game, fans can stick around for a second rivalry match as Rapids Unified takes on Real Salt Lake Unified. Every ticket includes a $5 donation to Special Olympics Colorado's, and fans who stick around for the Unified game will have a chance to win several exciting prizes like signed Rapids jerseys, flyaway experiences, sweet tickets, and so much more. Pack the park and bring some Rapids energy for our Unified athletes. Make sure you guys get your tickets now at coloradorapids.com. Again, text the word unified into 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you can win a family 4-pack of tickets to the very next Rapids home game. Get on it. Unified, 303-504-0925. This is the Morning Sprint.
Sean, there's some reporting about Dre Greenlaw and an injury. Is there anything you're willing?
Yeah, no, look, he's on schedule, and I saw the early reports, and you don't know how tempted I get sometimes, but I showed great restraint. He's doing well, and will be a full participant in training camp. All of that's doing great, but I refrain.
Sean Payton talking about Dre Greenlaw and the offseason injury that we were all panicking about for about 24 hours. I told you it was a good weekend. Nuggets split. It's now a 3-game series against OKC. That's a positive. The Rockies fired Bud Black. I don't know if it's going to change anything, but that's a positive.
Why you got to kick a man when he's down, man?
I don't think he's down. I don't think Bud Black is down. Do you want to have your name directly associated with what likely will be the worst team in Major League history?
Got friend of the program, Clint Hurdle, with all of his hurdleisms ready to motivate.
So he's now the new bench coach.
Bench coach, yes.
Different from manager.
He's not the manager,
new bench coach.
But he is the bench coach. He wanted to make it very clear that he was not gunning for the managerial job,
which makes no sense because Clint Hurdle, and I have to make this point. Clint Hurdle got the Rockies to the World Series and the Pirates to the playoffs multiple times in this quarter century. He got those two organizations to the playoffs and to the World Series. One dude. He's kind of the answer. There's also a lot of other changes that have to happen. Like Bill Schmidt probably needs to be on the hot seat. And
he also loves the morning sprint. Guy Hurdle.
I had a great time interviewing.
So fun.
The hurdleisms were awesome. So, yeah, it's a step in the right direction. It's kind of weird that, you don't fire him after a 21-0 drubbing, and then you win. You come back. You win, was it 9-3 or something like that? Yeah, 9-3 on Mother's Day. And then he gets the boot on Sunday.
What was the Mumford family waiting, for a long time to give Bud Black a chance to go out on a victory?
Oh, that's a good point.
Because
they were on a 6-game slide.
I know it sounds asinine, but you should have fired him after you got beat by a football score.
Again, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
He is the all-time winning manager in Rockies history.
Is.
So goes out on a high note. He gets his 7th win in 40 chances. All right, buddy. Will we see any form of interim manager bump with the Rockies?
No.
We absolutely will.
No.
Because winning 1 out of 5 contests will be a massive improvement for this interim brain trust between.
You're talking in terms of relative bump.
Relative.
Not an actual bump.
Relatively speaking.
If we're talking about relative bump, sure. If you can win 20% of your games, I guess. But yeah, that's now looking at it from Bud Black's standpoint, he's only responsible for 33 of the losses in what could be a 130 loss season.
Yeah, he's got a couple hundo in the last couple of years that he's responsible for too. You can't hide from that on your resume.
The other part of the positivity this weekend, again, Nuggets split. Rockies decide to move on from the manager. Step in the right direction. Beautiful weather. Football's back.
Oh, it's very back.
Rookie minicamp.
Sure was.
What did we learn from something that feels like you can't really get any information out of? What does a coach learn from minicamp? Actually, bring me through that.
Well, can I start with what I learned?
Of course.
I learned that, remember last year we all were just glazing Audric Estime's biceps when he first showed up in Broncos orange and blue? The 2025 rookie minicamp version of Audric Estime's biceps are RJ Harvey's quads, man. You want to talk about a quadzilla for the ages?
That's a big dude.
Dude, he has got some power in them quads. Very impressed with RJ Harvey's quads. You know what's good for Broncos fans? Those are the go muscles. There's a difference between show muscles and go muscles. Show muscles are biceps. As a running back, go muscles are posterior chain, your backside, your deuce, your derriere, your quads, your hammies. And RJ Harvey, man, for a guy that's had an ACL injury, that dude has rebuilt his quad strength because it is That dude's impressive. I actually really enjoyed listening to him get interviewed as well.
So I'm not as concerned over Harvey's ACL history because it feels so far in the rearview mirror.
Well,
right? That was a
always the issue-
2021 injury.
You know what's funny is that, yeah, it's 2021. So you're
That's a
four
long
years
time
in the
ago,
review.
dude.
He's had 2 years of incredible amounts of production for UCF. He was their offense. But I also think that you look at when you have ACL injuries, the number one stabilizing factor is quad strength going forward. It's always quad strength. It's actually how you get your return to play protocol. That young man has been working on those. I know some of it's giftedness. He's just naturally born that way. But if you've ever seen somebody who has a torn ACL and watched them come back from it, one quad is typically it's like 75% bigger than the other one until you get it back to full strength.
How long is that process from what you've seen in football players?
It's interesting. A lot of times it's the quad strength and the, I guess like being on the same, like they have to be equal to each other. I don't know. There's a word for it, but
balance.
Yeah, it's balance, but there's a better.
There's a scientific term.
There's a smart people term. A Stanford, Harvard, Yale term. I coached at 2 of those 3 places. Apparently, it didn't rub off on me. But
what was the other thing that didn't rub off on you that was injury? We talked about it last week. The grade levels of strains.
Oh yeah, I've learned that a grade 1's a lot worse.
There we go.
Wait, no, I still don't know.
Still
a grade 1 or a grade 3. I still don't know which one's worse.
Stanford men couldn't get inside your brain. I love it. It's my favorite thing I've learned about you.
Grade 1, man. Ooh, it's not great. How about that grade 3? Yeah, it's not great either. Grade 2, though, man. You're somewhere just smack dab in the middle of those 2 grades.
Peyton would go on to say this about RJ Harvey. I know the question is he going to be a 3-down back, right? We've had that question, coach. Is like, who's going to be your vet blocker when you are in 3rd and long because you don't have that guy? Is it Estime? He wasn't that guy last year.
He wasn't trusted to be that guy.
It's not going to be 5'7" slighter than Harvey, Jaleel McLaughlin. That's the reason why I threw out the name, who's my veteran running back last week?
We had J.K. Dobbins, but then there was another one that we were talking about down the end of the week.
Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb. I threw out Nick Chubb. Yeah, why not?
I'm all in on that.
Get him on a cheap contract.
Still all in on that.
Peyton would go on to say this. Quote,
symmetrical.
Well, he's going to play on 3rd down, but he could play on 3rd down where the tight end is in protection on the opposite side. There's a lot we can do relative to, you know, it's Sean Payton when you get relative to what really suits his strengths. It would happen occasionally with Darren where I'd say to him, every once in a while, Darren Sproles, every once in a while, you might get matched up on Navarro Bowman or Patrick Willis. I'm not going to make a habit of doing that, but football is football. If you watch his stature, he's put together pretty well. So there's a difference between a small runner and a short runner. We're not interested in small runners, but we're okay with short runners.
Well, let's just call it like it is relative to height. Yes, relative to the height conversation, Ashton Genty and RJ Harvey are identical. Is anybody asking if Ashton Genty is going to be capable of being a pass protector on 3rd down? No, because he's proven it on tape. RJ Harvey is stout. He has got lead in his pencil. He's got the ability to anchor because he's got a big old lower half. He's going to be fine physically to hold up on 3rd down. I have no doubt about it. My question is, mentally, when you're already being taxed and challenged to playing in a much more complex offensive system than you played in with Gus Malzahn, which is a notoriously simple system, are you going to be able to carry over the bandwidth of knowledge that you need to have just to be a productive 1st and 2nd down back to all of a sudden opening up the Encyclopedia Britannica of defensive pressure packages? It's a lot to ask of a rookie player. So I don't see that being something that we see on a consistent basis. You can certainly get into a tempo offense after 2nd down and try to neutralize what you're going to see on 3rd down by not allowing them to get their sub packages in.
And that's when you run into elite pass rusher gets matched up against running back.
And I'm okay. I'm okay with the physical part.
Quarterback switching his protections.
There a lot of that, and I actually had this conversation recently. I believe it was with Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post, who asked the question of Sean Payton about Dre Greenlaw and if it's true or not. Parker Gabriel and I were talking about like this is such a nerdy conversation, but Bo Nix in year 1 knew enough to be just dangerous enough to at times put the running back on the right linebacker that's blitzing. But where you really take that next step as a quarterback is that you are 100% freeing up your running back to get out on the route. So that means that you're sending the 5 offensive linemen, potentially a tight end if he's involved in the protection scheme, but you're sending those 5 and you're acing the test as it relates to which 5 are coming defensively. And really that's what the NFL is. Like Andrew Luck, when I was coaching at Stanford, the best that I've ever seen in terms of knowing the defensive structure. He was a super computer between his ears in terms of knowing what blitz is coming, how I'm going to modify my protection check, and I coached the running backs. We worked so much on pass protection, and we rarely had to protect anybody because Andrew Luck was sending the offensive line just 5
Just
of them.
making your job way easier.
And I was like, well, why am I working on pass protection anymore? I can play a kid that's 152 pounds because he's never asked to protect because Andrew Luck is that advanced.
Luck's not going to need him.
Now, I don't know that Bo Nix I don't know if he has the full breadth of that intellect. He's a smart dude. He's a hardworking dude.
Sean Payton would not have drafted him without the ability to get there.
Correct. And I do think he's proven that he can make strides to get there, where you're not even really having to utilize your running back on third down for pass protection.
Is it too simple of a question for me to ask? What are some of those indicators for a quarterback to get the protections right?
Yeah,
or to get his running back in the right position?
We always say this when you start in the number one liar on a football field for looking for indications of pressures, corners. Corners are some liars. Safeties. That's always been the traditional way of training a young quarterback. Watch the rotation of those 2 safeties. And typically it starts with eyeball that boundary safety. So if you're on the left hash, it'd be the safety to your vision is on the left, defensive right. And see, does he look like he's rolling down? Because that might mean there's some type of pressure coming from that boundary side. Typically, safeties top or cap blitzers because they have to make up for a voided zone. Where I've found is that safeties got so dang good, and a lot of it was that Dick LeBeau, Mike Tomlin, Pittsburgh Steelers zone blitz pressure scheme. They got so good at disguising the pressures and actually giving opposite looks, and then at the snap, yeet, that the guy that actually, you know what, in modern football, the guy that's telling the story more times than not, it's the position that incoming rookie player plays, and it's the nickel position.
Here's the quote about Jahdae Barron. I would say, and this is from Sean Payton, I would say he's exactly what we saw on tape. Smart, savvy. If you're watching him closely, some people transition and stop very quickly. He's really quick twitch. He's sticky in coverage. I think, Sean Payton, he's one of those players that already at a young age understands splits. I worry sometimes with corners that if you're defending every route, you're defending no route. He's also really savvy as to a tight split, and he eliminates 80% of what could be a run. You feel a veteran player when you see Jahdae Barron.
Sounds like a nickel to me. It does. This sounds like a nickel. I still think you have a cost-controlled contract on Riley Moss. I mean, you're getting close to having to do something potentially. This will be year 3. He just finished up his second year playing for this team. And he's a guy that was drafted in the 5th round, 4th?
Third rounder. He was 83 overall in 2023. So he has this year and then next year. Talk about an edible cap hit, man. 1.4 and 1.7. That is going to skyrocket in 2027.
And let's have the conversation. Unfortunately, Jaquan McMillan, who I love as a player, he's done some really good things. He has a contract that's potentially pending, and it ain't going to be 1.5. So you bring in a player that is more than capable of unseating that player. But I also think that you utilize the experience and the talent of Jaquan McMillan, and you play with both guys on the field at times. Perfectly legal. You got if you have a receiving threat tight end and 3 receivers on the field, you're playing against a spread football that you can play dime packages against with 6 DBs on the field. And that's exactly what I think the Broncos will do with both Jahdae Barron and Jaquan McMillan at times this year. Not all the time. I'm going to say 30% of the snaps will be in that space.
Are you convinced that Kansas City is still the team that you are planning your defense around right now?
I do. In Kansas City, I think that the additions of Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, re-signing DJ Jones, banking on Alex Singleton's rehabilitated health. That's to stop what is the bully in the division physically, and that's the Chargers. Who else is going to try to be a bully of an outfit? The Raiders. Ashton Genty drafted. Pete Carroll, known defensive head coach, known run the football, shorten games, and win in the winning moments.
Jahdae Barron was drafted to neutralize Brock Bowers.
It's a great point.
He's not a Travis Kelce draft pick at
he's
35, and we saw again. They're still really good. They got to another Super Bowl. And I'm not going to say, forget about Travis Kelce, but those years are very clearly numbered. And the best of his seasons have come and gone. So when you look at, how do you stop the Chiefs? I think Jahdae Barron he's drafted for the Raiders. The long term, right, the second contract version of Jahdae Barron.
You knew who was picked up for Travis Kelce? Hufanga. It's a guy that can. That's a guy that can neutralize.
You can meet him in the first 5
yards. A bigger
yards.
body type of a tight end that can be an elite pass catching threat. Jahdae Barron's a little on the slider side for Travis Kelce coverage. Brock Bowers, smaller tight end, right? He's a run after catch tight end, not a big stature tight end. But I go back to this. I really think that this Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga acquisition, those two players. Man, they're there because you wanted to strengthen the middle of your defense at the second and at the third level. And you did it, especially if those dudes are healthy. If they're healthy, look out.
We'll get back into why we think that the Nuggets are in a good spot, why we are positive about a 2-2 split going into Game 5 coming up in just a couple of days here in Oklahoma City. We'll get back into that 11:45 on the other side. NFL Notes with KJ Granderson. Make sure you guys text in with your first and last name, the word unified. That's unified with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you can win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids in the battle for the Rocky Mountain Cup and see the two unified teams take on each other after the first teams play against each other. You'll be able to win a bunch of prizes, flyaways, signed jerseys, and so much more. That is unified to 303-504-0925. NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Mike Sanford and Alex Ryan-Emmy on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Denver's #1 for sports talk. We go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes and Broncos mini camp this past weekend. What's number one, KJ?
RJ Harvey obviously was the talk. Harvey.
You can't spit it out because you're.
It's the Harvey and the obviously. It got me back to back.
It's because you got wandering eyes. You're just attracted to those beautiful quadriceps, aren't you, Raj?
Biggest quads I've ever seen in my life. Martin St. Louis.
Yeah.
Terrifying. The size of my torso. RJ Harvey.
RJ Harvey
Quadzilla
was the talk of rookie minicamp as the media got to look at the Broncos' potential new starting running back this past weekend. RJ Harvey played quarterback growing up, and his vision at running back reflects that. Why is that important, guys? Well, the media got a little crafty this weekend as they were trying to figure out all of the ways that Sean could potentially use RJ Harvey. And RJ Harvey and Sean Payton talked about his days of playing quarterback.
When you play quarterback your whole life, do you see the game as a quarterback still, even though you only know?
Yeah, I feel like playing quarterback has given me an advantage with my vision. You know, I know what to expect. Like, I can see, like, what the defense is doing. I feel like it's giving me an advantage.
Sean, Harvey only threw the ball 4 times at UCF.
Excuse me?
Harvey only threw the ball 4 times, but was obviously a prolific high school passer, and Virginia brought him to MVP. Is that a potential? And we may not see it, but is that something
that wasn't my vision.
But don't visions change, perhaps?
Yeah. Listen, I'm. You can sell me on anything, right? But I'm focusing on the runner right now, and I like that he was a former quarterback.
That's a new Peyton right there. That's a new soundbite for us.
I love that.
The double. I think without question that Sean Payton, in this process of getting to know RJ Harvey in the draft and evaluation process, I would say that he is 100% aware that RJ Harvey is capable of doing some of the things that Taysom Hill did for him in New Orleans. All right, Sean, you say that all you want. I believe that we will see a pass thrown in the first 4 weeks of the regular season.
A running back pass?
Yeah, you betcha.
I would love a running back pass.
Yeah, a little toss pass,
I'm all
coach.
about
Let's
that.
go. Get into a little bunch. Give me a little bunch right 98 toss bunch crunch halfback pass. Let's go.
Who's it going to?
It'll be a crack corner, the outside, and it'll be I got Pat Bryant. Just to kind of show you
all the rookies.
Yeah, it will
look
also
how good I am at drafting.
Look how smart I am. I'm going to show you that my running back can throw the ball 62
put
yards.
Caleb Lohner in there.
Yeah, Lohner's going to be on the point. He's going to hold the point. He'll probably be like a decoy. He'll bang the defensive end and then get kind of slip out on the boundary side, and then we'll see Patty Bryant on a crack corner. That'd be a beautiful thing.
Can he even throw the ball with those biceps, man?
Dude, that's the thing about RJ
That's
Harvey,
be
man.
so difficult.
He spends all of his time in the offseason working on those beautiful
Have
quads.
you seen the dude's upper body? He's a large dude, though.
But, dude, Audric Esme cannot throw the football with those biceps. RJ Harvey keeps it keeps a little bit more slender. It's a little bit more slender in the upper body. Kind of like a baseball pitcher, man. They got these extremely impressive haunches, and then they take off their shirt, and you're like, ooh.
You know who's that guy in MLB right now? He's injured. Spencer Strider. 99 for Atlanta, the starter. That dude is like the weirdest built human being I've ever seen. It's RJ Harvey's bottom half and then me from the waist up.
Does he have some chest meat, some taco fur
I'm sure he
up
does.
on
He's
his
got
chest?
a great lip caterpillar.
Oh, that's pretty solid. Pretty good.
KJ, what's next?
That wasn't my vision.
That's the new, that wasn't my hump, isn't it?
It really is. Like, literally, that's the new one. Dre Greenlaw is currently out with a quadriceps strain, but there have been conflicting reports. And Sean Payton, let's just be honest, guys. Sean Payton, he cleared it all up this weekend. As a coach, you know a thing or two about having to bite your tongue around the media.
Sean, there's some reporting about Dre Greenlaw and injury. Is there anything you're willing?
Yeah, no, look, he's on schedule, and I saw the early reports, and you don't know how tempted I get sometimes, but I had showed great restraint. He's doing well, and will be a full participant in training camp. All of that's doing great, but I refrain.
Did we learn anything there? Like the initial reports were bad injury, but it's just going to keep him out for the summer, and he'll be back at training camp. And then the secondary reports were, well, the Broncos knew about this injury even when they were going after him.
Wasn't there one of these last year going into training camp? There was some injury that...
I don't think we learned anything there.
No, we didn't. Was it Brandon Jones last year that was hurt the majority of training camp? And I was very skeptical about Brandon Jones' safety that you acquired from the Dolphins, even having the chance to play based off doing our morning sprint show at the time was Dempsey and Company from training camp. Like, this dude's never out there. I haven't seen him practice. How is he going to play? Sure enough, once it started, once it was go time, he was out there every day.
A lot of that skepticism came from moving on from Justin Simmons. Like, are you going to have the same skepticism with Dre Greenlaw? Because, like,
yeah, I questioned the safety position last year big time. And it delivered. It did. It sure did. You didn't learn much. I mean, the beautiful thing about pro sports and football in general is why we can get into a pissing contest, whether or not Dre Greenlaw's quad injury is significant or not. We're all going to find out when training camp starts if he's out there as a full participant or he's not. I would say, based off my own, I wouldn't say intel, we'll just say read of the situation, I don't think Dre Greenlaw will be a full participant day one in training camp.
Neither do I.
Why would you? Ease him in. It's too important, too significant on a team that just doesn't have great linebacker depth. Ease him back in, just like you did with Brandon Jones.
You know when I care about him being in? September 12th.
Who's the opening game against? Is that out?
I don't think we know yet. It's supposed to come out in 2 days from right now.
Yeah, 2 days from right now.
The schedule release is 2 days
Did you
from
hear?
right now.
Here, we have it coming up on NFL Notes about the week 1 matchup.
Well, then I will make sure that I don't ruin it for you, KJ. What is next, my friend?
That wasn't my vision.
I will tease ahead and tell you guys this. There are rumors that the Broncos are heading to London, week 6 versus the New York Jets. So we'll keep our eye on that and see if that actually comes official, but there are rumors out there that they could.
Justin Fields, the Jets quarterback? Is that right?
Justin Fields.
Yeah, Justin Fields.
And Tyrod Taylor, the backup now? I'm almost positive that's it.
I mean, I think you could probably just throw out
Fields.
you could throw out Tyrod Taylor's name for just about any team. Yeah, he's probably
murder the Jets this year. You should kill that team.
They stank and hide him.
KJ, what's up?
That wasn't my vision.
All right, one player that will not be out for training camp or any time this season is former Saints quarterback Derek Carr, who needs shoulder surgery that would knock him out for the entire 2025 season. And the official injury is a degenerative rotator cuff injury. And because of that, he is retiring. He saves the Saints $30 million guaranteed this year, and they are not going to seek reimbursement for the $10 million guarantee via roster bonus and signing bonus. How surprised were you guys by Derek Carr deciding to retire this weekend?
I was taken aback just by the fact that the shoulder injury itself wasn't something that he sustained a year ago. At the tail end of the season, he was dealing with other issues. There was a foot injury. There was
his wrist.
He had a wrist. So I didn't see a shoulder degenerative condition. You know what happens with rotator cuffs? A lot of times they're just simple movements in life. I've known football players that
picking up a kid, carrying a car seat.
Yes.
Looking forward to that.
Like reaching back to buckle a car seat.
Reaching back to make sure that your two boys don't kill each other in the back seat.
I think about the movement when I'm smacking my little boys around back there. I'm like, I got to do it really carefully because you can very easily. My uncle tore his rotator cuff reaching in the back seat for something. So I think it's something that happened probably non-football related. I think it, and it honestly it's probably embarrassing to say because his career, you don't want to admit it was from something like that, but it does happen when you get a little bit longer in the tooth.
I mean, it's not like Derek Carr is hurting for cash. Over the course of 11 seasons, he earned nearly $200 million.
Just shy of Kirk Cousins for the ultimate contract guy.
Like, you're fine, Derek Carr. So I understand why like he's okay with moving on from this, but he was due to make what, $40 million base last year, a $10 million roster bonus in 2026, and $63 million cap hit in the following season. Like that's a lot of money to walk away from. Granted, you had $200 million in the bank. Tyler Shuck now out of Louisville is now your likely starting quarterback. Either that or Spencer Rattler.
Great kid. Know him well.
Get
Recruited him out of high school when he was an Arizona athlete. But I got some unfortunate things with regards to Tyler Shuck.
What's that?
He is not a very good quarterback statistically when it comes down to playing against any form of pressure and pocket issues. I think that Tyler Shuck is I know this for a fact, analytics, the number 2 worst accuracy in his 2 years as a starting quarterback versus Power 5 opponents. He is 42% completion rate when pressured. He is the number 2 worst in the quarterback class, ahead of only Max Brosmer in those 2 categories of a player that's signed, and 58% completion percentage when he was blitzed. Not good.
Can you give me the conference that Max Brosmer went to school?
Yeah, he played at University of Minnesota. He was a Golden Gopher, the Big Ten.
Oh, I was hoping that you were going to give me the conference so that I could then guess the team.
Oh, I can. Do you want to know?
It would have gone 30 schools deep.
All right. I mean, I'll give you a hint. There's some hockey in this world, and think Northeast and FCS because he
Didn't you just tell me that he went to Minnesota?
He transferred to Minnesota from
Boston College.
A lot smaller. Think FCS.
Northeastern?
You're in the neighborhood, but you're not. It's not in the great state of Massachusetts. Think it's New England.
Quinnipiac.
University of New Hampshire.
Oh!
He's from New Hampshire.
All right. Go Wildcats.
Wildcats it is.
New Hampshire.
Max Brosmer. He's not very accurate against pressure.
Yeah, it would have taken me an hour to figure out that he played either there or at Minnesota. KJ, what's next?
That wasn't my vision.
You and me both, Raj.
I've never heard that guy's name ever.
Me either. Shedeur Sanders appears to be holding his own in Cleveland's own rookie mini camp, and he appears to be having fun doing it because the media asked him about, what was his message from Tom Brady about, quarterbacks who fall, in the draft. And here is Shedeur talking about what Tom told him.
That was it. My story's going to be similar. I was a late round draft pick, but we're here now, so none of that stuff matters. That just mattered on the day. And I'm just excited to be here and ready to work.
I'm wishing him the best of luck and the most success.
When I watched a lot of training camp snippets of film and video that are out there, or not training camp, rookie mini camp, I get so agitated. Dove Kleiman has become the most unfollowable social media guy with what he does.
He's so clickbaity,
it's
bro.
It's so bad. Ugh. And I don't even know if he's a real person. Seems like a bot. But I'll be honest. The more clips I saw of Shedeur Sanders in 11-on-11 and 7-on-7 football, the more it is confirmation that he is a really good thrower of the football, a really good quarterback. And I just hope for his sake that he continues to get opportunities. Because if Kevin Stefanski, Andrew Berry, I believe is the general manager, I know his last name's Berry for sure, if those two give him the opportunity, he can win this job. He is the best thrower on that team. Now, the question is, do they want a Joe Flacco that is going to be very, very controlled and get you to the right play and has played in more of a quote-unquote authentic pro-style offense? And people that are like, no, he had an offensive coordinator in Shermer that was a pro-style guy. That wasn't a pro-style offense. I mean, that wasn't Shermer's real offense.
You tell me about Tommy Rees. You know Tommy Rees. That's his OC.
Stefanski's the play caller, though, in reality, as the head coach. Kevin Stefanski. I mean, he is OC by name only. Now, one thing that I'll say, I know Tommy Rees personally from Notre Dame. Tommy Rees is notorious for flying off the handles at his quarterback. And I don't know how that is going to end up going with young Tommy Rees and Shedeur Sanders when Shedeur is getting eviscerated with every F-bomb and called stuff that no human being should really ever be called. I'm not sure how that's going to go over.
I think it's a sneaky good situation for Shedeur Sanders.
I hope so, man, because when I saw him in when we got back to football, And you get away from all the media stuff. You get away from all the, even the Sanders camp grandiosity of everything. And you just see the guy play football. It reminds me of why I myself went from being a bit of a doubter when he came to CU, and I was on the outside looking in, I get it, to becoming a believer in Shedeur as a player, because he really is the best game-on-the-line quarterback in this draft class, and it's not particularly close.
He doesn't need to start this year. They have 2 first-round draft picks next year. They're probably going to suck this year. You'll have 2 high first-rounders next season to help build around him, whether it's a tackle or another big-time weapon, either in the backfield or on the outside as a wide receiver. It's a good spot for Shedeur Sanders. KJ, one more.
That wasn't my vision.
The reigning Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles will host the Dallas Cowboys on September 4th in the NFL's 2025 regular season open. Did the NFL get opening night right, or do you guys have another suggestion?
I have a very simple summary of this storyline. With this announcement of the opening game being the Philadelphia Eagles against NFC East division rival, the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys have officially been eliminated from the 2025 postseason.
Oh, I disagree. I think the opposite's going to happen. Dallas is going to win that game, and you're not going to hear the end of Cowboys year. Dak's finally going to get it done. Dallas is going to win that Thursday game, man, and it is going to fuel a whole year of the Cowboys are finally going to get over the hump.
Sean Payton's got some words for you, Raj.
No.
You're a believer in the Brian Schottenheimer led
I am not.
Dallas Cowboys, are you?
We spent an entire year making fun of Dempsey for this. For being a Prescott guy. We do it to his face.
That defensive front from the Philadelphia Eagles go out and add Alabama stud linebacker in the draft. I don't think that Dak Prescott's going to be upright often in that contest.
We know that they win meaningless games. That's a meaningless game.
It was my guy from Alabama. It's a really good pick, man.
Oh, Jihad Campbell?
Jihad. Love him.
NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance at mountainhighappliance.com. Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand at mountainhighappliance.com. And the text from the 775, what on earth is Raj smoking? I'm telling you, this is how it works. This is how it works. They're going to beat the Eagles somehow on Thursday night in a game that makes no sense, and we're going to have to hear about the Cowboys are going to win a Super Bowl for the whole year, and they're going to choke at the biggest time. That's what's going to happen. So yes, my answer to that question, KJ, the NFL got it right. Wrapping things up here on a Monday morning, the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. You've got 2 more minutes to text in the word unified. That is unified with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. And if you text unified with your first and last name, you will be entered to win a family 4-pack of tickets to the next Rapids home game. We're going to give those away in like 8 minutes.
Got to get unified in order to get to that contest, which is going to be a big one. Rocky Mountain Showdown, baby.
Unified contest is coming up, or rather the game is coming up after the first team plays against SLC. You can win like flyaways to go see the Rapids on the road. You can win signed jerseys, all that stuff. It's a great time for the family to get in there. Talked a lot this morning about the feel of 2-2 going back to OKC. And even though the predominant feeling coming off of a loss on Sunday was you let one get away, the split at home and coming back in the fourth quarter, being down against OKC in game 3, forcing overtime, and then dominating overtime, I think needs to be the biggest thing that you take out of this weekend. Yeah, the Nuggets sucked from the field in quarters 1 and 4 in game 4. Nikola has been, well, statistically, his worst over the course of these 3 games, at least from an efficiency standpoint. But everyone else has been pulling their weight. And I think the reason why I pressured in on the lack of bench scoring in game 4 was, well, because what the difference was in the game in game 4 was the bench scoring from OKC. They are inherently a deeper team than Denver is. So when you get outscored 25-5 in that second half, from a bench standpoint, you should lose those games. But I just look at Aaron Gordon, man. I don't think we've given that guy enough flowers. That performance in game 3 was everything.
Game 3 was such a special night because it should be hung on a mantle for overcoming adversity. We already talked about Michael Porter Jr. overcoming the physical adversity of a bad shoulder, a really, really bad shoulder. An injury he's talked about should be 5 to 6 weeks of no
20%
basketball.
of a left shoulder.
And he hits 5 3-pointers in that game. Not to mention what Michael Porter Jr. off the basketball court has had to endure. Much, if not all, outside of his control. His family situation has been very challenging. Same thing's going on with Michael Porter Jr., with Aaron Gordon. And Aaron Gordon just has been next level clutch in this postseason. I'm not ready for this thing to end, nor do I even believe that we're even remotely in that space right now. I still think that you just need to make a couple of quick adjustments that happen in game 4. Namely, get rest. Get your rest. Like, you come off 36 hours of rest and you got to get back out there and play. Yeah, your legs are gonna be heavy. Played a 7-game series. It felt like it was back to back to back to back to back, and then you were 2 days later in an insanely competitive series against OKC. I love what Aaron Gordon's done in this postseason. He has leveled up.
KJ let us know that, was it 5-0 now when AG has 20 or more points in the postseason? 25 points in a win, game 1 against LA. 23 points in game 5 in a win against LA. 22 points in game 7 in a win. 22 points in game 1 against OKC with a win. 22 points game 3, and as clutch of a 3 as you can hit from the corner at the end of regulation. Absolutely have to have that after Jamal makes his step back. Is that a key for you? 20 or more from AG and you win game 5? Or do you have to guarantee? Because you asked me what my number was for Nikola Jokic. He's currently shooting at 33% over his last 3 games, again, something he has never done when averaging 15 or more shot attempts in that 3-game stretch on an average. What my number was for him. I need him to shoot 50% from the field. And I will take, if I have to take one or the other, either Joker shoots 50% from the field or AG puts 20 up, I'm taking Joker at 50%. Because I think that means he goes off. And if you get 30 or more from Joker, I think game 5 is yours. On the road, and talk about a young team shriveling, talk about a young team tightening up. We've seen them tighten up, OKC. And you've lost close games in game 1 and game 3 because they tightened up at the end of the games. Now, can you say that they proved it in game 4? That they can, when you drag them out to deep waters, as Coach so eloquently puts it, they can swim now. Have they proven that to you?
They have not yet to me. And that might sound asinine.
Because that transfers from game to series.
Correct. When the series is on the line, you're getting into a best of 3 here. I just think that the Nuggets, they just went cold in the wrong points of that contest. I mean, ice cold, as bad as it gets. But I go back to game 3, Raj. You know those win probability graphs that ESPN puts out?
Yeah.
OKC was at 84.2% win probability with 53 seconds remaining. And all of a sudden it plummets. Tell me that team's battle tested. Tell me that team is ready to stand up if you can take them into those waters. It's got to be a little bit of that, hey, Nuggets, hang around.
Dude, if you're looking at positives from this weekend, game 4 should feel like a positive. It was an atrocious shooting night for both teams. Let's be very honest, right? That's the reason why it feels bad, is because you look at OKC and the scoring juggernaut that they are, and
that game should be advantage. It should be advantage Nuggets.
It should be. But what's the big thing about the Nuggets that we knew all year? They're going to score. So when they don't score, they should lose. If we're going to take the regular season and try and transfer what we learned during those 82 games to the postseason, they should lose that game more often than win it. They shouldn't win the series. How many people, 10 out of 10 ESPN experts before the series, chose OKC to win this thing? And a lot of them took OKC in 5. You have gotten to the point where you have turned this into a dogfight. I'm very, very excited about this. I said it. I was wrong, guys. I'll tell you I was wrong. Any day of the week. I thought it was going to be a 10-day date. And what that 10-day date was, a 5-game series, whether it was LA or Denver playing against OKC.
This game was lost for the Denver Nuggets when at 10 minutes and 7 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, you had a 73-66 lead. Fast forward. That's 10 minutes and 11 minutes remaining in the contest. Fast forward all the way in this game until 6 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the fourth. That was the next point that you scored. The next point.
And people were crucifying me for this earlier on in the program. Again, I feel positive about this. They're in an awesome spot. I think Denver can win the series. People were crucifying me for saying you lost the game because of bench scoring. There were 3 threes between the 2 timestamps that you just gave me that came off the bench for OKC in that time frame. 3.
I have a solution.
Casey Wallace, Aaron Wiggins.
I have a solution to what ails you, Raj.
What's up? Is his name
Jalen Pickett?
Okay.
Jalen Pickett.
I thought you were going to say Julian Strut. Tell me about what you want to see out of Jalen Pickett.
Spent his entire regular season, even in relief time and big wins, big losses, proving to Michael Malone at the time, and obviously DA is part of that, I can shoot 3-pointers. I have worked on that. We interviewed Tommy Balcetis about that when we met with the Nuggets. Jalen Pickett can give you some scoring viability, and there are open baskets to be shot from beyond the arc. I like Jalen Pickett.
All right.
As a little bit of an X factor in Game 5 in OKC.
I'll take it. You need a little bit of bench. I feel good about him, man. You should feel positive. I know it sucks that they lost on Sunday, on Mother's Day. 2-2 split. You tell that to me on April 6th, man, I'd take that any day of the week that you're tied at 2 going into Game 5 against OKC. Any day of the week. That'll do it for us. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, my name's Alex Ryanemi. Congratulations to Randy Atencio. Randy Atencio, you are going to see the Colorado Rapids with a family 4-pack of tickets. Congratulations. Guys, don't go anywhere. PhD's coming up next. They're going to break down both of those games, get into Broncos mini camp as well. Coach and I will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Be good.
That wasn't my vision.
Yeah.
Interesting. We were just challenged by the morning sprint boys there. Like, are you guys going to have as depressing of a show as the morning show did? I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know. I did ask Dan Tanner, talk to him earlier. I go, are we going to have another really depressing show today, or is it going to be all right? What's it going to be today? I don't know. I'm really not sure.
Well, what's your thoughts? I mean, one, you got to be happy Bud Black did lose.
Oh, thank God.
Got fired after a win.
Well, that should solve everything.
It'll help. They won't have the worst record ever. They'll be bad. We'll get into it later. But I'm rolling my eyes at the plethora of people that are like, it wasn't Bud Black's fault. He didn't deserve it. These are clearly people who did not watch the team closely. And listen, I don't blame you. There's not a lot of people that have watched the team closely. So, no, I it's a step in the right direction. It ain't over. You got more to do, but you had to do this at least first.
Right.
So,
but isn't it funny? You don't do it after 21 points you give up, but you do it after you win a game.
I love
that.
Unbelievable. I love you said 21 points like it's a football score. But
well,
it was
21 can't be runs. I know that much.
I gotcha. I watched every pitch of that game. And I'll bet you.
The 21 run or the win?
The 21, the win was, I did watch a big chunk of it. It was at the Nuggets game. We had it turned on, and we're just kind of following along. No, what happened is I had a great Mother's Day lunch sort of thing with my mother-in-law and my wife and our two boys. It was really great. It was on Saturday because the Nuggets were playing on Sunday, so couldn't quite do that, but so whatever. So we got home, and we just threw on the TV because that's what we do because the Rockies are on, so we watch it. And I couldn't stop watching it. Because it was just so.
It's like a bad horror show.
It was just so ridiculous. Like you were just like, it was like, what's that Final Destination movie?
Oh, we got a new one coming out.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like Final Destination. Oh, it's not this. It's gonna be. Well, no, I think they're. Oh no, they're dead. It's kind of like that. Like
maybe he lives.
It's like one home run, but no, 2, 3. Oh, 4, 5. Like wow, it's
Poles coming off the back of that truck.
And it's like, who's the position player who's gonna pitch? Of course, it's Jacob Stallings. Makes sense. He's pitched before. Got 1 run in 2 innings. But everybody who's defending Bud Black or has something nice to say to him, I guarantee you they haven't watched the Rockies. They just know Bud's a good guy. But we'll get into it later. Let's talk about your Nuggets.
Well, your thoughts. You asked the question, gloom and doom or not?
I want to. Where are you guys at?
I want to know where you are.
I'm definitely not gloom and doom.
Hey, I mean, if you would have told me you're 2-2 at the start of the series, probably would have taken that, right? A damn good basketball team against Oklahoma City. Many people would argue a better basketball team than the Denver Nuggets, and you're sitting there 2-2. You stole the first game, which was huge, and then it felt tight. Then you're like, okay, what's going to happen? I think the only reason why you would be negative at all is really just because it hurts the way you lost it. It hurts because it felt like you had it. So is that worthy of being negative moving forward? I don't know. But it does hurt for sure. And there's definitely some concerns about Nikola Jokic. Where's this guy at physically, endurance-wise? But no, 2-2, I would take that when the series began.
Kind of crazy. And I was talking to somebody the other day how, and listen, Nikola's standards that he set, we don't set his standards. He sets his standards by how he's played. Has not shot the ball well. Those little touch shots that we see him get, he isn't hitting them as often. And he's sucking. Everybody's, what's going on with Nikola? And he's still averaging 26, 13, and 5, right? The assists are way down. Are the assists
way down? And the turnovers are up.
Are the assists way down because of him, or is there a combination?
A little bit of a combination. Right. I mean, listen, let's just keep it real. Nobody's ever seen as pathetic as a first quarter as we witnessed yesterday. I mean, that was something else.
For both teams, though.
Yeah. It's funny. After that quarter, I was like, wow, they really should be down at least 17 points right now. Should be at least 25-8.
Well, but conversely, had Denver shot the ball well, should have been up 32-16.
If I was 3 inches taller, I'd be in the Hall of Fame as third baseman for the Boston Red Sox.
Exactly right. So yesterday to me was one of the ugliest. I love that thing you said, Charles Barkley, because I agree with Charles. And they always try to cite it just on the Nuggets. Dude, Oklahoma City won a game shooting 35%.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just an ugly game. It was entertaining because it was so close to out. If you had no dog in the hunt, it was, a close game, and you didn't know.
Not great basketball.
But if you hold a team to 92 points at home, you win that game.
Here's
what
Chuck had to say.
I think two things. Number one, I thought what the NBA did to them was unfair. Making them play late Friday night, then an early afternoon game. I thought that was unfair. I truly believe that.
Both teams had to do it, though.
Yeah, but they got more depth. They got a much. OKC got 12 players.
Well, play more guys.
No, well, that's on Denver. And they're younger. But also, the Denver has never addressed their backup center situation or their bench. I think that's one of the things that hurt them last year because he gave out a gas last year against Rudy and Big Cat. So I don't think it's fair to blame everything on the Joker, but he has not played well, and I think he's wearing down.
Well, listen, Calvin Booth didn't get fired for no reason. Michael Malone wasn't replaced for no reason.
Right.
I mean, there's something behind what happened. That being said, David Adelman, who I really like, I really think he was at a crossroads about what to do here. Because if this was a regular season game, there's no doubt Peyton Watson would have more minutes. Strother would have played more, and certainly Jalen Pickett would have been playing for Russell Westbrook, who couldn't throw the ball into the ocean standing on the beach. Not yesterday. You would have made those, but he's just a little like, I don't know. And he talked about it. And he talked about it before the game, how the rest was a tough thing. And he talked about it afterwards. And he was even like gnashing his teeth, like, I know, I should have played these guys, but the game's close. What am I supposed to do? And this is why you get paid a lot of money to make those decisions. Right. But what's the point, guys, in having a team if you can't trust your team at all?
It goes back to the old Tyson. Everybody's got a plan to get punched in the mouth. And, we saw in that Sacramento game of guys struggling playing and not doing what he needs to do. Next guy's up. We got to just trust him. Well, that's easy to say when you're sitting at 47 wins and it's a regular season game. Now you're at game 4 of a playoff game, and he probably still, in hindsight, should have got Russ out a little bit more rest and everything else too. Dude's still 37, and I know he's a machine. He's phenomenal, but you go from the problem is the wide swings. Like you go from what do you have in game 3? 19 points, 17 points to 6. Jamal 27 to 17.
Right.
Michael Porter 21 to 3.
Right.
And you said it, I think, Darren, on Friday, that he's the key to the whole playoffs. The one great game he has, what a fantastic win, and you beat him, and you look like a team that could win this series, and then you come back out game 4 and, disappeared.
This is the tightest they're going to be in terms of time. There's actually 2 days off between games 6 and 7 if you can get there. They don't play until 8:50 Central Time tomorrow.
This is the biggest break they've had in this series. This could help them.
That being said, it sucks that the team that we're pulling for is the old team. We're the old team.
Yeah, at 29 and 30.
We're the old team. Adelman goes before the game. They're watching different Netflix shows than us.
Which is a great line. Was that a great line?
It's a great line, but to me, it's like, oh, man. You don't want to be told you're old. You don't want to think you're old. You don't want to be the old team.
Right.
And the Nuggets are. And they have no significant
but there's a confidence that comes with that, too, that is on the other side. Like, yeah, then endurance steel's real. These guys were worn down. But when you're sitting here in 2-2, you got a team full of guys. It's like, all right, got to win 2 more games. We're good.
Yep.
We're good.
Win game,
that's true.
And there's a calmness that comes with experience.
That's true. They've got that.
I mean, if you looked at those guys after that game, I guess it was kind of a slow. It was a slow death that you saw coming, and Aaron Gordon banks that 3-pointer in that just you kind of roll your eyes at it. But they were accepting that defeat as you got there, and then when the game was over, I didn't see a bunch of dudes that were in the tanks too much. I mean, it just looked to me like a bunch of dudes that were like, all right, here we go. Let's go back to work.
Yeah.
Listen,
I think that's fair.
I think the turning point of the game was the timeout and then couldn't get the ball in bounds when you're just down 2.
Mm.
And I thought that was the turning point of the game.
Right there at the end?
Nah, there was 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it was 4. I thought that was the turning point.
Boy, everybody pointed at that moment. I was like, I understand it. I know it. But I'm like, that's still a lot of time left.
Yeah.
We're just talking about a turnover, basically.
Yeah, but these are
everybody talked about it, though.
Yeah, these are one of those turnovers you I mean, that's semi-self-inflicted. One guy forgets to play, forgets what he's supposed to do.
Yeah. That had nothing to do. That was a mental mistake. That had nothing to do with the physical.
But
problem.
I thought that was the play of the slide.
Okay.
That was, every kid's had to go down that big slide. That first time, and use that first time. There's a little nudge from a parent. I thought that was the nudge that sent him kind of down that slide, because I think they came back, hit a 3 to go up 5, and now you're chasing. You're chasing the last 3 minutes of the game. So I thought that was a big turning point. And yet, you're still right there. You make some free throws. Joker missed 2 free throws late. Aaron Gordon missed 1. Well, I missed 2, but he, had tried to miss one of them. It's different, Listen, I'm not discouraged at all.
Okay.
I'm still on the bank that they're playing on house money.
I would say depressed that they lost a game that it felt like they could have won. Discouraged, down, feeling like they can't win. I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way at all. But it does suck that you should have won the game.
They did lead going into the fourth quarter. However,
you had a lot of mojo, dude. A lot of mojo. You had the stadium. You had the crowd. I mean, it was rolling.
Yeah, but then you can say I was winning the race until the car ran out of gas. How far away from the finish line did it run out of gas?
Well,
with like 4 laps to go. They did not run out of gas right at the finish line. You know that. They were done as soon as that third quarter ended.
That was the typical regular season, because the bench all came in that start of the fourth quarter, and it's a 14-2 run, and it just wiped all your momentum of the third quarter out. Whereas if you'd have come out and gone 8-8, 10-10, and to start that fourth quarter, OKC's done. You won the game. The 14-2 just killed you.
Well, it's quite the catch-22. You don't trust the bench, so you don't play the bench. But if the bench doesn't play, you don't got a shot. But the bench doesn't have confidence because you're not playing the bench.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
And all those, to me, lead back to the same question about Nikola Jokic. I mean, I will admit, Jokic in a Game 7 right now, you'd like to think you just find it comes to you. That dude looked tired. He looked tired.
There's no doubt about it. I think a lot of them were tired. Listen, man, I do not know why the NBA wanted a lesser product on national TV. I have no clue why you didn't fill that slot with the Pacers-Cleveland game. No clue whatsoever. They didn't play the late game on Friday. Nuggets did. So I think the NBA should be ashamed of themselves.
I agree with that.
For doing that. But Adelman, he wasn't using it as an excuse, but still it was hard to get away from the fact this was weird to do it, man. This is odd. And the first quarter was just like, take that, TV. We'll show. And for other people that are like, what do you mean? It's just a basketball game. You don't understand. Clearly, if you make that comment, the level of energy and how things are raised, it is so much more intense than the regular season. The amount of energy put out there it's ridiculous compared to the regular season.
Well, and I know it's not football, but I remember talking to one of the first NFL guys it was Logan, was telling me, because I didn't know anything about football and what you guys go through a week. And he said, once the season starts, you play a game on Sunday. Sometimes once you get in the season, your body ain't right till Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes 6-7 days. They ain't hitting like football. I'm not trying to say that. But now but they're hitting more than they hit in January 14th.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
There's more contact consistently all the time, whether you're setting a screen, running through a screen, guarding up, whatever you're doing. And now you got to recover in 30 hours, 34, 36 hours.
Dort, not feeling it. Okay. There's Jalen Williams. There's Alex Caruso. There's Wiggins, 3 of 6. Wallace, 3 of 3 from 3.
Well, look what their bench did in that game.
8 of their 10 threes were from the bench.
Yeah.
The bench outscored the Nuggets. I mean, it's ridiculous. 22, 23, 33, 35 to 8.
Then you lose a 3-point game, 5-point game?
5-point game. So
right there.
It's possible. I'm not. I guess I'm kind of in a mid sort of mood
here's
here.
what I feel. If Westbrook has a game 3 performance, you win the game. If Michael has a game 3 performance, you win the game. If Jamal has a game 3 performance, you win the game.
Yeah.
And listen, we've seen that all year long from those guys. When fatigue sets in, their game struggles a little bit.
All right.
Christian Brown, wasn't he 2 for 9 from 3?
He was 2 for 9 from 3. He was 2 for 9 from 3.
You know, he goes 4 for 9. You win the game.
Yeah. I mean, you won a game on Friday night where Jokic went 0 for 10 from 3.
Right.
Worst player on the floor.
But look what everybody else did.
That was a great game Friday night. And the courage of Michael Porter Jr. was kind of remarkable, but then he was, what did we say? Two bad games and then a good one?
Yeah, I don't know how you explain it. I don't know how you go from what we saw
on Friday
night to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
And he started that first quarter, if you go back and watch it, his first 2 shots were like wide open threes.
Hey, by the way.
He hits those things. I think he's a guy that has to see it go in early. When he sees it goes in early, it carries over.
All right, so we'll go for your feedback. How you feeling about it today? 303-504-0925, Voice of the People on the app, which is easy to find, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. And Bud Black, Bud Black gets blown out. So now what? It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey, guys and gals, if you're struggling with hair loss, just commit to getting it back by committing to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. It's going to work when you go to Advanced Hair because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes me. And I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You're going to love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're the best of the best at what they do. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life, lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, I'm looking at some of the text, some of the comments. 42-year-old lifelong Nuggets fan. I am so nervous about a 2-2 series. I can't take the disappointment. I'll tell you who wasn't really bothered by it, for whatever it's worth. Didn't really feel like the Nuggets were all that bothered by it. Not really. It was like not great. Nobody's like happy or anything, but like I think the fans are taking this loss yesterday a lot harder than the players, meaning the players expected this series
to be tough.
Yeah. Yes. So it's tough.
What did fans expect?
Fans just think you should win every game.
I don't know. When you started this series, did you really? What did you think was? It's Oklahoma City. What did you think it was going to be?
I thought the Nuggets would lose in 5. To be honest with you.
Okay.
The betting favorites were 4 or 5 game series.
Yeah, that's where I was at.
Not in favor of the Nuggets.
No.
Nuggets were dogs. Have been dogs at home.
Mm-hmm. And you win that game, it's 3-1, and then you know what? Then you probably get what game was it? Then you probably get a game 2 performance in game 5, and then put all your eggs in the game 6 basket.
Game 5 is going to be brutally difficult, and the numbers aren't great. 75% of teams that win Game 5 win a series.
Yeah, but 73% of the teams that win Game 3 win the series. Denver won that one, so
we'll see how Game 5 goes.
Well,
I heard 50% of the time it works every time.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not really holding up much hope for Game 5, by the way. I mean, I hope for the best, but if this is going to go 7 games, in my mind, you got to win Game 6 at Thursday night, Katy Perry night.
Is that Katy Perry night?
Well, it was supposed to be.
What do you mean?
Well, she was scheduled to be at Ballerina Thursday night.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. What?
To do what?
Do a concert. Origami. I don't know. What does Katy Perry do?
So
I don't
Denver's
know. I thought you were talking about a Nuggets game.
Denver's going to blow out Katy Perry for a playoff game, and yet they gave Boston and New York 2 games separation because they said there was a conflict at the Garden.
I don't know. I don't know what they've officially done with the Katy. Listen, I'm just going off the
Katy Perry's pretty big time to get bumped now.
That's what I'm saying.
What are you advocating for? Keep Katy Perry, move the game,
or move her to Friday? Probably what they'll do.
Well, they'll probably move Katy Perry.
Yeah. Well, they are. You know, you're not going to play. What are you going to play? Hey, by the way, Game 6 between Denver and Oklahoma City is going to be up at Boulder. See you at Coors Center.
Right.
I don't think they're going to do that. We're going to go back to Flash. We're going to play with an ABA ball. We're going to play at the Coliseum.
Yeah, I don't know what they've officially done with the Katy Perry concert, but here it is. Yeah.
Go ask our peoples.
Yeah, see that? Thursday, May 15th. There you go. Thursday, May 15th, Katy Perry. Ball Arena. I'm showing the boys. There you go. I'll show you TV right there. You can't really see it, but take my word for it.
Oh, wonder what they're going to do, though.
I don't know. I'm actually kind of curious. I'm not joking.
Move the concert to 1 o'clock and try to get everything broke down and set up.
Move the concert to 1 o'clock
by 8.
I don't think they can do that.
She recovered from space and all that. It doesn't take much time to get over space.
She's back from space, and she's taking up our space or a different space. I don't know. But yeah, the Katy Perry game. That's what we should know.
There had been no official announcement.
Did they really go, by the way?
To space?
They just went to. They were like, what's his name?
A lot of conspiracies.
No, what was the one cat that circled, the very first guy that circled the earth for America? Scott Glenn played him in the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
What was that guy's name?
Alan
Shepard.
Alan Shepard.
So they basically did an Alan Shepard. In fact, I don't even know if it was as long as Alan Shepard.
You don't think they really put those ladies up in space?
No, I think they did, but I think they got through the atmosphere.
Well, Tyler's got his
doubts. There's a lot of Blue Origin conspiracy theories.
Where do you think they really were? Just in a room, like a gravitational-less room?
Have you ever seen a green screen?
Yeah, man, I got it.
Why'd that door pop off so easy?
Maybe they ended up at the same place that the guys in the 1969 the moon were.
Well, that's
supposedly.
Yeah, they made a whole TV show out of it, by the way.
Kubrick.
Yeah, exactly.
No, they made a movie.
They did. I saw it. It was Channing Tatum.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. Kind of a rom-com.
Yeah.
Right up your alley. Isn't Scarlett Johansson in that one?
Yep.
Yeah.
She's the lady.
Yeah. All
She's
fake.
the lady who was setting up the fake, but they made the real happen so they didn't have to use the fake.
Supposedly.
Major alleged.
You know what's crazy? After I saw that movie, I did have to Google, was this what? Am I watching? And it goes, no. not real. It's all made up. Wink.
So they tell you.
All right, so now what? We feeling good? We all right? We're going to be all right here?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Joker's going to be able to play basketball more efficiently?
That's the key, isn't it?
Going to bounce back a little bit? We're not going to worry about the sleeve on his arm?
I don't know. Maybe after your 7th missed 3, maybe don't shoot the next 3.
Well, here's what Adelman said on that. He goes, Nikola Jokic shot over 40% from 3. If he's got an open shot, take it. I don't care what it is.
Well, of course. He's Nikola Jokic. You're never going to tell him not to take a shot.
But it's disturbing. The air balls, too, yesterday were like, oh, my God. A little embarrassing.
Joker didn't shoot an air ball, though.
He had one.
Porter did.
He had one, but he was trying to launch it, just get it up in time.
Is Vic here to defend himself? Is that Vic, I heard you guys were just crapping all over the Nuggets this morning.
What am I? No, I'm not here to defend myself. I didn't hear what you guys said. What am I defending myself? I had something else to say.
Why are you on the
defending?
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Go ahead. So what do you got to say? What did you call for? I'm glad you're here, but what's up?
But what should I be defending first?
You don't have to defend anything. What's going on?
Oh, okay. I just had a question, and I'm on my way to the airport with the team, and I brought this up today on the show, and I want Hastings to answer this question. True or false? All right, it's a series of questions. True or false? Flopping is woven into the fabric of the NBA. It's part of the game now. Yes or no?
True.
Okay. So some of the best players know how to flop. I mean, in this series, let's be blunt and let's be honest. SGA is a pretty good flopper. Joker flops. Everybody. I mean, we're not saying anything people don't know. I believe, and let me ask you this, Scott. I believe on the perimeter, the way Dort is guarding Jamal Murray and pushing him around and using his hands, I think Jamal Murray should flop more. It's not in his nature. He's an ethical player. He plays the right way. He doesn't flop ever. But I think in this series, the way he's being guarded, flopping would do him some good. Do you agree?
Coming off screens, getting bumped, probably. Yeah.
So how would you coach that? And I'll get off and listen. I want to know if the Nuggets ever talk about that, if it's even up. I mean, I don't know. Is stuff like that talked about?
Well, listen, I was talking with Scott Bay during the game yesterday, and Williams is pretty good at it. Harden, obviously, last year was really good at it. SGA's good at it. They have these guys that know how to create the contact, fall back. They get the call from the contact that they created, but now they got a wide open shot, and that's where you see a lot of and ones from those guys. We don't have anybody that does that.
Is that a bad thing?
Not on the perimeter.
Well,
not on the perimeter.
I don't know if it's a bad thing, but it's an art. I mean, it's really good. Williams, if you've noticed, does the Harden stick the ball out, try to get slapped, and this dude's 6'8", 220 pounds. I mean, he slap his arms. How they're gonna affect him. But yeah, I think what you do is you start the media barrage if you're David, and say, listen, we're getting pushed off screens, getting illegal touches off screens. They're being allowed to do that, and you make a big stink about it. You get guys that talk about it. It's like the lead balloon the politicians float. You throw it out there, and then the first or second play you come off and there's heavy contact. You go to the ground, and we'll see if that changes anything.
I'm going to ask Jamal this question, and I'm almost afraid to because Jamal doesn't really like my line of questioning as we've seen.
You're right.
But I will ask him. I will say, do you think you got a fellow Canadian? Actually, two of them, Dort and SGA, two Canadians. They both flop. Dort flops defensively, and SGA flops offensively. I said, I'm going to ask him. Do you think you should inherit some more flopping in your game? And I want to know what he'll say.
Wow. Good luck on that.
What do you think he'll say?
I don't know.
Well, I think every player will deny they flop, whether they flop or not. But here's the interesting.
That is just such a funny concept of you asking Jamal, he's such a prickly
this is seriously
pear.
where we've come to in life. This is where we've come to.
Hey, Jamal.
The thing that drives us so nuts about every other player in the league, the things that like this is what we've come to, that we're saying we got to flop more to win a series.
Yeah, Vic, exactly. Specifically, how are you going to frame that question, Jamal? I want to hear it.
No, but let me address Tyler. Tyler, I started this whole topic by saying flopping is a fabric of the game now. It's inherent in the game and the way it's officiated. Have you seen a flopping call in these playoffs?
No.
Have you seen anybody with the trunk, the elephant? It doesn't. They're not going to call it. So why not take advantage of it? Listen, I'll teach theater. I took theater class in college. I'll give them a good theater lesson.
That doesn't
if
surprise
everybody does it, why not do it? I want to win.
All right, so what's your question, Jamal? How are you going to put it?
I actually think Jokic sometimes complains too much, if I'm being totally honest about it.
Actually, I was asked about that.
I really do. Like, listen, Nikola is one of the biggest floppers in the NBA, just plain and simple. He is. I love the dude to death. He's our guy, but he is. And he yaps so freaking much at those referees. I honestly want to tell him to just pipe it every now and then because I think they might give you a break, but they're just worn out by you.
Here's the difference, though, Tyler. Here's the difference. Hear me out on this. Scott, tell me if you agree. When you flop in the middle of the lane, it's harder to pull that off as a big man because they're hanging all over your body. When you're on the perimeter and you're guard, you can get away with more flopping. It's easier to pull off. We need more guards flopping, I guess.
Well, here's the difference: 285 versus 165. And you know, you can go back and read books. Chamberlain talked about it when he played back in his days in the 60s, 70s. Big guys aren't going to get those calls. And so it's almost, you know, a detriment to flop all the time or as much as they do. Little guys, it looks like they get bounced all the time. Why it would be good the one time Murray comes off that screen and Dort gets into his body that he goes flying on the ground. See if you can get KCP was great at that. KCP was a Lou Dort for Denver for a bunch of years. So
KCP was a twig too. I mean, you'd fall
exactly.
easier.
So now all of a sudden you hit a screen and you go flying. I mean, he got that called a lot. He got a lot of offensive foul calls.
So what would you do, Vic? Is like you know, your inflatable Gary guy? Are you telling Jamal to just be
listen, watching the game from down low yesterday just gave me a new sense of how physical this series is.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I was shocked. My mouth was agape at how physical Dort and Caruso are with Nuggets guards. There's physical, and then there's molestation. I witnessed molestation on the court yesterday. So if I'm the Nuggets guards, I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall, and I'm going to do to the refs what OKC does to the refs. Force them to make a call, either positive or negative. Force the refs to blow the whistle. And if they don't, they don't. But I established that early in the game. What are you going to call? Are you going to let them do this to me? Well, then I'm going to fall.
Well, Vic, your interactions with Jamal just have going so
Can you
great.
lean on the confidence that you've been there, done that, you've won there? I mean,
It's best out of three. It's not a funeral, guys. It's best out of three. You lost the game. On to the next.
Yeah, you jerk. It's not a funeral, Vic.
Yeah, don't sell yourself short when you say he doesn't like your questioning. I just don't think he likes you.
Well, hey, Scotty, as you well know, we're not in this business to be liked.
I got
We're in
you.
this business to speak the truth.
You got a mic in your hand. You got a TV camera at your back. It's go time. It is what it is. Let's go.
I don't give a rat's ass if they like me.
I got you.
I don't care.
I got you. So what's the question, Jamal? How are you going to put it? Like, say word Jamal. Like, go ahead. Go.
Tune in to find out, DMac.
Beautiful.
You got to think about that one.
That's a good one.
All right, go get him, Vic. We appreciate it. We love you, pal.
I'd ask that question to Joker, too.
What do you mean?
He's
saying
Joker does not need to flop more.
Yeah,
you
Vic's
misunderstand it. He's up there in the screens. Should the guards coming off screens when they're getting
Oh,
bumped?
should the guards ask Joker if the Nuggets guards should flop more?
Better.
Ooh, that's a good question, Joker.
Well, he might flat out say yes. He really might. I mean, it's certainly a part of his game.
Ooh, that is because Joker thinks about all of those things.
Yeah.
He would be thinking about it. Should the Nuggets guards flop more if it's just not going to be called? Fun question. What in the world? I don't know how you would even pose that to Jamal. I'm actually feeling anxiety for Vic, thinking about what he would say to him.
Lou Dort is drawing a foul almost every single game, kind of flopping a bad screen.
Should you incorporate that in your game?
And yet, as much as he gets hit, he's hitting you and other guards coming off screens. Should you guys incorporate that same theory?
Yeah, maybe that's how you do it. You don't say specifically to Jamal. You say, should the guards on the team do the
Start
same
selling
thing.
that more.
Try to sell a little bit. Oh, there you go. So you avoid the word flop. Should you guys try to sell contact off the screen a little bit more, as they are doing? Have you thought about that? Would you look like the guy that there's a used car sale?
Yeah. Brad, what was his name?
The Gary is the one.
Gary.
Gary.
Yeah.
You're right about Joker. He does it already.
Oh, he does it a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
See, I don't. Maybe I'm just a cousin. When does he do it a lot?
Oh my!
All
Lord.
day, every day.
It
I mean,
are
are you
That's
serious?
easy thing. You put on girls' underwear every. But
No,
give
Scott,
me an example. Give me an example.
I guess you got me if you're trying to get me to come up with one on the spot
Well,
here,
we just played a game.
I'm telling you, it's exhausting. Like every single trip down the court, he is yapping at the referees.
Well, then yapping and flopping are two different things. Now you've changed your statement.
No, I did not. If you listen to it, I said he'll flop and he'll yap. I said both.
He did.
I know what you're saying. I absolutely
but give me. It's less than 24 hours. Give me an example.
You want to look at the game and just watch him flop?
Just give me a game. Yeah. I'd love to.
We can go through it. He's doing the palms,
Well, that's not flopping. That's how about the
fine,
call? How about the call?
Fine. But it's like, listen, here's what I think Joker's doing. I think he's playing the game like other teams are playing the game with contact and everything. I think he's getting roughed up like you can't believe.
Yeah.
I think that's happening too. What was crazy in the first quarter yesterday is, yes, the Nuggets could not shoot. It was terrible. However, they were playing really intense defense on the other side.
True.
So it had nothing to do with effort whatsoever. Nothing to do with effort.
Here's the interesting thing about Joker. Even in this series, I think it was this last game, they go back and replay. He goes up for a shot and just gets his arm slapped. And they go, that's a foul. And not called. And he turns around and goes like this. Here's the difference, though. Every single player, if you pay attention to the game, and if you're just watching on TV, you go all the home games. So if you just watch the TV, all you're going to see is what the TV gives you. But if you're watching that, every single start, every single player, every team free throw, every time there's a dead ball is right in the official's ear. Every single player. Here's the difference. It goes back to the flopping thing that I said a while ago with guards at 175 pounds versus, 290-pound big guy. When you're 7 foot 290 and you're coming over and yelling at Tyler, it's a big man coming over and yelling at you. Mm-hmm. When you're 6'4", 145-pound SGA, not as intimidating, is it? So I would agree with you that he's got to quit his conversations. And I had a PD tell me this, or actually a GM tell me this years ago. You don't realize how big you are when you get upset. And I go, and I always look at do you ever look at yourself and think, wow, I'm 6'8", I'm a big guy? Right. You just feel like you're normal sized, right? I do too. And Joker, I think, thinks you ain't normal, brother. You're 7 foot, 290 pounds. And when you come over to official and you see him, he has to get low to even get to the guy. That's intimidating. When a guy walks over and he's basically your size, your weight.
I think he'd do himself a favor if he dialed it back.
I thought he did the last couple of years, but it seems like this has gotten more intense right now. So yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know flopping. I mean, dude, I would say this again. TV showed it. He's going up, gets slapped on the arm by the other Jay Williams, and the announcer going, "That's a foul."
Well, it's flopping, embellishing if it's still real. I mean, I would say yes.
Yeah. He does embellish.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see if Vic with the Jamal stuff. Their relationship is borderline Jeff Legwald, Sean Payton at this point, but we'll see.
Sean Payton was sitting on the front row last night.
I want to talk about that. Did you see him almost yell at the referee?
Come on. No.
He had a moment. He had to be restrained a little bit.
Well, Tony Brothers.
Brothers, yeah.
Once you saw that guy was there, I went,
I have a lot of questions about that seating arrangement with the Paytons there.
It's the guy that owns Ibotta.
Oh, is that it?
And that's his seats. And, and I think he's invited. Bo Nix has been down there. And all
right. Give me a second to.
Brian Greasy was there the other day.
Okay. But all right, let's get to it in a second. And Bud getting fired too. I got a hot take about the Bud stuff. That's very optimistic about the Rockies. All right, coming up next.
I have 2 middle fingers.
And 2 down in the bottom of the 9th inning. Rockies have never been shut out by the same team 4 times in 1 year.
Brings up Michael Tolia. And that's strike 3. The complete game shutout for Stephen Kolek. A 21-0 victory for the Padres. Plenty of offense, and they get outstanding pitching.
All right, so here's the deal. Because the Rockies can't do anything but do more Rockies stuff. Do you fire the guy after you lose 21-0? Nah. You fire him the next morning
and set a Major League Baseball record because they gave up more runs for 4 consecutive games. I think it was 8, 12, 13, 21.
Incrementally higher.
Yeah.
I was sitting at a buddy's house.
No one's ever done that.
He's like, "Hey, guess the Rockies score right now." I'm like, "Yeah, 12-3." You know,
safe bet.
Yeah, you know they're probably getting smoked. They're probably getting smoked, right?
Yeah,
12-3.
Yeah,
21-0.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when Jacob Stallings came in and pitched the catcher to pitch. He gave up 1 run. Nice
little sidearm delivery.
He can mix it up. He can mix speeds up. And I watched every pitch of that game, which is crazy to think, like, why? What is wrong with you? But I'm telling you, it really was like you couldn't take your eyes. Well, I couldn't take my eyes off it because it was just so brutally bad. So no, do the Rockies fire Bud Black then? No. Do they give him a vote of confidence? Yeah, sure do.
They did, didn't they?
They did. And then they win the next game. You lose by 21 runs and you beat that team that just killed you. Hunter Goodman almost had a cycle. Had a home run, a triple, a double. He didn't get the easy thing, a single. He had a great game. Then you fire him after the game that you won? Like the one time that you have a little like pep in your step in the clubhouse? We just fired the guy, and there's Kylan Freeland and Herman Marquez, and, you know, they're all bummed out because they all like him. Because everybody likes Bud. That's the problem. Everybody likes him. Nobody's afraid of him. Whatever. Who do you replace him with? Warren Schaefer. Who's that? Guy's been there for 19 years, coaching third base or a variety of things. But you know who's really running the show right now?
Clint Hurdle.
Clint Hurdle.
Yeah, which we called when they moved him up on the bench.
By the way, color me skeptical when we're watching Clint Hurdle manage this team for the next 5 years.
So now what do you do? And I'm not surprised by the people defending Bud Black because they don't watch the Rockies. They don't. They like Bud. A lot of them just know him.
I don't think it's about defending Bud Black. I don't. I mean, maybe.
Well, I can show you a bunch of tweets.
Maybe people feel bad for the guy, which is fine. But I don't think it's so much about people feeling passionate about, like, hey, we love Bud Black. This guy's getting rolled over. It's about, no, it's just something bigger. It's bigger. And why are we just making it about this?
Well, it's like, I've always just said this. It's one thing at a time.
Not always.
Well, in this case,
the Nuggets didn't do it one thing at a time.
In this case, it needs to be one thing at a time.
Why?
Well, because you're just where you are in the season. It just is what it is.
What does that have to do with anything?
Listen,
where you are in the season,
Tyler,
you've got the worst season of all time. Why has it got to be one thing at a time?
If they came out and said we're firing everybody and hiring, you know, the head coach at Grandview High School, my guy Scott Henry, why not? They hired Walt Weiss. He was a high school coach at Regis. They just pulled him out. Scott's a good dude. He's down there at Grandview.
Yeah, at least Walt played shortstop.
No. Give me one good reason why it has to be one thing at a time right now.
Because that's how they operate.
No, that's not a good reason.
Okay.
I
don't have good reasons for why the Rockies do or don't do anything.
They don't operate like that. They don't even operate in any of this realm.
You're bypassing the people that are like, no, it's not Bud Black's fault. You're bypassing them because those people are saying it's a bigger issue, and you're saying, oh, be happy because they did one little thing.
I am. Well, I don't know. You don't have to be anything. I'm not asking you to do a damn thing. I'm just telling you that guy deserved to not have a job managing the Rockies.
Listen,
okay?
When you got a house that's got a cracked foundation, you see the big crack down the side right there. What you do is you got to get that whole foundation repaired, right? Slapping paint on the foundation, which is firing Bud Black, does not fix the whole foundation.
Exactly.
And I'm not saying he don't.
Fine.
I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be fired. I think things are probably too comfortable, but maybe he also just resigned and goes, it ain't getting better. Let's have fun in here.
I'm happy to make a gentle wager. No tattoos or anything like that. I'll make a walking wager. How about that? I'll do something like that. I'll do something goofy like that. Like I'll walk from here to Coors Field if the following doesn't happen. Just after the show's over, I'll just...
Why?
Well, I don't have to do it. I don't have to do anything. But my hot take is this. The Rockies are still going to suck, okay? They are going to suck. And most likely they'll have the worst record in Major League Baseball. But here's what's about to change, in my opinion. You are not going to have the worst record ever in baseball, and you're going to take yourself out of the conversation about being the worst team ever. Because that's the direction things were going. And that was just too much to bear. That's going to change. They have to win 35 more games to eclipse the 41 wins of the White Sox, and they're going to do at least that. You are not going to be when we're talking about how bad this season was, because it's going to be bad. But we're not going to be talking about the Rockies being the worst team of all time.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother!
Well, I got you.
You know what?
I got you.
Hip, hip, hooray.
I got you.
The hot take is we're not going to be the worst team of all time.
Well, right now, they're really barreling down that path.
See, I didn't think they'd be that anyway. I figured they'd have a stretch where you win 8 out of 20 and really up yourself.
Not with Bud Black and not with what they were doing. They were not going to do that. They were going to be the worst team of all time.
See,
with Bud
I really
Black.
think you put too much on the manager.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
Yeah.
We'll see.
How many of that 4-game losing streak before they won the other day were close games? That Bud Black could have swayed the difference.
I gotcha. But there have been so many close games over the years that he's blown and figured out how to lose that nobody pays any attention to.
So all you're saying is they fired him this year when they probably should have done it 2 or 3 years
ago.
Of
course.
When they had teams that were at least competitive, although they've gone 2 straight years of 100 losses. So I guess it would have been 3 years ago. Listen, I'm not saying he didn't deserve. I like Bud.
Everybody likes Bud.
Yeah, but I'm not saying he didn't deserve. It was time to go. But this is the tip of the iceberg. And if the rest of the iceberg don't get chipped away, it ain't going to matter. So what? Hey, they don't get the worst record, and they win 55 games.
Exactly.
55 games would be an unbelievable accomplishment.
Yeah, I'm not
From here.
I'm not gonna have too much optimism over this. I mean, this is throwing a Band-Aid on your big toe that just literally got cut off. Like you got to get that sucker cauterized. You know,
Nothing will matter until you completely clean house. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. And yes, the ownership has been ridiculous because their loyalty has, been kind of absurd. It'd be great to have a boss that was that loyal, I guess. You got to win. There's some bottom lines here. But this needed to be done. Well, hold on. Let me back up a little bit.
Yeah, but you're almost empowering the people that are above you to stay in place by allowing it to go down like this.
Okay. So
when you do it like this, that's almost telling the people above you, hey, you're good. You're good. Because we're just going to take this little thing.
And I agree with you. And this sounds like it's a little bit contradictory because I think Bill Schmidt should be gone too. I think they need to redo everything there. And it wasn't enough. And Mike Redmond gets thrown in too. I wouldn't have Clint Hurdle there. I wouldn't have Warren, whoever the guy is there, whatever's Schaefer. I wouldn't have him there. I wouldn't have Dinger there. I'd get rid of everybody. But, I mean, you got to start somewhere, I guess. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. But at least it's something.
And yet, how many people were over the weekend at the games?
38,000 on Saturday. I mean, it looked pretty filled yesterday on Mother's Day. They had the pink bats and the pink this and the pink that. They played pretty good. Marquez pitched pretty good. Went deep in the game. Hunter Goodman almost had a cycle. I don't know, man. It all needs to change. Let me back up here real quick. Do you think Bud Black should have been fired?
Not on his own.
All right, Scott?
Yes, but not when it happened.
Not on his own.
I don't know if I'd have started the season with him.
No. It should have been a wholesale move.
But again, you have to start the season with him because you weren't going to do anything above him. And so,
should Bill Schmidt be? Thanks, Bill. It's been nice, but we're going in a different direction.
Yeah, he reassigned.
Reassigned.
Well, they're loyal. Yeah.
Should Bill Schmidt be? I mean, they can make a change in the next week. They can do it anytime they want. There's more that can be done. It doesn't have to happen just today.
Well, you got to get kind of like we talked about with the.
They wouldn't have done it this way if they were going to do that.
You got to get a GM that brings in his manager, right?
No doubt about it. Listen, they're dying for something just to work out because Monford's so loyal to his guys. This must have been absurdly painful for how they did it. And in just such a Rockies fashion, because they couldn't pull the trigger when they should, they end up doing it after they actually win a game.
And yet they had over 80,000 people in the stands 2 days in a row.
Yeah. Attendance is down 15% this year, though. I know what you're saying, but it is down. It is down. They are not making the same money they used to.
But guess what? The weather's just starting to turn good here. We'll see.
All right, let's get back to our good friends that play basketball. And Nico Rantanen wants to say hi. That's coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. Intimacy, it's a special moment when we feel deeply connected to the one we love. Truly, few experiences in life are as wonderful as these, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic knows that. They're proud of the way they work in getting you back to that relationship. When the pills or herbals fail, success rates well over 90% ring true with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men, and you could be next. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. So come on now, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I don't want to say that. I will say that I think both teams were very tired coming off an unbelievably physical overtime battle on a late Friday night. So if it affected us, it surely affected them as well. I mean, both of us had super tired legs. So it was about who's going to make that final run. And when we got up 8, I thought we were making the push. And to their credit, they were the ones to make the final run. And we made mistakes late. You can call them mental mistakes, physical, whatever it was. We didn't play well enough the last 6 minutes to win a playoff game.
All right, let's talk about the rest thing. Like, what do you want to say about it? Legit, not legit, whiny,
not legit. No, not legit.
Significant.
Sucks. Inconvenient. Not a legitimate gripe in terms of the NBA screwed the Nuggets over. I mean, look, you listen to what Chuck said there. What's the NBA supposed to do? They're supposed to help out the Nuggets because they don't have as good of a bench?
I think it's legit, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. I mean, it is what it is.
I think it's true that it hurts the Nuggets more than Oklahoma City, but it is absolutely unfair to characterize it as the NBA screwed over the Nuggets.
But you're also, and here's my negative on the league, that you got a bunch of suits back in New York that I'm not even sure watch the games. They want SGA because that's going to be your MVP, so you want him on a primetime games on Sunday. But you're not watching the series. You're not paying attention to what's going on or anything like that, because that was not a good product in the first quarter. The worst quarter by both teams in the history of the NBA playoffs. Lowest scoring quarter, combined score for two teams, 24 points between two teams in a quarter. That's not, if you're trying to get audience, you want that out there?
Yeah, that was weird. That was really, really weird. I was actually in a weird weekend appointment, but I had to miss the first quarter, and I was checking on my watch, and I'm like, 18-6 or whatever it was, 16-8
Yeah,
17-8.
Yeah. 16-8, wasn't it?
That can't. It says there's 40 seconds left in the first. That can't be right. Like, what's going on here? But let me ask you. All right, no dumb question in regards to the rest. Look, I've never felt my body feel radically different after 6 hours. Okay, so really, like
you never felt your body after a game the next 6 hours. You're fine.
No, not 6 hours. Like maybe a day, maybe 2 days. I'm feeling better. But I guess what I'm getting at is it really that big of a difference playing at 1:30?
The Nuggets were the only team though that has had to go like how many games in a row where it's game, day off, game, day off, game, day off. They haven't had 2 days off. So I know what you're saying. And by itself, it's probably not a big deal. But the accumulation of it was pretty significant. Well, listen, I don't know if this is even debatable.
I just know my body feels like crap. It usually takes me a couple days to not feel like crap.
It was a big, like, here you go, TV. You wanted this NBA. That game did not become an NBA game until like halfway through the second quarter. And then it was an NBA game. And then the Nuggets just ran out of gas. They just ran out of gas. I don't know how else to put it. They had tired legs. They couldn't move as much. They couldn't play defense as harsh. They couldn't score. They couldn't do anything in the fourth quarter. And that lead that they had just like a balloon. It was like a paper bag, like Katy Perry.
14-2.
And that was it. And there wasn't really, the only reason it even looked somewhat close is you're right. Aaron Gordon threw in that miracle 3 off the call it off glass. Rainmaker.
He couldn't find his dribble, and he throws in a banked 3.
If it's not for that, the Nuggets the final might have been, they might have lost by 10 points. It might not have been that close, but he hit that shot, and okay, cool. It was a crappy.
I don't think it would have mattered, but I mean, it definitely would not have mattered. But what the heck happened on that inbounds that felt like it took like 15 seconds for them to do anything? You know what I'm talking about, right? When AG gets the ball right there at the top of the key.
Well, I've said this before too. You can tell the guys that know how to play or that aren't afraid that they're in the right headspace is when you get tight game late, got to have a score. Do guys stand and hide in the corner?
Yeah.
Do the guy gets overplayed, not playing? Did you see anybody flash from the weak side to the free throw line? No. Because a lot of guys, dude, I'm 3 for 12 right now. I don't want that ball. I don't want that ball.
There was a moment Christian had an open shot and he just dished it to the corner. Remember that kind of late in the game? It was like, okay.
Oh, he dished it to AG.
Yeah. I'm like, right. This is I got it.
Yeah, and AG's one of the guys. He's going to keep shooting. I mean, wasn't shooting the ball necessarily great in that game that they won when he hit the last second shot, right?
How bad is Joker playing?
I don't think he's playing bad.
Okay, what's he doing?
I think he's not efficient.
Okay, what's the difference?
I think efficient in he's shooting 55%, 53% like he did most of the year.
Let me back up. What the hell's going on with Joker?
I think he's getting the hell beat out of him. I think he's coming off a series of 7 games. Would you say the most physical played against guy in that first series was who? Would you not say it was Joker in that series too?
Sure.
Now you're throwing 2 7-footers always on him, and then you're bringing in Williams, who's a stout 6'10" guy, you know, but 265, 270, and he's banging on. I think he's just the most beat up guy on the floor.
All right. So is he permanently out of gas, or is that it? Or are we gonna have a little comeback?
But again, I mean, he sucked, and he had 27, 14, and 5 steals. Now his turnovers are too high, but his turnovers were high against OKC in the regular season too.
Yeah. Okay.
He's got to be more efficient. If he shoots over 50% in Game 5, they can win the game. But you also got to have, you had another 6 of 15 game from your number 2 star.
Yeah, Jamal had a Jamal game. That, unfortunately, we have seen that game from Jamal like a lot this season. It's not good enough. And never mind Michael Porter Jr., who was brilliant on Friday.
Yeah, which was
brilliant.
Amazing because,
brilliant on Friday.
On Friday when we're sitting here and DMac, you asked the question or you made a statement, he gets 2 minutes. He gets 2 minutes to prove that he's in this game. All right, well, Michael Porter Jr. came out and proved everybody wrong.
First
right when we're all ready to just tap out on Michael Porter Jr., has a phenomenal game. And credit to him. He deserved all the credit in the world. I think we all went out there on Twitter or whatever and gave him his compliments.
Yep.
I don't know how you go from that to this.
Making shots. The difference is in that game on Friday, his first 2 open looks, and again, they're kind of leaving him because he hadn't done anything, even though he's historically a really, really good shooter. They were kind of leaving him alone, kind of like they do the other guys. He buries his first 2 threes in that first quarter. I think he have 11 points in the first quarter, something like that on Friday. But then you had those exact same wide open shots on Sunday, and he misses them. And I think if he makes them, the whole game and the whole is different.
These shots, if anybody's ever played one-on-one and you're playing with somebody and you think they suck, you just dare them. Well, go ahead, shoot. And what do I care? You don't play defense because it's hard playing defense. I cannot believe how open the Nuggets players were. It really was like Thunder was like, go ahead, see what you got.
Go to Peyton Watson earlier, game 4 on Friday or game 3 on Friday, knocked 2 threes down, 2 big momentum threes. And I think he was 0 for 2 or 0 for 3 yesterday. Wasn't he?
0 for 2.
0 for 2 yesterday.
9 minutes. He should have played more.
Probably could have played more.
Russell Westbrook, I'm not trying to rip on him because he's had some amazing moments. He should have played a little less.
In that game, yeah.
Jalen Pickett should have played yesterday.
Probably, yes.
DeAndre Jordan should have given you 4 to 6 minutes. You got more guys. Use them.
Yeah.
And even if it's just for a little bit. David Alleman yesterday says, I was calling timeouts. I was using timeouts. I didn't have anything to say. I was just calling timeouts just so,
Just to rest them a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, the ABC timeouts are like 3 minutes.
And they're trying to bank on that.
Yeah.
But that's clearly not enough. And
because you sit out for 3 minutes in a game. Actual time is like 20, 25. You have a 3-minute timeout. Actual time is 3 minutes.
Right.
There's a big difference sitting on the bench for 3 minutes of game time, which can be anywhere from seriously 10 minutes to 20 minutes to 3 minutes at a timeout. That's just 3 minutes.
I remember I was not a coach here, but we were playing like a little squirt hockey tournament in Fargo, North Dakota. We're battling it out for like 24th place, and the coach just got in his head like, we got to win, and we're playing overtime. It's kind of a big tournament.
You see a wood chipper?
This is 10-year-olds. So this coach shortens the bench for 10-year-olds. in overtime. It was the most ridiculous thing ever. So here we are. We're traveling in North Dakota. All the parents are sitting together. Oh, going to overtime. Isn't this kind of fun? Oh, we'll see how it happens in overtime. They go like 3-on-3 or something. Little kids. And he shortens the bench. There's only like 6 kids playing out there. So all the parents are looking at each other like, what the is this guy doing? And sure enough, of course, we lose because you're exhausting everybody out here. It was so bad. Kids are crying that they're not playing. And I'm not saying the Nuggets guys are crying. But they are professional basketball players, guys.
Right.
And what must they be thinking as they're sitting on the bench with all this narrative about a short time? And my team doesn't believe in me to play professional basketball? What are we doing here? And I got it, DA. You're doing the best you can. But the production of your better guys is going way down. Just like those little squirts up there in North Dakota.
I don't know that we can have it both ways. Why did Calvin Booth get fired?
Oh, for this reason.
All right. So, I don't think we can have it both ways. There's a reason why Calvin Booth got fired. There's a reason why these guys aren't playing.
But there is a point of diminishing returns here. Like Jalen Pickett is X, right? But Russell Westbrook will go below that X at some point if you just keep burning him out. And he did. So you got to figure that out. You got to trust some of your guys here. That's my big takeaway. I think the Nuggets can win this series. I do think they can. But you got to trust your dudes if Russell Westbrook's off or if Michael Porter Jr. is off. You got to. You got to throw DeAndre Jordan in there to just beat somebody up. How about you send a message the other way? How about you beat somebody up? And you can still win. I'm not here doom and gloom.
Yeah. I do remember at the beginning of this series when we were talking about how physical the Clippers series was in comparison to this. Well, that's flipped. The physicality of this series is off the charts.
So, tough moment yesterday. Tough call for a veteran coach. It's a tough decision to make. But Adelman he didn't have his greatest moment as a coach right there, in my opinion.
Well, no, he fell back into the old regime that we got to die with these guys. It was Game 7 of last year's playoff. And it's easy to do. You got a near all-star in Jamal. You got a guy who's been a hero in the playoffs in Gordon. You got Christian Brown, who's been pretty dang good defensively overall.
But they're not robots.
But they, yeah.
And you needed, by the way, you needed to start playing. You needed, when nothing is going in the first quarter, take all your starters out, bro. Take them all out. With like 5 minutes to go, we couldn't see what a disaster that was. With 5 minutes left, take them all out. Put the whole bench in. What would the difference be? Have a moment. But it was too much. It was just a little bit too much for everybody. But they did have the lead. But the problem was what it took to get that lead back, Tyler. It burned out the team. And you didn't use any of your guys at any other point. I wouldn't want to be Jalen Pickett sitting on the bench for 2 hours and all of a sudden I got to go in a game. How good am I going to be? I'm going to suck. He should have used the guys right from the jump. He should have known this is the kind of game. He should have done something a little bit different. You had nothing to lose anyways. There's money in the bank.
Yep.
So now what do you got?
Well, do you learn in Game 5 and do you change your...
I would.
Yeah.
I definitely would. Because at the end of the day, this series is going to go 6 to the Katy Perry game. And I would rest my guys a little bit more. I would play Pickett and DJ and all these things. You're playing in a tough environment anyways. Why not get some reps for those guys? Give them a little confidence because you may need them more in Game 6 anyway. And by the way, Game 6 is probably where the cookie's really going to crumble. Let's keep it real. So you want your guys as rested as possible for Game 6. I'm not saying throw away Game 5, but you got to be smarter about it. And if you lose, you lose. You were supposed to lose anyways.
I disagree. I think it comes down to Game 5. Everything comes down to Game 5. It's all right there. You're too tired to overcome another loss. You're emotionally, physically, all of it. You're there. You're at your breaking point. There's a tipping point for everything. You're already there. You are physically tapped out. Game 5 is what it all comes down to.
I would. You got to do everything you can to keep the game close. You got to play a fourth quarter game. The bottom line is, can you play a fourth quarter game? Can you give Joker 4 or 5 minutes in the first half by playing DJ for 3 and then bring Gordon in to play the small ball 5 and then bring Joker in at 6.5 instead of 9? Can you give him? Because, as we said, 2 minutes of game time sitting out can be 15, 20 minutes.
Correct. Correct.
I'm telling you, every team gets there, whether you're in the playoffs, whether you're in the regular season. You get to a tipping point where you just don't know if you got it. And you can turn it the other direction. But if you reach that tipping point, sometimes there's an affirmation. You get the affirmation. I don't think there's any coming back from it. That's what I think Game 5 is.
When I won a championship, we played 8 guys in the bench. Regular season, we played 10 consistently. All season,
Really?
all season long.
Oh, okay, right.
All season long, we played 10. Playoffs came, we played 8. But our 3 guys off the bench were Mark Aguirre, John Sally, and Vinny Johnson.
Hey, man, I get it. The Crayola,
that's pretty good, though, right?
The Crayola crew of Brown, and Green a couple of years ago was all you really did need. You didn't need more than that. You had it because those guys did produce. That is not necessarily going to happen here, and it's pretty damn obvious. It's incredibly obvious. I'm not down on them. They can definitely win, but they can't win that way. The way you tried to win yesterday, you're not going to win.
You got to make it a fourth quarter game in Game 5 and see if you can steal one.
And there's got to be juice in the tank when you get to that game, to those final minutes. So how do you get there? And if you can do that, is how Oklahoma City finally won a close game.
Yeah, they had more juice in the tank.
That's it. It's simple. It wasn't.
Well, how many minutes did the bench play for them?
What we got? 13 for the other Jay Williams.
So that's
Jalen
over
Williams.
a quarter.
28 for Alex Caruso.
That's 2 quarters.
7 for Isaiah Joe has been a bit of a mystery here in this series.
Short of a quarter.
16 for Wiggins, who was 3 of 6, and Wallace 23 minutes. This guy's barely been playing.
So you got guys off the bench giving you a quarter to 2 quarters of rest for your starters.
35-8, you were outscored by the bench. Points in the paint, brutal. What the Nuggets have, like 20 points in the paint?
No, I don't even know if it's that high. 18. I think it was a season low.
Points in the paint, 20. They had 30. Fast break points, Nuggets, 7. You were exhausted.
Well,
I gotcha.
I've said for years, people listen or don't listen, but you can remember this. Every playoff series turns into a half-court game. You know, and they ran a lot, and I think that's great during the regular season. You ran a lot, and they won some games because they could outrun teams. They either got to get back to playing a little quicker, but now they're getting the ball. They're not even looking to run. They're really not even looking to run. And I think that would help Christian Browns if they'd get out and push a little bit. But I think they're so worried about turning anything over, they're taking 0 chances.
By the way, I don't want to dismiss Friday night, too, because Friday night was freaking awesome.
Fabulous.
Friday night, listen, you can tell people drink heavily going into a Friday night. Holy cow. My God. I'm all for it, by the way. The later you start on a Friday night, the better. Or a Saturday night.
Well, how about Thursday?
Well, hell, Christmas night on a Sunday was unbelievable a couple years ago. I mean, I'll give this to our crowd. They know how to fire themselves up for these late night games. And you can feel the difference. I felt the difference yesterday from Friday night to Sunday afternoon. It was.
Well, plus you got more moms in the crowd too. So it was a little more peaceful.
You're on your P's and Q's.
You're on your best behaviors.
Yeah, it was different. They were still excited. They were still, it was still a whole thing.
It was kind of nice to sit on the couch in the middle of the day and watch basketball games.
How did it feel? Like,
felt great,
relaxing.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's the vibe that was the vibe in Ball Arena too. It's kind of like, what's going on? Got a game.
That was a great brunch we had.
Oh man, that was real all right. I think they're warming up.
Oh, those pancakes.
You know when you can tell it when they came out for warm-ups and nobody's in their seats, nobody's waving not really. It's just I'm telling you, it was a
brunch crowd.
It was a brunch crowd. Friday night was
the party go out downtown crowd. It
was a biker crowd. It was like, and I think the guys feed off that.
Well, I know they do.
Listen, whatever happens in Game 5, I understand how valuable it is. I do. But I do wonder what this Oklahoma City team will be about when they are this close to wrapping an important series up. Will they have the moxie? Will they have the courage? Will they have that? And there's something about your backs to the wall when nobody expects anything. And I take the Nuggets in that situation. So if they lose Game 5, I'm not even going to write it off after Game 5. but you got to use everybody, man. You got to be smart about it.
Yep.
We'll see.
You gotta save people, and hopefully you have a fourth quarter game, and then you can win it.
Broncos had their a rookie mini camp. We'll hear from some of the rookies coming up next. No Dumb Questions comes up in about 15 minutes or so. So fire that up, 303-504-0925. Text, that's that. Twitter, yeah. Twitch, YouTube, we're there too. We're everywhere. So do all of it and throw in your No Dumb Questions. We can pivot to the Broncos just for a little bit. Did not get out there myself. Had a lovely mother-in-law Mother's Day brunch, lunch sort of thing.
Yeah, if you were... Old DMac would have never missed that.
I know. Old DMac would have been a big jerk.
Not podcasting anymore.
Mom-in-law.
Well, the other option was to do it on Sunday and just not go to the Nuggets game.
Yeah. Yeah, I did shaft...
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. I did not spend time with my wife on Mother's Day. Well, actually, I kind of did.
But is she your mom?
She's not my mom.
Yeah. Did your boy spend time with her?
It's a prickly question. I'll say yes.
Bare minimum brunch.
My younger son, who got himself a job and got accepted to CU, which is wonderful, and is working for Welshire Golf Course.
Oh, good.
Oh, nice.
It's a
fun course.
Arranged a round of golf for my wife, who loves playing golf. We're not very good. We're not a good golf playing family, but we like it.
Right.
And I just rolled out there after everything was said and done. I joined him for the last 3 holes.
Oh, really? You got there in time?
I got there.
Little day.
I got there at 16, but they were already playing into the hole, so I was just like, okay. But I played 17 and 18. So
what time is that? So they had a late tee time.
2:50, yeah. So the Nuggets, it's a long day if you do that thing top to bottom.
I walked out of there. I was walking to my car at 5:30. And I got there at, what was David's presser? 11:45.
Yep.
So
11:30.
11:30.
A long day.
So 11:30 to 5:30.
It's a full day doing a game.
It's a big day.
Yeah. Anyways, so I did not get out there, but I don't know if there's a lot of news to report. I don't know if you had some takeaways watching it from afar. If anything sort of struck you about, what was going on.
No.
I did talk to some folks who were out there. I did. The RJ.
My takeaway from photos, RJ Harvey's quads are large.
Yes.
He's also very short. He's a very, very short, large quadded man.
Yeah.
Looks powerful. Looks like a little bowling ball in there. What else did we have? I don't know. What else we have? Ian Book apparently did not do well enough to get himself signed.
No, that wasn't going to happen. It's so different when there's not a quarterback.
We didn't have Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel. I know that.
I was
obsessed with the coverage of the Browns.
Yeah, I watched more of that.
I've been watching every single clip that's come out of that thing.
Shedeur looked okay.
Shedeur looks great. Yeah, he's looked great so far.
The funny thing, the first day that they were there throwing, I was following, and it seemed like the Cleveland Browns media people put like 4 or 5 straight of Shedeur doing stuff and then finally it's like, oh yeah, he was 5th round. Here, Dylan Gabriel's showing out today too, and I'm like,
well, I was trying to figure out, did they let the media watch the whole thing or something?
I think. Well, you could watch the Broncos whole practice.
Oh, you can for rookies?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it feels to me like, and I don't know this for a fact, but it feels like they let the media watch all 3 of their practices, whereas you only have to let the media watch 1.
Yeah, because I saw all the rep counts. I saw
you're
how
not
many
supposed
yards
to do
he
that.
threw for.
You're not supposed to do any of that.
Well,
that's pretty funny.
Different out there.
Yeah, they're having fun with it. Good for Shedeur, man.
But I thought he looked good. Dude, in hindsight,
really
we never know the path you're supposed to be on. Maybe this is exactly with the arrogance that was showed early before the draft and all the stuff that's gone through the prime CU experience. Maybe this is something that Shedeur needed, because watching him in training camp and even listen to some of his comments, I thought were pretty good.
Well,
even the one funny joke he has, and listen, I didn't get that big of a signing bonus or whatever it was when they asked him to comment on whatever. I thought he looked good, man.
Well, he got put in a little bit of an awkward situation. He was taking a photo with 6 or 7 guys, and it was him and Dylan Gabriel, and then there was 2 or 3 guys that were trying to do the Shedeur flashing the watch thing, right? So they were trying to get him to do it, and Dylan Gabriel's sitting on the left and Shedur's sitting on the right. Poor Dylan Gabriel's just feeling awkward as these guys are doing the Shedur. And they did the watch, and Shedur refused to do it. He wouldn't do it, so he's trying to keep his head down.
Yeah.
So the Browns,
and he looked good on film. Now it's just film.
So just checking with you guys, the Browns minicamp is more interesting than the Broncos.
Yes.
Oh, the Browns are going to be the most compelling storyline in the NFL.
and well, let me ask this. And I know you say, well, that means the team's going to suck and blah, 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 whatever. I'm sticking by. Shedur's going to be your starting quarterback by week 7, 8. No doubt in my mind. And I don't necessarily think it's because the team's going to suck. It might be an injury. Flacco, they might just get tired of.
They'll just be losing.
We're limited to what we can do with him because he's not going to be mobile. Not that Shedeur is much more mobile, but dude, he looked pretty. Looked pretty good to see you. I'm telling you, Shedur's going to be your starting quarterback this season.
Okay. We're all kind of pulling for Shedur.
I absolutely am.
I told you this is what was going to happen. Everybody's going to enjoy the fall from grace. They're going to point the finger. They're going to laugh. And then everybody's going to love the comeback story.
He is being smart, though. From what I can tell, he's being humble. He's getting along. It looks like he gets along great with everybody. There haven't been any stories about he was off-putting for this or he wanted this or none of that. He did a little of like all the haters are mostly about my dad. Not me anyways, which is probably, relatively fair. How about what Shiloh did? You see what Shiloh did? Shiloh had a little press moment there with Tampa. He went, and he's an undrafted guy. He went and shook every hand of every media guy. I've never seen that before, ever.
Smart.
Goes and shakes, what's your name? How you doing? Shakes everybody's. I've never, ever, ever seen that in 30-plus years of doing this stuff.
Well, it never happened when he was here.
It's kind of nice. Shiloh was talking about how Shedur's missing him, and Shedur won't stop calling him. He's like, hey, man, I'm trying to study my playbook, and Shedur keeps calling me. You should be in your playbook also.
Well, I bet there is a little something there with those two. They've been very, very close. They've done everything all together their entire lives. I'm sure there's a little sort of like, I felt that just watching Shedur. Like, hey, man, all that bubble's gone now. You're in the real world here. And so is Shiloh. I wonder how Dion's feeling about all. I bet he's kind of having some little dad moments there. But there you go. Your kids are out there. They're there. They're doing their own thing. Best of luck.
Well, Shiloh now can just go out there, play solid. I think he's got a great chance to make the practice squad at best. But who knows? He may show himself. And hey, listen, we could put him in our second or third safety and make him a special teams genius.
Well, he's a hard hitter. And if you're a hard hitter and you can play special teams, you can find a role on a football team.
Got a shot, but only at the most 2, 3, rolling my eyes, maybe make the 53 from undrafted guys. But there's nothing wrong with being on the practice squad and going from there. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. All right, do you care? I got a bunch of RJ Harvey stuff.
What you got from RJ Harvey?
You want to hear from him?
No, you don't have any Shedur?
I don't think I have any Shedur, no. But I got RJ Harvey. Here's what he says.
It's a lot to improve on. Pass protection and, working my routes. Getting, it was we didn't run a lot of routes at UCF, so it's something to get better at. And, I'm going to get better at it.
You seem pretty comfortable. Wheel routes today.
Yep. I ran a lot of real routes at UCF, so I'm used to that.
Sean Payton did say something interesting. He said everybody wants to know if this guy's a 3-down back. Can he be there in pass protection?
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, he could be a 3-down back. Might use a tight end in pass protection. Might split him out wide. But he could be a 3-down back.
Well, he said he was watching tapes of Sproles and Kamara.
Yeah, definitely Sproles and Kamara. I was watching a film with Coach Payton yesterday, just watching those choice routes and everything. So
he's a short guy. He's a short guy that's never had to block, Tyler. He's been one of them, we're going to just hand the ball to RJ left, RJ right.
How much did Reggie Bush ever block, really, in pass protection coming into the league? How much did
probably not much.
Sproles really block coming into the league?
I saw a hysterical thing with Saban talking about Derrick Henry. And he said that when he got to Alabama from high school, the coaches were chewing him out as a freshman. And he goes up to Saban and he goes, I've never had to block in my life. I don't know what I'm doing. And if you remember Ronnie Hillman when he got here, he was only 20 years old when he got to the Broncos. He had never blocked in his life.
No.
Yeah, I tell Derrick Henry, you're a very large human being, get in the way. You're going to be okay.
Well, he didn't know where to go. I mean, some of these guys who are these superstars that just, but at least Derrick Henry is a big dude. Ronnie was a small guy too, you know?
He was a.
How was Ronnie as a pass blocker? How did he do? Because he wasn't that big.
He wasn't asked to.
I don't think he was asked to very much. Guy called a bunch of all of his games.
Yeah. He wasn't asked to.
I don't think he was really asked
All
to.
right, so what does RJ have to do to be on the field more consistently?
Know how to chip a guy at least and then get out in the flats.
Is it easy to do? Is it hard to do?
I mean, I would say the main thing as a running back is a will, a desire.
Yeah.
And if you got a will and a desire, just don't be a liability.
How smart do you have to be about football to figure out how to do that? Like how much, if you've never really done it, what's that learning curve to learn like at least where to be and what to recognize so you even give yourself a shot?
I don't think it's very difficult.
Not that hard.
And not for running backs. I mean, look, you got two jet, okay? I got the backside A gap. I got a scan front side. It's not that tough. I mean, you've got very specific, limited responsibilities. It can get a little bit more difficult when you change protections, and you got to be paying attention when the protection gets changed. But there's not a ton. You've got a gap, and then you got to scan.
All right, we'll get back into it with Let's Football Go with Dan Tanner at about 2:20. No dumb questions. Fired up for us right now. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, gals, you're in the market for a new vehicle. Go to the best car dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. You're not going to waste your time. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. Simple as that. I've been a customer for life, at least since my rookie year in the NFL, because relationships matter. And that's why I keep going back, because I trust these guys. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles that are on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to get the best price at Phil Long Ford. Check out those electric vehicles. They are fun. The Ford F-150 Lightning, the Mach-E Mustang. These are amazing vehicles that you're going to fall in love with. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and visit them online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, here for you, 303-504-0925. YouTube, like and subscribe if you can. That's alive there as well. And Twitch, we're looking at all sort of forums with whatever dumb question you got. No dumb question. Why does the NBA drag out the first round and then rush the second round with games every other day? I have no idea why the NBA schedules the way they do.
Is it a competition
No
thing with, I mean, I don't know. NHL, you got just more games that you're trying to schedule around.
I mean, everything is centered around TV, but like,
I mean, I realize NHL is still ongoing, but it's just less games.
Got me. I don't know why they do what they do. I think the most important thing for the NBA is they get to the finals. So anything before the finals is kind of a moot point. Like, we just got to get to the finals on the day. They're already promoting like the day the finals start, which I want to say is like June 5th or something like that. It is June 5th. Yeah, they're promoting the finals start June 5th. So however we get there, we really don't care as long as the finals start on June 5th. And the rest of it is like, well, whatever.
Yeah, good luck.
I still don't understand, though, why they put the Nuggets, 2 MVPs, basically. What is that prime time? East Coast, 3:30 on Sunday?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I guess that's
I would think that that's prime time.
Like, we're on ABC. We want to get to the... Okay, so it's a compliment then, basically.
Is it not? Certainly that's got to be more prime time than 8 o'clock on a Sunday.
Well, okay, so what's a better series? The Nuggets and the Thunder or the Pacers and the Cavs?
Well, right now it's been the Nuggets and
the Thunder.
Thunder, right? So
I guess so.
It's competitive, but I think they made this decision, 2 weeks ago. They probably looked at Cleveland and Indy and said, that's going to be a 5-game series for it. Why did that? But everybody else thought this was going to be a 5-game series at best, too.
Halliburton, Mitchell, Joker, SGA.
SGA, Joker.
Yeah. I guess when you put it like that,
yeah.
The result is that they're too good.
Yeah.
So, okay. Does that make it feel any better?
Well,
because we've been used to for years being called. That is pretty ironic for 2 cities that were considered flyover cities and who cares and the whole thing.
But you got your 2 MVPs. You got second place last year. You got first and second 2 years in a row in MVPs. They're going to be big names. Here you go. It's legit. They did it. But as the NBA scheduling goes, well, guys, it's going to be less than 36 hours in between games. What if we move the Friday game a little earlier? Instead of 8:30, make it 5:30.
Would have helped.
Would have
been nice.
Then all of a sudden, but it's still, whatever. You lost a game. You're not deep enough. And as you said in the start, you're an older team at 30.
By the way, how about the Knicks, man? Oh, my God. And they had all the celebrities there. Everybody in New York was so jacked up for
and
their
2
Knicks.
days rest. Because that travel between Boston and New York
the
is
games
so far.
in New York, everybody, there's Ben Stiller, there's Spike Lee. I mean, everybody and their brother was at
Stephen
that game. Just nothing burger. Just get absolutely stomped on by the Celtics.
Yeah.
That was kind of fun.
But the only difference, and again, is how simple the game is. They played the same way Boston did, except instead of going 25 for 100 in 3-point attempts in the first 2 games, they would shot 45% or something.
I got to say, man, if there's any way to get past Oklahoma City, God, if there is a
feels hopeful, don't it?
Oh my God. It's going to be the toughest series that you have. I'm not buying Minnesota. I think Minnesota's getting a free pass because Steph's gone. I don't think they're that good. I really don't. I know they've been the kryptonite, but then you look over in the East. Really? Seriously? Are we really afraid of any of those teams over there? Really?
You realize if you can find a way to win this series, you'd have home court the next series?
I know.
No matter who wins?
Dan, what do you got? See, this is where you get in danger. This is where you get your dreams crushed right here.
Yeah.
Because you realize what is ahead of you if you could that's where you're having the lead in the fourth quarter and you blew it. It's just like, ah. All right, what do you got, Dan?
No dumb question. It was reported today that Giannis Antetokounmpo
is open to leaving Milwaukee. So my no-dumb question is, should the Nuggets go all in this offseason to try and pair Jokic and Giannis?
How?
What is it? That's what I asked DMac
I have
earlier.
no idea how you.
How do we do? What do they want from us?
Jamal and MPJ.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Yes, I will do the deal.
Yeah, why would they want to get older, though?
The Nuggets?
No, Minnesota. Or Milwaukee, rather.
Oh.
Why would they want Jamal, like Tyler just said? Like,
Michael
why
and
would
Jamal
they?
are younger than Giannis.
I got it. But why would they, if they were to do something that radical, why would they want older players instead of younger guys?
And Denver's limited in the drafts you could throw over, too.
If Milwaukee was willing to do that, they're hitting reset on their whole organization.
Damian Lillard's probably open or available, too. Would Damian Lillard be easier to get than Giannis? Now,
It'd certainly be easier.
Let's just talk about Giannis.
All right, let me turn this into a more local question about the Nuggets. Because I no offense, Dan, I just don't see any way how the Nuggets can pull that off. But my no-dumb question would be, have we gotten past the point of any concern of Nikola Jokic wanting out of town?
Yeah.
It's too much money. I'd say no because the money is just absolutely ridiculous.
Is he the one weird human being on planet Earth that wouldn't matter to?
I don't think so. I think he likes money.
And I think he likes it here.
I think he likes it here. Did you see him wear a Joker outfit the other day?
Yeah, I did see that.
That was awesome. That's, he's got a little sense of humor there.
It surprised me a little bit.
It was the first time he's ever worn that.
I didn't think he would do that.
I know. He likes it here. He likes playing here. He's competitive. He's comfortable in Denver. I'll tell you this, bro. If he's not comfortable in Denver,
He definitely
I don't know
is a
who's
creature of
comfortable
habit, you know?
Yep. All of it. All of it. He likes it way more here than maybe you would think and put off. He rules Denver, Colorado in this area.
If he really wanted to, he really could.
Well, he could rule anywhere he goes.
I got
so
you, but
that's not a concern.
You're right about that, but it's already established here. He's already comfortable here. He was the guy that says he doesn't wear the tights anymore because it just wastes too much time. He's good here. He's going to have like a 17-year career. He's going to have a long-ass NBA career by anybody's standards. He's not going to be like LeBron. He's not going to do that. But Scott, 17 years? And he started when he was 20. He only has to play to 37 to have that.
Yeah, true.
7 more years. Do you think he'll play for another 7 years?
No.
I think he will. Why don't you?
I don't think he wants to go out like a Nowitzki or even a Duncan. Nowitzki was king and still is king in Dallas, but I mean his last couple of years, I mean he was a shadow of himself. Duncan at least they kept quality players always around him, even though his game diminished a little bit, he was still able to be him. Now,
but the money is staggering.
Will he play 17 years if all of a sudden you've staggered a whole bunch of people around him that can help? I mean, even with San Antonio, here's what they did good. They let Duncan and Ginobili and Parker get older and fade out, but they kept adding young talent that really came in and play. Came in and Patty Mills came in young and was good as a backup for Parker for a while. Kawhi Leonard came in and won a championship with them, but really took a lot of pressure off of him. Denver hasn't added any of those pieces.
No dumb question. Is it killing you to see what Miko's doing right now?
No.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers are ridiculous.
How can you say no?
He's playing for another team. I liked him when he was here and Dallas Beaches. So I'm all for Dallas, Toronto in the finals.
Is the trade killing you a little bit more as time is going on?
No.
How are you going to feel when he wins the Conn Smythe?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that means he won a championship.
Here we go. Players in NHL history to record 9+ goals and 8+ assists over a 6-game playoff span. Wayne Gretzky. Mikko Rantanen.
Jeez.
Well, the year they won it, he averaged a point a game, didn't he? When they won the Stanley Cup, didn't he average over a point a game? Something like that?
Yeah.
And listen, he did nothing for the first 5 games of the Avalanche series.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden, since Game 6, he has blown
up. Since the
the
games became more important and mattered more,
he's blown up.
He's been the best player in hockey.
Well, it seems like it so far, right?
Yeah.
What's the series right there with Dallas?
They're up 2-1.
Oh, did Nas take some shot?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What did he say?
Nas Cadre on Twitter says, you don't let your big dogs go. ... #96.
He tweeted that?
Mm-hmm.
You don't let your big dogs go?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about myself, am I?
I think
I think
he was.
I think he's the shadow of 96.
Yeah.
But when you put 96 in there.
Yeah. I think he was talking about
Of
both.
course he's talking about
yeah.
both.
Yeah. Rule number 1, you always keep the dogs. Sorry. Rule number 1, you always keep the dogs. And then he did you dogs, period, not dog. I think he is talking about himself.
Well, has Nas been a dog since he left?
No, but he certainly was one when he was here.
Yep. His fit was perfect for what
Oh,
the
I think you're
Avalanche
hitting the
tried to
nail
do.
on the head. I think he's talking about, yes,
Of
Nico,
course he
but
is.
he's talking about himself, too.
Absolutely he is.
He's taking a shot at the Avs. Not at the players. He's not taking a shot at the players. That is definitely a management shot right
How about
there.
this? You always keep the dogs, Stephen Damalula, which is why we didn't keep you.
Wow. Okay.
Says the guy below that. Says the guy who left for Buddy and hasn't played in a playoff game since. We have the best dog, Nate Dogg.
Listen, man, I know what the winning percentages are with Val Nichushkin when he's on the ice. I get it. I understand his value. But that is the decision you made. We're going to sign a bigger deal with Val, and we're going to let Nas go.
Here's a no dumb question, though. If you don't make the trade, would it have been better off, not because of depth for the team or anything like that, but because you would have been a wild card team and your entry into the postseason would have been easier going the wild card route than it was being 3-2 the way the playoff system is set with the NHL?
Arguably, yes.
Yeah, anything but Dallas.
And then the other part of the deal, too, is I understand you wouldn't have got the total value that you would have had, but couldn't you have made some other deals to get a little bit better? And wouldn't things have changed once you got into the playoffs one way or the other? But these are really, really, really hard decisions.
No dumb question.
These are super tough decisions.
Would you rather have Miko still here with Richie and Bo Byram or what they've done the last 2 years?
It wouldn't have been Bo because he was dealt the year before. But, I mean, it's Miko and you would have got rid of Casey Millsat anyways, but you wouldn't have had Natchez. You likely would not. You wouldn't have had the big guys that you had. You probably wouldn't have had the same guys. Maybe you would have had Coyle, maybe. But you wouldn't have had Natchez. You wouldn't have had Nelson. But you would have got somebody else.
But what would Cal Ritchie be next year?
Right. I mean, then that's gone too.
How would Bo Byron play for you this year?
Big question of the day coming up next. Are you feeling more optimistic, less optimistic, or the same about the Nuggets' chances against Oklahoma City based on the fact that they split? Knowing that if we said to you a month ago, hey, guess what? You're going to be in the second round, and it's going to be tied going into Game 5 against Oklahoma City. How do you feel about the Nuggets right now? More, less, same?
If you asked me at the end of April, I'd be excited. If you asked me May 9th or whatever the day was on Friday.
After the game?
Yeah, I'd feel a little less. But, it is what it is. I think you got a chance. Hey, three-game series, don't you like experience over youth? Except for the fatigue factor?
I would say if you stay zoomed out and you go back to the Clipper series. I heard Nate make a little witty joke that was kind of made sense at the time, but it was definitely taking a shot at like how little of a chance the Nuggets had. The Nuggets played so great against Clippers. I see the series going 5 games now against Oklahoma City, right?
Snarky Nate.
It was funny, but it made sense.
Mm-hmm.
If you stay zoomed out and you're like, well, Nuggets are winning every other game. All right. Not bad. I'll take our chances. You continue to win every other game, get there to Game 7. It just sucks because you felt like you had a really good chance to just put their backs against the wall. You had them, man. You had them in the fourth, right where you needed them to be.
What were your feelings about how things were going to go, despite everything? How terrible things had started. But going into the fourth quarter, the Nuggets had the lead. What do you think was going to happen?
I felt good because we did a halftime show. Come on down. Game 6.
Do I have to?
We just do a halftime show for the crowd.
Come on down to do what? Be in the crowd?
Yeah, just be in the crowd. Ask questions. I'll throw you a T-shirt.
Okay.
There's no camera, so.
Well, but we do video and they put it up on the screens and they have screens. But anyway, whatever. I felt good at half because I don't think I could see a worse playing and shooting, and you're only down 5 at half.
No, but in the third, it felt amazing.
Boy,
when you got the energy, you got the crowd going, you went on a run. What'd you get up by? 7 or 8 points?
Going into the fourth, I went, boy, and I will say this. You've earned the right now to rest some of your starters to start the fourth. And that turned out to be a bad vibe.
For the record, did you really just seriously invite me to be in the crowd?
Yeah.
For the crowd-only halftime show that's not even on TV?
Yeah, well, you can come down.
I can't come up on the stage and yell at the crowd, too? You just want me to be in the crowd?
No, we have the celebrities.
Okay.
You come if we lose, and then you can come sit on the thing because there ain't no one else coming up there. I tell you what, the crowd after Friday's game, the crowd that we did the post-game show,
the hammered crowd
show, on Friday.
How was that?
I bet it was 150, 200
I
people.
bet they were in a good mood.
Good mood.
Yeah.
Yesterday's crowd after the game,
Mother's Day special.
About 32 people.
Okay.
Yeah. And they were nice.
I'm sure they were very polite because
although there was one Friday night crowd guy came up there
on Sunday afternoon.
And yeah,
there's a Friday night guy with the Mother's Day crowd.
Yeah, basically we started yelling at the set for why are we playing defense and opening up? The
guy is drunk.
He's still recovering from Friday night.
Yeah, well, he may not have stopped.
How important is it for the Nuggets to win Game 5, or is there a bigger game to be played here? The 7-game sort of put pressure on the Thunder sort of deal.
Yeah, my opinion, it all comes down to Game 5 because I think the Nuggets are at a very fragile point emotionally and physically.
So
it's
47
a fragile point.
So Jokic 47 out of 48 minutes. Jamal, I'm sorry, you got to go. I don't care. I mean, that's like that.
I do think so. Yes, because in my opinion, having been on teams where you didn't expect to make it as far as you did, and all of a sudden you're there, you're like, well, that was fun, man. We went on a really good run.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, but we really weren't supposed to make it this far anyways. We did just have our coach fired. We did just have our GM fired. I am really tired. My name's Nikola Jokic, and I'm exhausted. And I went 0 for 10 from the three-point line. And
won the game.
And won the game. I got you. That one. This team, in my opinion, is at a very fragile point where they're looking for affirmation in one direction or another. And if you get that mental affirmation going in the right direction, I think you win game 5, you win the series. You lose game 5, you probably have reached the point of no return mentally.
I think you got to send a message that you still believe that you can. And you may lose game 5, but it's how you play in game 5.
So exhausted,
but
if
you play game 5 like you did game 2, then what are you saying? You're gonna have to win.
You're saying game 6, game 5 doesn't really matter that much.
No, I'm just saying.
What you're saying is we're gonna sell out in game 6, not game 5.
No,
and we're gonna go.
I'm saying that's your different choice. I'm saying if you come out and say we're gonna play, and even if you lose this game, then you're putting a seed of doubt in them for game 6. You win game 6, and now they're going, phew, we got lucky in game 5. And to me, the pressure's always on home teams in game 7.
All right, let me boil it down. Would you, in game 5, based on rest and all this, would you, if you were Adelman, play Pickett, get DJ in there, extend the minutes for Peyton Watson, stuff like that? Or would you?
I would try to get my bench and try to keep them fired up.
In game 5, you would.
I would spend the next 48 hours or till game 5 starts really trying to pump up my bench and really try to get them going and say, hey, you're ready.
Tyler?
It'd be really nice if you have that luxury, but if I don't have that luxury, then no, I'm not going to do it.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah.
This is what got us here. Either we're going to succeed or fail with this.
Yeah. And I think the whole conversation, and look, maybe it's not fair for me to speak on it. I never played in a 7-game series, okay? I just think the conversation about exhaustion is relative, and I don't know what a couple minutes here and there really does in the big picture of exhaustion.
Well, they got these things dialed down, these things, players, athletes, every sport now.
Oh, we're just cattle. We're sheep. Yeah, you can call us things.
They got the cattle dialed in as far as how much rest is and what it is good and what the recovery time. The better the shape you are in, the recovery time, and you've got to know those numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're having people on your staff that are in charge of them numbers, if you're not relying on them, why are they on your staff?
Okay.
So I think you gotta be dialed into that, especially early in the game, to try to save as much as what you can. Like I said, I think game 5 comes down to making sure it's a fourth quarter game.
All right,
I guess I'm old school, man. And when it comes down to do or die time, I throw all that nonsense out the window. I'm not saying it's nonsense. It's not nonsense. But science kind of goes out the window when it's do or die time.
All right, but the question is, when is it do or die time, I guess?
Yeah, in my opinion, it's game 5.
Okay.
Yeah, my opinion is when it's elimination.
All right. Let me point out something else that's just a little different. For the first time in this series, and the first time for the Nuggets in a month, they will have 2 days off. Maybe not quite a month, but in a long time for the Nuggets. They will have 2 days off if you can get to game 7. That is true. That does exist in this format.
That's cool. I got to get there.
You got to get there. But then it goes to, like, how much do you sell out? Knowing you have more rest between game 6 and game 7, knowing game 5 is not an elimination game.
Why would I want to put myself in a position of literal do or die? Now, I'm making it a figurative do or die in game 5, but why would I want to be in a position where I'm saving myself for a most literal do or die in game 6 just to get to game 7 for 2 days off? Sometimes
you got to lose a battle to win a war. And like I said, you got to strategize. You got to use all the science that you have in front of you, analytics that you have in front of you, whatever it is. Otherwise, why do you have them? Why are you paying them?
Yeah.
And I'm with you. Let's go old school. I'm okay. Hey, toughen up. You're going to play a lot of minutes. Buckle up. Let's go. But if you're going to have them, why are they there? You got to use them. And I'm telling you, you got to play game 5 to get to the fourth quarter and be a game. And if you can play this game to get to fourth quarter to be in the game,
Mm-hmm.
I think all the pressure goes on Oklahoma City. You keep, boom, you're there like you did in game 1, like you did in game 3 or whatever it is, and you're there, and then all of a sudden they're going, dude, we can't lose this game. We got to go back to Denver tomorrow. We can't lose this game.
Put the pressure on them.
Yeah, but the only way you put the pressure on them is it's got to be a fourth quarter game.
Okay. Well, it'll be fascinating what they come up with. And we'll have the game for you tomorrow night.
Like I said, you lose a battle in the first half, but you to give yourself a chance to win the war by the end of the game.
Well,
sounds good, doesn't it?
I'd play a little DJ. I'd play a little Pickett. Okay. I'd be okay doing that in Game 5, even if you lose.
I'd play Strother even if you had to, and I would say to him,
green light, shoot, buddy.
I would have a long talk with him and say, you got to quit being a kid.
Yeah, let's go.
Listen, you're a first-round draft pick and a guy that we think is going to be here for a long time. You got to grow up right now.
You're in this game for a reason. Don't be shy about it.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. And shoot. He is so tentative out there. He doesn't want to make a mistake. He's scared to shoot.
And I will tell you this as an offensive line. When you're afraid to make a mistake, what do you always do?
Yep. Bad things happen.
Bad things happen.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to free them up a little bit. You got to tell them, hey, man, it's okay. And listen, I understand the importance of Game 5. I do. But right now, there has to be some confidence that you build with your bench, or you're just, I get
Strother.
You're dead. You're dead. You're dead either way.
I get Strother and Pickett, and I talk with them privately together. I said, we're going to play you tomorrow or today, whenever you have the conversation. I ain't going to bench you for missing a shot. I'm going to bench you if you play scared.
Right.
Right? I'm going to give you chances tonight. You ain't coming out if you miss a shot. You're going to come out if you play scared. Fair? And I'd get them to buy into it. I think it's a great motivational time for David.
Okay. Well, we'll have the game for you tomorrow night. Like I said, I don't think they tip until like 8:50, but we'll have pregame at 7:50, 7 o'clock here. 7:30 theoretically tip, but it'll be a long pregame, and we'll have it for you right here in Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, let's football go. There's Broncos news to be had. Dan, Tanner, next. Hi, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, but every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. ED can be an intimacy destroyer. Research shows men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. So come on now. Get back in the game with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. Get that consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So come on now, get with it. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Thank you, Mount High Appliance. You guys are the best. Yes, we'll play Vic with Jamal here in a little bit. That's fun relationship, those two. MountHighAppliance.com. Check them out. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner. We have mini camps. We have rookie mini camps all over the place.
Yeah, let's hear from R.J. Harvey, the Broncos rookie running back, and Sean Payton. They were both asked. R.J. Harvey was a former quarterback in high school. Can that help his vision as a running back?
Yeah, I feel like playing quarterback has given me an advantage with my vision. You know, I know what to expect. Like, I can see, like, what the defense is doing. I feel like it's giving me an advantage.
Sean, Harvey only threw the ball 4 times at UCF.
Excuse me?
Harvey only threw the ball 4 times, but was obviously a prolific high school passer in Virginia, probably might be MVP. Is that a potential? And we may not see it, but is that something
that wasn't my vision.
But don't visions change, perhaps?
Yeah. Listen, you can sell me on anything, right? But I'm focusing on the runner right now, and I like that he was a former quarterback.
Think we'll see any special packages for R.J. Harvey throwing the football, fellas?
A 5'8" guy who's probably not 5'8" throwing the ball in the NFL. Tyler?
How many years is R.J. Harvey going to play?
7.
Yeah, probably. That would be probably
in 7
a great
years,
career.
You might get 3 trick plays.
How many times did Edelman throw the ball? And he was a quarterback.
I bet 2 or 3 times.
Right?
Chris McCaffrey once in a blue moon throws a touchdown.
Right.
But hasn't in a couple of years, it seems like, has he?
Nope. Well, he hasn't played a whole lot. But
I don't know. Maybe he'll huck it up in a weird situation once or twice.
The whole I played quarterback conversation, that's pretty tired. Like, okay, I played high school quarterback, so I can see the field. Cool, bro. Like, I played point guard in 3rd grade.
Didn't in the game the most embarrassing?
Actually, I never played point guard. That's a lie.
in the Broncos' most embarrassing game ever. Didn't our guy? Wasn't he a high school quarterback or something? Who started? Not Phillips started, but who played there?
What's
his name?
The wide receiver.
Yeah. Didn't he play high school quarterback?
He played college quarterback.
Quarterback
at Wake Forest.
Right, college quarterback. How'd that game go? That is a funny talk about. Have we really run out of things to talk about already? And we're talking about R.J. Harvey in terms of throwing a football? What are we doing here?
Well, wasn't Rod Smith a college quarterback too, and was always the 3rd quarterback on the depth chart?
Isn't the best athlete in every high school the shortstop and the quarterback? Everywhere?
Used to be the pitcher, shortstop, right? It depended on when he was pitching, or pitcher, center fielder. It depended on when he was pitching, and then he was also quarterback.
Yeah, it's just like it's that kid in high school. I don't know if that was the case at Cherry Creek. Who knows?
Depends on what kind of offense you're running.
Probably had 6 guys on the depth chart that was all going Division I in baseball. Who knows what was going on?
I wouldn't want my best athlete playing QB. I'd want the ball in his hand so he could run it.
Yeah. All right, next question, Dan. Next story.
All right, let's hear from Shedeur Sanders. Just wrapped up Browns rookie mini camp. Here is Shedeur on Tom Brady's message to him.
That was it. My story is going to be similar. You know, I was a late round draft pick, but we're here now, so none of that stuff matters. That just mattered on the day. And I'm just excited to be here and ready to work.
Okay, so by the way, fellas, I saw reports coming out of Cleveland, people that were covering Browns rookie minicamp. Apparently, according to them, Shedeur Sanders was much better at throwing the football than Dillon Gabriel, who they selected in the 3rd round. So what do you make of Shedeur's chances of starting this year?
Well, there was a pretty funny moment in the media. Like, Dillon Gabriel did his press, and then there was like a dude who was standing behind him, like a media mogul guy. And he goes,
picture DMac.
Oh, no, he's bigger than me. And he goes, you know, I'm taller than that guy. Like, talking about Dillon Gabriel. Dillon Gabriel's not a big dude. Didn't we see that photo of Bo Nix and Herbert next to Dillon Gabriel? It was like he was like a little kid. Of course Shedeur's going to look really good in this situation, I think.
Yeah, Shedeur's not the largest dude ever, just to be clear. Like, he's like the pass-fail of height to play quarterback in the NFL. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, and he's supposed to look good. No, he's a 5th-round draft pick. History tells you 5th-round draft pick go to rookie minicamp. They ain't like studs.
No.
I thought and I've only saw films and clips, and they call them highlights for a reason. He looked damn good in all the clips I saw.
All I know is that Browns media are going to be in heaven. It's going to be the most compelling storyline in the NFL. It's going to be going on all year long until Shedeur Sanders is starting, and then it's going to be going on again when he is starting. It's going to be daily breakdowns. They're going to be counting the reps. They're going to be counting the completions. I couldn't eat up enough of it. I mean, I found myself searching out Browns content over the weekend. I didn't even know what happened at the Broncos minicamp. All I want to see is Shedeur Sanders stuff.
Well, let Flacco finally show his age to start the season, see what happens.
See, here's the problem, though. Flacco's going to walk in day one of training camp or OTAs or whatever, and he's just going to be – it's going to be like the Flacco laser show.
They're saying Kenny Pickett's the front runner.
Okay, well, he's got more NFL experience too. And they know what to do in the NFL. And these practices, Tyler, you can speak to it, of course, firsthand. It's just not like the games. It is set up to be very structured, organized, that sort of thing. I don't know how Flacco or even Pickett isn't going to go in there and blow Gabriel and Shedeur off the face of the earth based on just what you get to do.
They should. And also keep in mind, this was rookie minicamp. So they were going up against rookies. We'll see what it looks like at the vet minicamp.
Did you see any of the Jags minicamp stuff with Travis Hunter?
Saw a lot of dancing.
They look like they're having fun, don't they? It's a fun story watching him, and I'm. Did you see what really happened with Travis Hunter over the weekend? That was hysterical. Okay, he got on a plane like a United flight, not a private plane. He just got on a plane.
Because he was at CU's graduation.
Yeah. So he gets on a plane. I think he's going back down to Jacksonville. And he just sits in a seat, whatever the seat is. And there's an older woman he sits next to, and she doesn't know him from anything. And his interaction with her was, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, how you doing? Just very nice, just like a nice guy. But the problem was, not the problem, but people were repeatedly coming up to him, taking photos and autographs and all that. And she doesn't know who he is. And so he took a picture with her, and it's just another, oh, here we go. So she writes, I had the most wonderful flight home from Denver. I met the nicest young man who sat next to me. He offered to put my bag in the overhead compartment. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Anyone would be proud to have him as a son. Then talks about all the, incredible things. This is another one of these Travis Hunter myths that just goes on, that he just sits next to a random woman who has no idea who he is, and he's the nicest guy in the world. And he takes a selfie with her and all that sort of stuff. It's another great story about Travis Hunter.
Well, look at the last line. Jacksonville Jags, you did a good job. I will be buying tickets. You don't think that's the best PR Jags people can see?
Hey,
and how many times has that tweet been
probably
done?
Millions. It's probably got unbelievable amounts of views.
Travis Hunter's good. He's just going to be okay in life. You know what I mean? He's just going to be okay. Whatever he does, he's going to be okay.
I'm going to be rooting for the Jags, man, aside from any competition they have with the Broncos. And I don't even know, do we play the Jags this year or not? I don't even know if they're on the schedule.
There's another buff that allegedly was just ripping up minicamp, and it was Jimmy Horn. I guess out in Carolina, they're getting he's like a 6th rounder.
Yeah.
And they said he looks like he is incredible.
That's awesome. I'm going to root for all those guys, man. It's going to be a fun NFL season following all those dudes, no doubt. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, so according to Dove Kleeman on Twitter, the New York Jets will host the Broncos. I have no idea who this guy is. According to him, though, the Jets will host the Broncos on October 12th, week 6 in London, fellas. You happy with another 7 a.m. game in London against the Jets? You going to be waking up for that one?
Hell no. Two overseas trips?
2 overseas trips. Is that for sure?
They're playing in Germany.
Is that 100%?
The Germany one is.
It is. Okay.
I thought.
I didn't know that was 100%, but I might have got that wrong. I didn't know that was 100%.
I'm 99%. It's 100%.
Okay. That wouldn't make sense. They wouldn't have 2 overseas trips, would they? The Jaguars have done that, though, but they generally just stay there.
Well, maybe they can play in London.
No, here's what they would do.
Fly back to the Greenbrier.
No, here's what they would do.
To Germany.
Well, here's what Sean would want. He would want an East Coast game the week before, stay at the Greenbrier, fly into London relatively late in the week. Don't spend the whole week there in London, but, come in like Thursday or so. So you would spend like 3 or 4 days at the Greenbrier and then go over to London.
And
then probably a bye week. So that might indicate the Broncos have a bye week pretty early. I mean, that's week 6. The Broncos would have a bye week 7 maybe.
But do the NFL, don't they want the teams in London to kind of sell the NFL experience to London?
They give the teams a choice. The teams, it's not required. Teams have done it a variety of ways over the years.
Yeah, you've seen teams get in and out. You've seen teams stay.
Yeah, it seems like the teams can choose how they want to do it. It's up to them. Now, the Broncos may, but that doesn't mean you can't have Broncos events there the entire week.
It does seem highly unlikely that they would be forced to play 2 international games.
I agree. That seems kind of ridiculous.
Would we rather go to Germany or to London, boys?
I love London. I've been there, but I've not been to Germany, so I would rather go to Germany.
I haven't done Europe at all, so I'm down for either. Let's go.
It feels easy to go to England, so I guess I'd rather go to Germany, and that'd be a cooler thing. But when is the Germany game? When was that supposed to be? It was against the Colts, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was definitely supposed to be against the Colts. I don't know when.
I don't know. It'd be pretty freaking cool to go to London in October. Oh, Andy Lindahl?
Hello.
Andy. Yes.
Yeah.
What's
How
up?
are you?
What's going on? Yeah.
The Germany thing is not happening. The Colts blocked the Broncos from going to Germany because the Colts are the marketing rights holders in Germany, the way the Broncos are the marketing rights holders in Mexico. And because we took their old quarterback and won a Super Bowl, one Tyler was on, they said, no, you're not playing in Germany, so it's out.
Wow.
There's jealousy.
Really?
Pettiness in the international scene.
When did that go down? When did you get that info?
I saw a tweet about it this weekend if you want to, I don't
Okay.
know.
All right. So this weekend came out that was the case?
Yeah,
Well,
I can go through stuff and find it.
Remember, Damani Leach, like the team was spoken on their preference to play in Germany. Because apparently Sean said that he prefers to go to Germany. He was excited about going there. The Broncos were all about it.
So the Colts vetoed it. The Colts vetoed the Broncos.
Vetoed it, yeah. Because
Wow.
you know how the Broncos usually send a contingent to Mexico to watch a game every year.
Yeah.
The Colts do the same thing in Germany. Thus, they've got the territory rights.
Okay.
There you go.
We'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you, Andy.
All right, well, I guess we're going to London.
So Germany or Mexico City?
I don't think Mexico City's in the mix here.
Yeah, it's just
No, I'm just saying. If you listen to what he said, they have the rights in Mexico. So would you rather have the team that has the rights to go to Germany or Mexico City?
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know.
Done that one.
I've never been to Mexico City, never been to London, never been to Germany.
I did,
Been to Austria.
I did games with Broncos in Mexico City and Barcelona, Spain.
I mean, I'm just
And
assuming
Sydney, Australia.
that one of our beautiful clients is going to want to
Send
sponsor
us-
our trip over to London. So let's go.
Well, here's what our incredible sponsors obviously will do. We'll go to the East Coast for whatever the game is, go to the Greenbrier for 5 or 6 days,
Nah, I can
then
skip that.
fly us over to London
yeah.
as well. And then it's a bye week, so we just take the week off, and they'll pay for our European vacation.
Yeah, there you
Because
go.
we'll have sponsors like that.
Yeah. They're going to come.
You think so?
They're going to come.
Yeah. Sounds like a hell of an opportunity. All right, would you want to do that trip?
Not the one you just described. Hell no.
What part of it don't you like?
I'm not doing both those. Going to Greenbrier and to London. No thanks.
Just London? How many days would you want to be in London then?
I mean, I'll take the max. Whatever we're allowed.
Yeah.
I've never done it.
I've never done it either. I'd love to do it. When does the Avs and Nuggets start? Not October 12th. That's way too early for both.
Yeah,
right?
it'll be end of October.
Right? Look at that. Kind of
Yeah, so we could go.
fits right there like a glove.
We did a week in London with the Nuggets and the Pacers. Only played one game, which was stupid. They should have played 2, but
I think the Nuggets
London just doesn't feel like a foreign country, though. It just
That's
does,
cool, though.
it doesn't feel like a like an international experience. It just feels like that's like
dude,
yeah.
we did the dual bus, the topper bus
Double
thing
decker.
tour, and you could get on and
Yeah,
off
they got those
whenever
in
you
DC
want.
also.
Yeah, but you're not going by a site and goes over here to the Roman dates back to 50.
50.
And I said, 50?
50.
50. And it's right there. And I'm like, 50? Yeah. I never heard anybody talk like that before. 50. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Do you think it was in like sub 1? Like day 50? You know, it's like, do you think they were doing the calendars like that? Like, here it is. 69. Random number.
Whoa.
50.
Dan, you got anything else, or are we done there with football?
Well, Derek Carr retired. What do you guys think
Oh,
about
that's
he had
right.
a degenerative rotator cuff in his throwing shoulder, and he is done.
Well, we now have 2 teams in the NFL that are going to play without a quarterback this year. Good thing the New Orleans Saints drafted Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck's the man.
What was the guy that played last year, played against Denver?
Yeah, that's your favorite guy of all time. If you can't,
Spencer Rattler.
yes.
Spencer Rattler, yeah.
Rattler.
Yeah, he's still there. Well, he was bad.
I mean, your choice.
That was so rare. You watch an NFL game where you're like, well, that guy's not good.
Well, I've seen 2 games between Denver and New Orleans where you're like, those are quarterbacks.
Dude, I remember watching that Thursday night game, and I'm like, holy cow. Like, that guy that is not a quarterback.
So,
it's crazy.
Worst game, that one right there as far as quarterback play, or when New Orleans played Denver with
our guy?
Taysom Hill?
Taysom Hill against Denver's wide receivers.
We were worse. It was the most humiliating game of all time.
Well, no, it was humiliating. But
no,
I mean,
it was worse. It was, they couldn't throw, Scott.
We were trying to throw bombs, though. Do you guys remember that?
Of course.
We were trying to throw go routes like in the first quarter.
I've never seen anything like that. Spencer Rattler is like a legitimate quarterback. Kind of. I mean, that guy was
He's
real
a legitimate height-impaired quarterback.
We didn't have anybody. And Tyler's right. The play calling was bizarre.
Wouldn't you just put Lindsey in, let him start the whole game, and try to put in the week leading up? Because I'm not sure they knew that everybody was going to be suspended till like Thursday or Friday, right?
I don't
Before
remember.
they made the whole decision. Which now, looking back in the whole scenario.
They were putting it to Elway and crew on that
How
one.
dumb was that? But they should have put in a wing T or something, just ran an entire option thing with Lindsey being your quarterback.
It was the most preposterous thing of all time. The NFL was they could have pushed the game back to they played games on Wednesdays. It was COVID. They could have done anything. But that was Goodell because the Broncos have been bad boys with the COVID stuff. That was the way of spanking the Broncos. The whole thing was ridiculous. What if any of that time made any sense when you look back on it?
None.
The air mysteries you walked through to get on the field, those made sense.
That was great.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
Well, I walked through an X-ray machine, it sprayed mist on me, and now I'm good to go.
I know one player who loved COVID though. GB, baby. GB zone.
No. Think again. You're close.
Somebody besides him?
You're close.
Somebody besides Garrett Bowles? God, he made the most out of it. Who?
Who checked out that year? Took the year off.
Oh, and that one D lineman. Wasn't he a D lineman?
He was O-lineman.
O-lineman,
Was it Juwan James?
Juwan James.
Juwan
James.
That's right. He tapped.
You had the option
That's
to not.
right.
You had the option to not play football that year if you wanted, and you
And
could
get
collect your
paid.
full salary. You got to get every freaking dollar that you were owed.
I forgot about
and
that.
you could say, "No, I don't want to play football this year."
I'm afraid.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot. And then he got hurt the next year.
Like,
Did he get hurt in training or something? Or
I don't remember.
It was
Did
something
he
bad.
play like one
He
snap?
had one good half of football for
Against
the Broncos
Houston.
against Houston.
Against the Texans.
And
then
that
he tapped
was
out of the
it.
second half. And that was Drew Lock's half, where Drew Lock kind of ripped it up.
Yeah.
Oh, the story of Juwan James here is unbelievable.
Was Juwan James the only player on the team to check out to take advantage of the I'm not going to play?
Yeah, I think so. I can't think of somebody else. Yeah, that's
That
right.
was a good
I
year
forgot
for
about
him.
that.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Better than GB.
Well, GB cashed in on it. GB,
GB had the best year of his life.
He did, and he likes playing football, and at least he's, he wants to play football. The Juwan James thing that really was the most unbelievable thing of all time.
That was
what genius offered these guys the ability to take a year off and get paid?
Well, you kind of assume pro athletes want to play. Juwan James. The legacy, the ballad of the right tackle.
Be
for the
interesting to go
Broncos.
back and look how many players, because he wasn't the only one. He's the only one
there were a handful.
I think there was a handful of other ones that.
Not many though. Not a lot of guys. But he stepped right on up to that plate. He didn't even stay here, right? He was in Florida or something.
Yep.
He wasn't even here. How much money do you think? How much career earnings do you think Juwan James has, though?
80, 90.
Something ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, let's get back into the Nuggets. Nate and Andy will join us coming up next, too. We have a little Broncos breaking news, a little bit. Zach Stevens of DNVR. Zach, what's up, bud? The Broncos signed a pro tryout guy. Well, I'll give you a nickel if you've heard of this dude, though, even though he's got NFL experience, Tyler. Cole Fotheringham.
Nailed it.
Fotheringham? Tight end from Utah. Played a little bit with the Raiders, it looks like.
I do not know anything about Cole Fotheringham.
Fotheringham. Say it a few times.
Fotheringham.
Fotheringham. Fotheringham.
Fathering him.
That sounds like somebody.
Cole was fathering him.
There you go. Played at Utah, so another Utah tight end.
Another tight end from Utah.
Yeah, another tight end from Utah.
They've been a powerhouse of college football.
I'm gonna guess he's tall, or not.
He ain't 6'8".
Well, that's a nice little trick by that dude. Pro tryout and rookie minicamp, and you get signed. That's
You must have looked okay.
Yeah, that's pretty good. A lot of dudes out there that just roll around like it's just NFL fantasy camp. They got no shot whatsoever.
Well, it makes sense in terms of position that we're still going to be evaluating.
Mm-hmm.
We're still going to be looking for running back help and tight end help. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Broncos signed, I'm just looking more at Zach. The Broncos signed inside linebacker Jordan Turner and wide receiver Kyrese White. Both tryout players, and
how many people do they bring to camp?
90.
I thought it was more than 90 now, is it not?
Oh, God. Is it more than 90, really? It's a lot.
Dude, I used to go up to Greeley when I first started radio, so 94, and there was still 120.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable how many.
Dude, go look at a college football roster.
They were going pads, too, though.
Oh, I think it was even more. I mean, this is back in the day. If you really go back, I think it was more like 150.
It might have been.
And these are like insurance salesmen and vacuum cleaner guys and, smoking a heater, putting it out with their foot, changing in the locker room or in the parking lot.
The first couple of years I did it, I think they've still had 16 rounds or 15 rounds of draft.
Crazy, right?
So, I mean, you were drafting a lot of people, too, every year.
It's a heck of a thing,
The dumbest rule that exists in the NFL is that you can't dress everybody on game day that is on your 53-man roster.
It makes no sense.
I can't even figure out why the rule existed. It doesn't. It never made sense. We're playing the most dangerous sport known to mankind. Injuries happen.
Right.
God forbid 2 tackles go down in one game. Let's make sure that we have a tight end play tackle the rest of the game.
It's like, is there not enough space on the sideline? Like, what is the logic behind
I don't know. So is
it a financial thing? No.
I don't know what the number is now, but when I was playing, you had to have 7 guys inactive. So you had 46 guys that were active on game day. They've been going back and forth with the rules on that emergency quarterback, whether he counted or not. Does that guy count anymore? The third quarterback?
No, he does not.
Okay.
So it's technically 46 guys because he doesn't count. But whatever.
But why, and especially if you're about to in the next year or so go into 18 games, why wouldn't, if you got 53, boom, it's just 53.
You're paying them active money.
They're being paid active money anyway, so why not?
I have no clue.
Why even 53? Why not expand the roster?
They should expand the roster.
Yeah, who cares? Put it up to 56, 57. I don't know, whatever. I really don't know. It's fascinating, though. Like, why is that the magic number in football?
No clue.
Yeah.
Somebody said so.
Right. I mean,
the lack of power of the Players Association to negotiate it. I mean, why would you have inactives if you don't? Why do they have it in hockey? Other than the bench isn't big enough.
I think it's because of the size of the bench,
yeah.
frankly.
Well, at least there's an actual reason
But
there.
that's not an issue in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't know.
All those guys that are inactive are standing there on the sidelines anyway in their clothes.
I kind of don't even get it in hockey. For example, I see a bunch of the guys during the playoffs. They sit up in the press box like with us. Yeah. It's really weird.
I too laugh. I like team doctors in hockey. They just sit in this. I got invited one time to an Avalanche playoff game by one of the Avalanche doctors. He's like, "Hey, I got great tickets. You want to come?" I'm like, "Cool. Like, that's awesome. I appreciate it. I was just expecting to be sitting in these seats by myself.
Mm-hmm.
And he's all of a sudden I show up and he's sitting in the seats. He's like, yeah, I just watched the game from here and I just walk down when somebody gets hurt.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I never processed that in my mind. But he just walks down the little aisle, goes down to the bench, and then during the intermissions, he goes inside and he comes back out, watches the game with me. Like, he's just a fan.
I don't know. It's just what they do. In basketball, they're all, even the guys, it's so funny. The guys who aren't even dressed and they're PJ Hall of the world. They sit on the bench. They sit on the bench.
The weirdest thing to me in basketball is why those guys wear street clothes. That bothers me to this day.
Oh, well, that was a big NBA thing back in the day.
That bothers me. Put on some Nuggets gear. Put on your team issue. It's not just Nuggets. It's every team.
Like, just wear sweats even if you aren't playing?
Put on something team issued.
No, they just wear, like, hoodies. And
they're
whatever.
wearing their Ed Hardy.
Yeah. But the NBA in clothes, it was a whole thing. Like, you realize nobody wears suits, and not really.
Since COVID.
Yeah.
That's been the big change.
Nobody really does it.
No, once COVID
And then it's
came,
also weird to me that they'll sit, like, 3 seats up, and then Russ will go sit on the very end in between these guys that are wearing jeans and Ed Hardy T-shirts.
Well, does it kill you that there's just fans that are sitting basically on the Nuggets and the other team's bench? That they have better seats than, like, PJ Hall? like if you looked at it, the Paytons, George and Sean, had way better seats than PJ Hall, who's on the team.
Yeah, that's true.
There's money to be made. By the way, that arrangement real quick. I get it. I bought it. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So they offer the seats to George and Sean equally, or do they offer seats to Sean and, hey, are you going to invite George? Like, how do you think that chemistry actually worked where it's those two guys hanging out on a date together? Like, where does that work?
We all know George is not an equal.
Right. So how do you think that filtered down? Like, Sean, we'd like George to come. Is Sean just inviting George because we're friends?
Hey, I got 2 tickets. Maybe his wife's out of town, and
it's George who's the first guy to invite.
I'm trying to set a good precedent.
Okay, that's for somebody who everybody said that Sean was going to fire. If he doesn't really have that power, but that's what I kept hearing, that George would be out. So now they're that kind of buddies, huh? They're that palsy-walsy?
Well, I think Sean tried to get him fired, and the owner said, no, you ain't got that kind of power, so now you might as well be buddy-buddy.
I don't know if I've ever seen them doing a buddy-buddy sort of hangout like that together, frankly.
Yeah, that felt
so.
forced.
Is it a different?
Right? It felt a little weird, right?
Is it a weird look seeing Sean sitting there with George, or when you saw Sean sitting there with Russ?
I felt weird about yesterday with Sean and George.
See, I felt weirder with Sean and Russ.
Well, but he technically wasn't there with Russ. Russ was technically with the other seats. They just happened to be next to each other. That's when Tim Patrick was there, and he was like coaching up Russ about basketball over Skylene's lap.
In both of these circumstances, both of these people, Russell Wilson and George Payton, were forced to have to hang out with their boss outside of work.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, yeah, courtside seats.
But
I'd do it for courtside. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd hang out with Shockey for courtside.
Courtside's elite. Yes.
Third row.
It looked like George, though, was more uncomfortable with the whole situation than Sean.
You did a lot of deep dive analysis on the body language of this.
Well, they put him up on the Jumbotron, and Sean was like yelling at the refs. Sean was kind of getting into it. I don't know if you noticed that.
There was like he should have been.
There was like a little incident near him, and I don't know. I just was trying to figure out how that actually worked. Like, who's inviting who in that scenario?
I didn't see the text. I don't know.
I mean, nobody's inviting the general manager first.
No.
Right.
No,
right?
Not when you're like the number 2
What about
in
the HR
charge.
guy?
Yeah, no, that's not the way that it
So
works.
you're saying Sean got the invite.
Sean got the invite.
And
Would you go to the Nuggets game with Dwayne?
Dwayne's a good guy.
Sure, why not?
Dwayne's a good dude.
Yes, sure. I got to be honest with you. I don't know who our HR guy
It's
is.
Dwayne.
Well, so
Dwayne.
It's Dwayne.
It's
Okay.
Dwayne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, that means I'm doing better than you guys. I don't know who the HR guy is.
I didn't.
You know who Dwayne is?
I don't know Dwayne.
I'll point it out to you sometime.
Okay.
He's here every now and then.
Dwayne's a nice guy.
He likes
Is it the guy that eats lunch in here?
lunch. It's the lunch.
Lunch guy.
He's a lunch guy.
All
He's
right.
a make my lunch at home. It's all sealed up. It's very nice.
Uh-huh.
And he eats it here.
Very HR like.
Yeah, very HR.
Does he label everything properly?
Probably.
Sharpie marker and everything like that?
Most likely. He's
Do you
organized.
think Bud Black left anything in the Coors Field fridge that like is still going to be there for weeks after he's been fired?
Do memories count?
How about that, huh? You lose 21-0. The day that the general manager tells reporters, "Nah, Bud's safe, he's good to go," and then you lose 21-0. Then you come out and win the next day 9-3, and then you get fired.
It was the most Rockies things of all time.
They couldn't have Rockied it any harder than they possibly did.
You're just counting that we're going to lose on Sunday too.
Yes, we assume when you're 6-33 or whatever they were.
So we got time on this. We're gonna do it. We've made our minds up. We won.
Well, DMac's fired up. They solved their problems.
Well, did Bill Schmidt, did he get word from Dick Monfort when he talked to Patrick Saunders on Saturday? And we'll have Patty on the show today at 5:20. And I kind of want to know the timeline here. Like, did Dick Monfort tell Bill Schmidt, we're not doing anything about Bud? That's off the table. So then he goes and he tells the reporter, no, he's good to go. He's safe. Then they go out and, give up 3 touchdowns. And then what? Dick decided that night? Now I'm done.
That's it. Final straw.
U-turn.
Then why not do it right after the game, though?
I have no idea why they didn't do it after
why didn't you just do it on Saturday night?
You set a Major League Baseball record, right? 4 consecutive games, giving up more runs each game.
Oh, yeah.
Going forward.
Oh,
no team has ever done in the history of the league.
I can't defend, what the job Bud Black did. There's no denying that. It doesn't change the dumpster fire that is over there. Nothing's different now. It's rotten from the inside. So nothing's different. It's just that somebody that was bad at his job doesn't have his job. It's like when they fired Hensley Mullins. It was like, I can't defend anything that guy did.
Bam, bam.
Yeah, he was very bad at his job.
I love the fact they lost 21-0, and after the year they've had, somebody had to sleep on it before they figured out what to do.
Also, and I think the quote from Bill Schmidt is we're happy with the job that Clint Hurdle is doing. They had 5 hits the other night when they lost 21-0. And this is like a regular occurrence. It's unbelievable. They're a sub AAA baseball team. I mean, sure, fire Bud Black.
Okay, so you do agree they should have fired Bud Black, though?
Oh, they should fire.
There are people out there right now on social media that are like, this was a terrible mistake. Bud didn't deserve it.
Fire everybody.
I think it's silly.
They all deserve it.
It's silly to fire him isolated. I'll say it. Yeah, it's silly to fire
the
an
look
isolated
is odd.
dude.
Yeah. Bill Schmidt keeps his job?
Yeah.
What are we doing here? What is going on? Did you guys read the Athletic story today? Cody Stavenhagen was the name of the reporter. And, this guy parachuted in and did, one of the big deep dives of hey, this team is on pace to be the worst team in baseball history. How did they get this bad? Listen to this, okay? You guys want to know how broken it is?
On pace for 28 and 160 with 2 games left over.
Worst team we've ever seen. Listen to this. Bill Schmidt has worked for the Rockies since 1999.
Okay.
Senior scouting director Mark Gustafson has worked for the club since 1993.
Ooh.
So has international scouting director Rolando Fernandez. Chris Forbes, the senior director of player development, has been with the organization since 2006. The Rockies pro scouting director is Sterling Monfort, who happens to be the owner's son. All right? So
he made it to the AAA, didn't he?
Who did?
Sterling Monfort. I mean, he was a AAA baseball player, long pro career before he took this position.
Grinded it out, Scotty.
Well played. That was
took you a while.
Very dry. That was well done. I like that. Yeah, it's like you read those numbers, those years in service.
It's big. What
your third consecutive 100-loss season. You're telling me firing Bud Black's going to do anything?
Those numbers scream of bigger than just a manager, and why?
Yeah,
I think Tyler and I are the same thing. Bud could probably find a better manager, fine, but a better manager ain't going to do nothing with this roster.
Did you see Dave Roberts' quote? They could hire Casey Stengel to manage this club. You couldn't do anything with it.
Do you expect there to be even a minor turnaround in wins and losses?
You might get a little bump. You might get the dead cat bounce. You always get a little. Also, here's the other part of it. Just law of averages, they can't keep playing this bad. They can't. Like, at some point, instead of going 7-33 over 40 games, they'll go 15-25, right?
You got to think.
I'm telling you, my worst bad beats of all time is after I landed on red 13 times. That 14th time, no chance. Can't do it.
Law of averages would suggest, you'll get Tovar back and healthy, and some of these guys will
Chris
start.
Bryant's liable, give you a big,
Probably not, but like
yeah.
Ryan McMahon will he'll hit what he is as a major leaguer again sometime, and you'll start to win a couple of games. Like Herman and Kyle Freeland can't continue to be this bad. I don't think.
Kyle's best performance was opening day when he pitched really good,
He's been
and
awful
then they didn't do anything around it.
Yeah, he has been awful since. Patrick Saunders today at 5:20 here on the show. Can I lean into your X and O brain here for a moment?
X me.
Okay, X ya. I kind of like this zone defense I think the Nuggets have been using. And it's contingent upon not getting killed by guys like, Case and Wallace and Aaron Wiggins, and that happened yesterday.
Yep.
In the fourth quarter of that game. I like what they're doing to Shea. I think they're really giving him problems. I think they're trapping him in the middle of the floor. They're sort of, they're zoning him, but they're sending two bodies at him immediately, trying to keep him off of his spots the best that they can. I think they're doing a pretty good job on him. Scotty, this defense that they're generally running, and I think they ran like 60-some possessions of zone yesterday. What do you explain it to me? What do I call it?
I don't know. I used to, and I coached girls' high school.
Okay. You didn't have that deep of a playbook?
No, I ran a defense, we called it mellow.
Okay.
And it was basically a man-principled zone.
So it's not named after Carmelo Anthony?
No,
it's not just letting the opposing player get layups?
Everybody just gets back mellow. So it was head up on the ball, strong on the ball.
Yeah.
Everybody a foot in the lane. In fact, we won a tournament up in Kansas against a team that won Kansas State the year before, and we just dismantled them. And I went back and watched the film, and they're running a zone offense. Well, it's still a man.
Right.
But it looks like a zone. So I don't know if you could call it something like that. I mean, it's still stronger of the zone principles that they're running, but you're still putting on-ball pressure hard, still doubling Shea if he comes into the middle or whatever. So, yeah, who was it? They used to run the amoeba defense, that looked like a man, but it was a zone or vice versa. But, yeah, I think they played it well, and I think they've done it well.
I mean, you held them to 92 points yesterday. You held them to 36% shooting. Like, those are winning numbers.
Those are winning numbers.
The problem is you scored 87 points and shot 31%, which are losing numbers.
Yeah. Listen, nobody won yesterday. Got it? That looked like a college basketball game.
That was a rock fight, man.
That didn't even look like a good college basketball game.
That thing was a rock fight.
But you still had an opportunity. I still think that 5-second play really sunk them.
Killer.
And then you missed free throws late.
Yeah.
That could have made a difference, especially when Aaron banks a three in, right? And also now it should have been a 1-point game, and now who knows what happens.
Your fourth quarter non-Jokic minutes were not good. I think you were -5 in those minutes right there. Everybody shot like crap, just like everybody shot like crap.
Yeah.
Not Aaron Gordon, because Aaron Gordon is amazing at everything, but everybody else basically shot like crap yesterday, and that they scored 8 points in a quarter. They scored 8 points.
8 points. But
did you guys realize they didn't make their first I noted this in my notes. They didn't make their first jump shot until there was 9 minutes and 12 seconds left in the first half.
Well, their first three was Russ. That wasn't the first jump shot, was it?
No, the first jumper was AG from the elbow.
Yeah.
At 9-12. They had like a dunk and a layup in the first quarter. That was their two made field goals.
And then the first three was, of all people, Russ. From the wing, and that was after going 0 for 14 or something like that to start the game.
And then the third quarter, they started making everything.
Yeah.
And then it all disappeared.
And then the fourth quarter, not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first and fourth quarters were just, they scored 26 points in the first and fourth quarters because he had 18 in the fourth.
Yeah.
You know, you have 25 and 25, you win that game going away, and now all of a sudden the narrative is a whole lot different going into Game 5 there, right?
It really is. This has been such a goofy series in so many ways. I feel like the Nuggets choked one out yesterday that they could have had, but the Thunder did that in Game 1, choking a game that they should have had. Like, this series
probably should be 2-2.
It deserves to be 2-2. It deserves to be a best-of-3
This
slugfest.
series, this whole playoff.
Really,
this whole
it has
playoff,
been.
I've told people, I'll use the analogy again. This is like watching The Twilight Zone. Normally you watch a show and all the shows flow together and tell a single story. This entire playoff run has been, what are we at? 11 games where nothing from one game seems to carry to the next. Jamal is amazing one night. MPJ was amazing. Those two had their nights Game 3.
Yeah.
Nobody was there. Nobody felt good like yesterday. Jokic was the one constant for this team, and I agree with you.
And he's not efficient.
Not playing bad, but it reminds, because I looked yesterday, I was like, wow, he had 27 points. It just doesn't feel like Jokic basketball.
It's not efficient. You know, he's missing the close shots, but
he's missing shots that he always makes, which is, it's unsettling as a viewer to watch it of just like, oh, he got to his spot. Like, God, he missed one on a short roll yesterday that like my brain couldn't compute it. Yeah. And he left it short.
Yeah.
Which he's been doing a lot of.
Yeah. And listen, and there's no excuse. I mean, this guy's getting paid well, and he's going to get paid even better soon. But you know, I don't think there was any guy beat on more in that first series than he was.
Right.
So you're coming off playing against a guy who's 7'1" and 300.
Yeah.
And now you've got two big guys that are bouncing on. Now they're bringing Williams in, who's a big, strong 6'10" dude.
The Thunder's defense, this give credit where it's due, man. Their defense is so friggin' good, and I swear to God, like the way that they time what's essentially a triple team on Joker, like they time it on the catch so well, and he's doing a good job, I think, at times of dribbling away from where the pressure is. The problem is that like he doesn't seem comfortable fading all the way to the baseline, so then he's trying to turn back and he's turning directly into a wall of humanity.
Yeah.
And this team slaps at the ball and pressures the ball and just plays that annoying brand of defense so perfectly. And he is bothered, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, the funny thing, after he got 42 in that Game 1, they just said, whoa,
right.
He ain't beating us no more.
Yeah.
You know, he's not beating us anymore.
Oh, and they don't care. Westbrook, shoot all you want. Christian Brown, shoot all you want. They don't care.
Peyton Watson, shoot all you want.
Yeah, they don't care.
Really. They don't care. But it you know, and a Joker, listen, he's the main guy, so he's going to catch most of the heat. You know, he still has, Andy said 27, 13, and 5, and you're like, God, he sucked. And I'm like, dude, I played in the league 11 times. You know what I mean? I'd like to have a regular season game at 27, 13, and 5, right?
Well, but what's been odd is
he had 5 steals, I think, didn't he? 4 or 5 steals?
His defense, I thought, was great yesterday.
He's getting his open looks, though. He's just not making them.
Yeah.
That's what's wild. He can't make a 3 all of a sudden.
Right.
You know, you just wonder about how beat up is he?
He's missing floaters. The elbow's got to be something.
Well,
it has to be.
I rode in the elevator with him in L.A., and I asked him, I said, how's your elbow? And he had a sleeve on, he rolled it down. That thing is swollen.
Yeah.
Now, this was back in the Clippers series.
So it's probably not better now.
It's a real deal.
Yeah.
But, and he goes, excuse, you'll never see him. And like I said, he's still going to be there, and you're still going to be a guy you can count on. If he was more efficient, I mean, let's be honest. For Game 2 is Game 2, but you'd be up 3-1 if he was the Joker, efficient Joker.
Yep.
And they weren't playing the defense they're playing, it'd be 3-1, easy 3-1, and you'd be looking to end this tomorrow night. Which, listen, no one thought. I think everybody thought this was going to be a 4-game, 5-game series. If you look at Vegas, right? So you're right where you are.
I don't see a planet it's not 7. My assumption is, and I sit here and I could be proven wrong completely because it happens regularly. I think the Thunder get tomorrow. I think the Nuggets get Game 6. and 7 is just
And then
going to
you have 2 games rest.
If you thought yesterday was a rock fight, wait until Game 7 between these two teams when they know everything the other guys
If Denver comes out with the right attitude, I said this on our show. I would not be afraid to play some guys more minutes early because 4 minutes of playing time in a game could be 20 minutes.
I think Peyton Watson should have played more than 8:43 yesterday.
Yeah, I think he should play, and not just for Aaron Gordon. I think he probably needs to play for MPJ and so on and so forth. Especially Michael had another tough game.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just sit out the breaks, and I think Adam had said it, we start taking more timeouts to give these guys rest. That's 3 minutes.
He said he didn't have anything to say.
That's 3 minutes.
Yeah,
that's all you get. Now, if I can take Andy could sub in for me for 3 minutes, that might be 18 minutes in real time, right? That's a whole different kind of rest than a 3-minute timeout. So
it is. I don't.
You?
Well,
worry?
We're back.
You?
First off, this is the playoffs. This is
playoffs
how
have
it's
started.
supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be easy. I just wonder if you get past this series, which I still think is a real possibility.
I completely think they can win the series.
How do you have anything left for Minnesota? It's been a slog.
It's insane. It really is insane. And what sucks about it too is yesterday when you look up at the end of the game and the Thunder scored 92 total points, right? They got 22 combined from Wiggins and Wallace off the bench.
That's big.
That's the Nuggets are getting nothing even resembling that, and that's one of the key differences in, roster construction.
Well, it's 35-8 off the bench.
That hurts.
Yeah.
That stings a little bit. Yeah, Caruso got some buckets yesterday and
But you knew it was going to be rough when even Chet was complaining first interview. We're all tired.
We're exhausted.
I'm like, the young guys are tired?
Right.
Great.
17-8 after 1.
Yeah.
PhD, everybody. Good work as always, noon to 3. We have got Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post. He's going to join us at 5:20 because tonight is night number 1 of the Warren Schaefer era as Bud Black has really, if you think about it, Andy, he's won the Rockies Hunger Games. He gets to leave and still get paid. Jeff Legwald coming up at 4 o'clock. He will review Broncos miniature rookie camp, which just happened. But after the break, Chris Dempsey will join us. Where did it all go wrong for Denver in the fourth quarter? Dempsey will tell us all about that. And what do the remaining 3 games, you heard me, 3 games of this series look like, and how does anybody gain an advantage? We'll talk to Dempsey all about that coming up here on the other side. Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Mark Springer, our producer, Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction, Colorado's premier auction marketplace. Check out Roller's government auctions if you're looking for well-maintained fleet vehicles and equipment. Got another one coming up here very shortly. Plus, go to roller.bid/altitude to get all signed up to be able to bid at Roller Auction. Everything's online, by the way, guys. You'll be eligible to win great monthly prizes from Altitude, including tickets to games and concerts. Again, go to roller.bid, see the entire lineup of upcoming and available auctions, including right now, complete business liquidation of Long's Peak Cabinet Works. A lot of great tools in there. Sliding table saw, edge bander, wide belt sander. You can outfit your home workshop with some great equipment. That's right. How about an air compressor, a dust collector, woodworking tools, equipment, and so much more. This auction is going to start to close tomorrow morning. So go to roller.bid right now, roller.bid/altitude. Get yourself signed up and start bidding and, outfit the shop at home with our friends at Roller Auction.